What's the motherfucking deal? Excuse me. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the Den. I hope you're all having a wonderful, wonderful evening. It is Friday, March 15th. Okay. Let's get that seat right. Let's get propped up properly. Welcome to the Den. If you're not familiar with the Den is the best conversation on the internet. I want to shout out to all the Den folk this evening. I hope you're all doing well. We got some stuff to discuss tonight. We're going to discuss a topic that people seem to like to discuss in America these days. And what's so special about the Den? It's we have a very unique community here. You know, and I think we have people of different beliefs, different backgrounds, and yet we try, not always, but we do our best to be, we all try to be friends in the Den. You know, we all try to be cordial as much as that is humanly possible. But we have different beliefs, we have different understandings. And tonight we're going to talk about conservatives and liberals. And you say, why are we going to talk about that? Well, it's almost election time, or election season, if you will, which is always, it's never not fucking election season. And you got lots of people jumping in the race on the Democratic side. You got Trump, who is the current president, who will be up for re-election, but you have them trying to bring all kinds of charges and accusations against him and those who are close to him. Scandals. It's all kinds of stuff. But before we get into all of that, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Honcho, Ed Honcho, and I am happy as always to be your host of the Den Show this evening. It is a privilege and an honor always to get to speak to you all, and I'm glad and I hope that you're all doing well. So when it comes to this situation, this topic, it gets very intriguing, gets very interesting. You know, social issues, if you will, or social media. Follow the Den on all the proper socials. Facebook.com/Den Show Live, Twitter and Instagram, different platforms, same name, man, at Den Show Live. Let me stop being all. Let's put some energy in this thing, man. Let's have a good time, man. We're gonna have a good conversation, but we're gonna have a good time. That's what the Den is about. You know, we're having real conversations, but still enjoying yourself while you do it. Everybody ain't got to be all stuck up about it. Facebook.com/Den Show Live. You can check that out. And no, I didn't block you. No way. I would never block. Why is what's the motherfucker do? I'm gonna give y'all. Hold on, let me go through these, and I'm gonna shout y'all all out because you know I got to talk to the Den folk. I got to talk to my friends in the Den. Facebook.com/Den Show Live, and you can get to the Facebook page from there. If anybody didn't catch the show yesterday, well, there wasn't a show yesterday. I was having some issues with the internet, trying to get things worked out. I'm still having a little stuttering issue, but we can work with it. And then I'll have some time tomorrow to try to figure out what that issue is, because that's not an internet issue. It's it's something with my setup, so I got to figure out what's causing that. If you ever want to reach out to the Den, man, even when the Den is not live, if you ever want to drop a topic, conversation, leave a voicemail, 833-284-3336, 833, the number 2, the Den is the easy way to remember that. Or you can hit an email, drop an email at denshowlive@gmail.com. If you ever just have some thoughts, something you want to slide my way, I'll definitely do my best to check it out and see what you guys are talking about. If you ever want to tell a friend about the Den, you can tell them to go to thedenshow.com to check out the channel. If you want to invite them to a live episode, tell them to go to thedenshow.com/live, and it'll bring them straight to the live page. And for those of you wonderful people, and I thank you all who have, shout out to each and every one of you, Been showing love to the Den. But those of you who may want to support the Den, you can go to streamlabs.com/the Den Show. For those of you who may be inquiring why the super chat is not down there, you can go to streamlabs.com/the Den Show. That's what we're working with. We're on a mission to achieve a goal, and we're getting pretty close there. I got to really add all the numbers because, like I say, it's the one from the sports channel, it's the one from this channel, and then people have been showing love through some other platforms that I got to get all the numbers together. But we're definitely working our way closer and closer to the goal. So, and if you're not on TV or whatever, there are links in the description if there are other methods that you would like to utilize. But let's get into the conversation. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss, liberals, conservatives, Democrats, Republicans, left, right, however you want to identify it, Crips and Bloods, if you will. And the reason I want to have this conversation is because I gave y'all some homework a while back. I'm a shitty teacher because I never followed back up with it. But it was to watch that Vice video about the discussion between the black conservatives and the black liberals discussing politics in America. And we're going to speak on that a little bit, but I just kind of want to talk about my views. And I've explained many times, how and why I think the way I think now. And then I want you guys to kind of express what you feel. I want you to call in and speak your thoughts. But before we do all that, we got to see which friends in the Den are joining us, and then we're going to get into it. Beyond the Funny Nigga, Simply Deep 1985. T'Challa, what's the motherfucking deal? DeMarcus Johnson. Let's see. Craig Bakerman, what's the motherfucking deal? No Mames Way, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Solis, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. Heidi. Hello, Heidi. Roman, what's the motherfucking deal? Brandon Davis. D Love, what's the motherfucking deal? Jay Dizzle, what's the motherfucking deal? Jay Dizzle, I'm gonna make it up to you. I was so behind time. I got you. We're gonna do something special. I'm gonna give you a special call, and we're gonna work that out. I'm gonna do something special for you. Sweetberry, what's the motherfucking deal? Unbeaten Sports, Travis Damasio, what's the motherfucking deal? Hey, brother, Lyric Northside, what's the motherfucking deal, brother? Sean, what's the motherfucking deal? So you couldn't get it in for past 15? Oh, that's wild. Like I said, I did get started late though, but I don't know. Like I say, so that's definitely on me. Wise, what's the motherfucking deal? Kahau MC, always good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Bro Lee, what's the motherfucking deal? Mike, Chicago Mike, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Ain't seen you in a while, man. I checked out your boy. God damn it, what's his name? Coleman Hughes. I like him. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. So we're definitely going to watch some more of that. Because they're under investigation. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the racial conversation was very, very interesting. And I want to have more real conversations like that because I think that people need to have a platform where they can speak honestly without fear and repercussion that somebody's going to feel this way and that way. And, be able to openly speak their minds about how they feel about things. And that's what the Den is about. So what we're going to discuss, and yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later. I'll be honest, I saw little bits. I don't know the full details. I saw a little bit of it last night. I hadn't had a chance to really look into it. I saw something like 49 people died, which is crazy. Crazy world we live in, But we'll talk about all of that. This is the Den, so we definitely get off topic sometime, but we're going to talk about whatever's on your guys' mind. And we will definitely discuss all of it. So, liberals, conservatives, independents, whatever you will. I think people feel like they have to be a part of a group. I don't know. Are independents technically a part of a group? I wonder how that works. But, people generally lean right, lean left. They say the independent, or people who identify as independent, is growing. I don't even know, how you label that, because I think when people who call themselves independent still lean a particular way, but they just may not like the way that they're currently how their party is being ran. So, independent for a reason. So, like I said, we're going to speak on that Vice thing. And like I don't know how many of you guys watched it, because I found it very interesting, behaviors and the wording and the different, what do they call it, intersectionality. I find that to be a weird thing, because I think certain people put certain priorities over others. when it comes to that intersectionality, and we'll discuss that. But for most of my life, I really did not concern myself with politics, you know. Till I knew the Pittsburgh Classic liberals. Danny F., always good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? And so, you know, because it was the way I was raised, you know, religious reasons, you know, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and so, you know, you don't involve yourself in war and politics and things like that. You know, we remove ourselves from those beliefs. And so I just never was really concerned. But as I got older, I got away from a lot of those things, a lot of those beliefs. And I started paying more attention to the world around me. And I started just kind of, you know, and I guess, you know, and I'm actually kind of thankful for that, because it always gave me a perspective different than I think than most. When you're kind of immersed in something, it's hard to see what you're caught up in. And so I am thankful for that, because I've always been kind of on the outside looking in, wondering why and wondering what it is. But as I, like I say, got into it and I started looking more at the ramifications of certain political beliefs and things of that nature, you know, early on, I probably considered myself liberal, democratic, whatever you want to call it. Why can't we do well for all people? That's kind of how I felt. Why can't we, you know, why don't the rich want to, you know, they're all grimy, greedy motherfuckers, and they don't give a shit about anybody but themselves, because this is what you've been told, depending on the neighborhood you've grown up in. You know, people repeat that type of stuff, and you hear it over and over again. You start believing it. You know, all Republicans are racist. You know, they hate this, they hate that, they hate you. You know, they're selfish. You know, Democrats just want to do right by people. They just want to help people, and maybe it was like that. I don't know. Maybe that was the case, but somehow, some way, things definitely took a turn as I became more business minded, as I became more business oriented. You know, wanting to be a business owner, wanting to be more of an entrepreneurial type person. I started paying attention to things, and not to say that you put money over morals, because that's not the case, but you start looking at how economics plays into things. You start looking at people and their character and how that plays into things. And there's a lot of small factors that go into these political beliefs. So I think it's really crazy. You say politics now looks like Best Buy on Black Friday. Dumb people claiming to put themselves in a debt thinking they got a deal. Hey now. But it is crazy. It is, and like I said, a lot of you now, it's a shouting match. There are no more legitimate discussions. There are no more legitimate debates. Now it's who can yell louder, who can accuse the other of doing the most egregious bullshit, you know, who can question whose character the most, who can say, you know, this person's worse than the other, because, you know, you had all the folks who were anti-Trump and you know, he's doing this, he's doing that, and you see all these Democrats get exposed for the same thing. Now, I'll talk about that in a minute. And I think that's kind of funny, but I think it's depending on how you look at it. I find it very interesting. But again, like so as I got older, I started looking at things differently. I started paying more attention. I was like, okay, well, what is up with this whole conservative situation? And I told y'all what happened is I got into some trouble, had to deal with some things, and a gentleman gave me an opportunity. Well, actually, it was a friend who was working at a particular place. They needed some help with something. And so, you know, she recommended me. And so the gentleman gave me an opportunity, and it was a restaurant, and they needed some upgrades done to their network. Now, being that I hadn't even fooled with computers probably in years, I went there, I winged it, but kind of learning as I went, you know, and I got everything done. I got everything done satisfactorily and what he wanted. But as I was working there, you know, I would listen, and I started seeing a lot of well-to-do people coming in. Again, people who had money, people who had more conservative beliefs, and I'd never really been around a lot of Republican people. I've never been around people like that, because for the most part, people that I associated with were, you know, more liberal. Or there were some of those that had those beliefs, but they were on the lower end of the spectrum and could never really explain why they felt that way, because they would talk all this shit about, you know, this, that, and the other, but then they would still be like on welfare and doing all these other things too that you would be like, well, doesn't this benefit you more so than that? But, whatever. And talking to these people and getting an understanding their beliefs and just kind of sitting back, ear hustling, listening, having conversations, understanding their behavior and things like that. It showed me a lot. It showed me a lot about the other side. And so I started kind of reading into more things, getting into more things and trying to understand more. It's still a learning process for me because I get into it to an extent, but then there's a point where I get to and I'm just like, I look at both parties. I'm just like, that's a little sketchy, or the party over person type deal. I'm not that ingrained in it, But again, the things that one side support has gotten really outrageous, and there's other things that the other side can support that can be a little weird. But the Liberal Party or the Democrats, whatever you want to call them, it's gotten so strange now because I really don't know what they're about. I don't know what their point is at this point. It's I understand minority rights. I understand, you want to call it that. But when you're putting the rights over, a tiny fragment of people over the majority, over the masses, and you're trying to inconvenience the masses for this tiny majority of people, I kind of have an issue with that. But again, it doesn't apply to me, so maybe I'm looking at it from biased eyes, but it is what it is. It's like the party of the gender pronouns and, let's balance stuff out because it's just for the sake of balancing things, not because we're putting the best talent in the best places or we're trying to put the best people at the forefront. Let's do it because we just want to say we have equality. And it's crazy. But the funny thing about it, and I think the thing that I've noticed the most out of all of these things, I used to always think that, because you always associate Hollywood and all that with the liberals and shit like that. I always used to think that the liberals were the funny people. But it turns out it's the conservatives. The conservatives are the funniest motherfuckers on the planet. And the reason why is because they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about your feelings. And you cannot have real comedy giving a fuck about everybody's fucking feelings. Okay? And that is the best fucking part of it. Because I like comedy. Comedy's my favorite of everything. Fuck all the rest of it. But, not giving a shit is ultimately what it is because, here's what people don't realize. And what happened with the Indians and everything is unfortunate. But guess what? If that didn't happen, very fucking unfortunate. But if it did not happen, you wouldn't have the luxuries that you have today. And nobody's giving up any of these. No liberal people are giving up any of these luxuries. They want to sit here. We can talk about slavery and everything else. Nobody's giving any of the luxuries that were brought to you on the backs of slavery. And somebody sent me something interesting, and I went and I looked up the Anthony Johnson thing about him being the first slave owner. I don't think he was first, but he was one of the first in Virginia. And he was an indentured servant, and then he ended up owning slaves himself. Very interesting story. Made a nice chunk of change, made a nice life for himself. But I'm going to tell you why I found that story more interesting than anything. It was not the fact that he was black and he owned slaves, but it's something that I truly believe. And the thing is your mentality. Your mentality dictates the outcome in your fucking life. Because he went to court. He had court cases against white people back then and won. Land disputes, slave ownership, all kind of stuff, and won. And the reason he won was because people in that area respected him and his work so much, what he did, what he built, and everything that happened because of his work ethic, just his character. Now, the fucked up part is, as soon as he died, once he died, they went and took all the shit from his family and dispersed it or whatever. But I'm sure there's other reasons that I didn't look that far into the story. But the thing about that is, it kind of contradicts that narrative that a lot of us have, because even all throughout slavery, there were a lot of black people who were free men. And the reason why they were able to stand on their own is because they wasn't taking shit from nobody. What's the motherfucking deal, Dirty South Scout? And that's something that I believe in first and foremost. So that's why when people say certain things, look, I believe in equality and all these other good things. Equal opportunity, equal chance at opportunity is what I believe. But the equal outcome is not what's going to happen. I don't believe no white man. I don't believe no Asian man. I don't believe anybody's better than me. But at the same token, I don't believe I'm better than anybody just because of a race. But, your effort, what you stand on, is what makes you better than someone else. And I do believe that there are people that are better than others. I do believe that, hands down. But the thing is, your character determines your outcome individually, because there's people who look like you, don't look like you, sound like you, don't sound like you, whatever it may be, in every class of fucking life. And it's up to you to determine what you want. And the reason why I say I lean more conservative, even though I feel like I'm independent, is because that's just the mentality. You fucking get out there and get it. We're going to give you, you have opportunity just like anybody else. Get out there, take advantage of it, to go get it. Now, if you don't know, or you don't make yourself familiar with it because you choose not to, dig in, get the information or whatever the fuck it is, then that's on you. You miss out on those opportunities. But for you to sit here and expect someone to give it to you, or someone to level the playing field for you, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Now, I'm going to open up the den line here in just a second. And, I want to know what you guys feel. I want to know, what party you identify with. I want to know what you associate with, why. And we'll talk about a couple other things as we get into the show. And one of those things is we'll definitely discuss the New Zealand situation. I'll try to get some more information on that as we're going. And I also want to talk about the college admission thing, the scandal that's been going on. And I definitely want to talk about that as we get going. So, again, Rob Myers, what's the motherfucking deal? McVice, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Berkeley Boss, what's the motherfucking deal? Hurrah, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. I'm in Chicago Bear, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Have I missed anybody? If I missed you, again, I ain't dish you. I was just, it's all love. D-Love, what's the motherfucking deal? According to Heidi, it's a Black Friday motherfucking deal. Let me, I guess, get everything right. But, and again, open conversation. We're not having an insult anybody. Because like I said, I don't hate liberals. I understand that they feel what they're doing is right. But if you look at a lot of the beliefs that a lot of these people have, is almost in the same, it's about these protected classes. It's about, usually they're in the protected class that they're trying to push forth. And that's why I want to talk about the Vice special with the black conservatives and black liberals. We're going to talk about that because it's just something I noticed throughout the whole video. But yeah, man, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. And it's a lot. And again, I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. Give me just a second. Let me open up this den line. And bada bing, bada boop, there's the number. Let me get on the right shit. Let me log into the den number. All right, there we go. So, talking about this though. And again, I feel like, I don't want to say the wild, wild west. I don't want to say anything like that. But I feel like we talked about dating or something here, the other day. It might have been the interracial dating day. And I was saying, I don't want a motherfucker to fuck with me just because I'm black, just because I have a certain skin tone. And that's the only reason. I don't want to win by default. Doesn't make me feel great. Doesn't make me feel like I can take advantage or I can conquer, it's just me, black and a white guy on this island. I win by default because I'm a black guy. That's not what I want. I want to be the best. I want that opportunity. All right, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in?
I have a lot of money of my own, but I need your money to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. right between Mexico and the USA, but I need your help.
Okay.
If you'd like to donate, we're going to put a brick, maybe with your name on it, maybe not.
No,
I don't know if you donate. But you have to donate some money. Like, I'm talking a good amount of money.
You donate to the
not
den
chump
first.
Change,
If you donate to the
not
den,
like Brad Pitt
then I'll
amount of
donate
money.
to.
I'm talking like Bill freaking Gates amount of money, okay?
You donate to the
I want
den
a
and
good
then I'll donate
donation.
it back.
Press 1 right now
You can't donate.
if you want to donate money to the
I
wall.
want to donate, but you donate first. Anyway, since we're talking about donate to the wall, donate to the den. Fuck that goddamn wall. We'll get the den built first, then we'll get the wall. Streamlabs.com/the den show. Look, donate to the motherfucking den first, goddamn it. So again, though, you know what I mean? But my thing about it is, a lot of people have suffered. A lot of people took L's along the way. You better take advantage of the opportunity. I look at things like the animal kingdom. And in reality, we're all animals. We're animals with policies and shit, which is some weird shit, but it is what it is. And you better take advantage, you know. That's the fucking rule. I mean, that's the only thing that you got. You know what I mean? And if you're not trying to take every fucking advantage possible, then whose fault is that? I mean, look, talking about the school thing, right? Let me fix this for somebody's ears get exploded. Talking about the school thing, right? And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with what I say and how I feel about this. And I don't give a shit. I still love y'all. Shenanigans. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Hello.
It's Lee calling in.
Lee, what's the motherfucking deal, Lee? What would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Yeah, I was like tripping about something you said earlier, man. You mentioned the Wild West. Yeah, I was like tripping about something you said earlier, man. The Wild West.
Your audio is kind of low, man. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Let me turn the volume down right there. Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you much better now.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You know, me and my mom had a conversation back in the day, like maybe 10 years ago. And you know what she said about the Wild West? She said that we in our Wild West stages, meaning brothers. And if you think about it, that's kind of deep, because during the Wild West stages, you know, with slavery times and all of that other Jim Crow type stuff and everything else, we didn't get the chance to run around and stretch out the way that everybody else was getting to stretch out and get certain stuff out of their system. And you notice what the heck brothers like to do now?
Wild out.
Now, think about it. Brothers carry their gun on their hip like a cowboy. You ain't noticed that?
Yeah.
Brothers like to hang at the saloon, the club, around the harlots.
That's it. That's true.
So if you think about it, it's kind of weird, because it's like a basic thing. It is kind of like the Wild West, at least for us, because we got retarded. Not that we going, but, you know, we kind of got, like, stunted developmentally, which causes us to have some social awkwardness and a little bit of, like, kicking up dust that we didn't get to do when everybody else got to kick up their dust. I don't know if you think I'm right about that. You're an intelligent man. What do you think about that? Do you think that a lot of brothers are kicking up dust because they didn't get a chance to kick up dust and throw dollars in the air and run to the saloon back in the cowboy days?
Man, I think that's a very interesting analogy. I find that very intriguing, actually. Now, and I'm familiar. There were some brothers that were cowboys back in the day. Actually, had a bunch of them. What were I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Buffalo Soldiers.
Remember Bass Reeves, though?
What
Bass
happened?
Reeves was the first black U.S. Marshal.
Yeah.
he caught like, what was it, 3,000 or 4,000 men?
Yeah, something like that. He was a wild boy.
Like 3,999 because he thought one of them drowned, and then he found that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Dude was up, locked up somewhere else. He's like, wait a minute, you was one. I thought you drowned. Get your ass back up here.
That's wild, man. But that's a very interesting analogy, though.
What's weird? There's like a bunch of cops that can't stand us and work with the Aryan Brotherhood. But you know the weird thing? They revere Bass Reeves to this day, and most brothers do not know who that man was.
Mm-hmm. This is true. This is true. What did they say? Didn't they say the Lone Ranger was supposed to be based off Bass Reeves or something like that?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay.
You know, Popeye was a real guy too. He was a bartender.
No. Popeye?
Yep, Popeye. Frankie Rocky Flegel.
Hold on. What is it? Frankie Rocky?
Yeah, Frankie Rocky Flegel.
Okay.
His last name was Flegel.
Okay, we'll check that out.
Olive Oyl was real too. Nowadays we call her a thought.
Yeah, oh, yeah, she was thought, but yeah, Olive Oyl was a thought back in the cartoon, man. Like, how you fucking with Popeye, but you just slide across the way and you just be giving this dude Bruno all that play. She wasn't loyal. Them hoes wasn't loyal back then.
Yeah, she wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't. But you know what's weird? With all this human trafficking crazy stuff, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people talking to chicks that ain't loyal. You know, even Kanye, he got all type of money, but he messing with Olive Oyl.
That might be the new name for it. Olive Oyl, man. Oh man, very interesting. You said Lone Ranger was based off Badger. Okay, shout out to Mick Advice. But so I mean, but that's interesting, the analogy that you gave. But how about you, Lee? Man, how do you identify? Do you identify, Republican, Democrat, Independent? I mean, how do you identify your political affiliation?
It depends on who the heck wants to pay me the most.
Okay. So you voted for Andrew Yang then?
No, like if somebody wants me to be endorsing whatever the heck fuckery they involved with, they need to be opening up their wallet to be paying me like they win, or like they pay like you win, or whatever that saying is.
Okay.
You know?
That's a bit. Here's the deal, man. Lee, we hit the little 5-minute mark, man. But look, we may have to talk a little bit more in a little bit. We're gonna give somebody else another chance to call in, man. But I appreciate that analogy. That's pretty dope, though. I'm gonna have to think on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about the New Zealand thing, so I'll try to call back or whatever, man.
Okay, that's a bet. Appreciate it.
Stay up, man. What?
Already. All right, I see Lady Licious has joined us. Good to see. I've never seen a MAGA hat in my life. Okay? I've said that. I've seen it on TV. You've never seen a MAGA hat. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but I've never seen one. Interesting. That's an interesting question, too. How do y'all feel about, what's his name? Andrew Yang. Because he just made, they brought up some comments he made the other day talking about he expects Asians to be next. Like, he talked about the shooting of the Jewish place, and he talked about the shooting of the black church, and he's like, well, Asians are going to be next on the list that white people are to shoot up. I think that was very interesting. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
I think y'all been waiting for me.
Oh,
had to get some more minutes.
What's the motherfucking deal, man?
Man, it's all good here from you, Huncho. What's good with you, brother?
Man, life is good. I can't complain.
Look, man, before I get started on conservative and liberals, I want to throw something at you because I know you missed this shit.
Okay.
When the good sis Jussie went to his arraignment Thursday, I want you to look on CBS News, and I want you to tell me who you see out there protesting with a sign saying "Justice for Jussie."
Okay.
Let me give you a hint. When we watch Vice, the guy that's talking about the reparations, looks a whole lot, hint, like the motherfucker who got a sign talking about "Justice for Jussie." So, for anybody out there who feel like the media, y'all don't believe in these these professional protesters and these professional people getting in the media and do shit like this, open y'all eyes. It's the same exact person. These same fucking Democrats get out here and they protesting for justice for a motherfucker who we know lied. Which is great, because I want for everybody who's liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, black people, want you to open your eyes real quick, okay? Instead of y'all worried about a party affiliation, focus on what's right and what's wrong. These people outside the courthouse protesting for justice because they feel like he's one of us. He's a brother and he's gay. Well, and if you gay and you, well, that's your do your thing. I ain't tripping on you. More women for me. Nonetheless, they feel like he's one of us, so we must protest and protect him. No, the fuck we shouldn't. See, when black people realize it's right from wrong, that's when shit gonna start going on our side. Stop cutting for every motherfucker just because they black. I seen a nigga wearing a T-shirt that said, "I'm pulling for everybody black to win." I ain't. Fuck that. They got good white people. They got shitty white people. They got good niggas. They got bad niggas. That's just the way. That's life. That's the real world we live in. So before I stick my neck out for a nigga just because he's black, you ain't gonna have one. They gonna chop that bitch out from you. Straight up. If a nigga solid, ride for your partner. Now I know last time I called and we talked, it's been a few days, we talked about R. Kelly, and I seen somebody in the chat said I was an enabler because I said that niggas who ate with R. Kelly shouldn't let him starve. Anybody who rode for the man should ride with him. You're an enabler. Stop using that word because the media told you that shit. I ain't no fucking enabler. Unless I'm giving R. Kelly money myself, which I have not. I ain't went to no concert and been wiping sweat off his forehead, which I have not. I'm not a fucking enabler. I didn't lure girls in for R. Kelly to go and feast off of. That's not how this works. What I'm saying is if a man feeds you, you don't let him starve. Now, got that cleared up. I'm glad I went all the way around. Yeah. Before you even ask, Huncho, what am I, Huncho?
Man, I'm going to have to say you on the right side.
I'm a right. I'm a conservative. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Black people, the war on poverty, quote unquote, Lyndon B. Johnson's plan since 1965 has hurt the black community more than anything else has. Not the war on drugs, not any legislation. I'm going to tell you the reason why. If you don't believe, you can look this shit up. What food stamps, what welfare and food stamps into the black community, it didn't affect the white community the way it affected us. What it told our black families is, if your father's not in the home, we're going to give you money to help give you food. That seems like a noble thing, right, Huncho? That seems like a very good thing. The problem is the black father left his household and went and started another family. And when shit didn't work out with that family, he left that family. Now, here we are. That's 65. Here we are. You add 40 years to that. 2005, what you have? It's the highest number of black families without fathers, two-parent households in United States history. Now, niggas love to talk about slavery. We made it through slavery, staying together. We've been through the Great Depression, the motherfucking recession, everything, but you mean to tell me we can't survive? Welfare? Government assistance? This is what hurt us. This is what killed us. Anything you want to know about the black family, it's very simple to point out to. We are the only community who's still raising kids. 13-year-old girl pregnant, 14-year-old girl pregnant. Talking about how bad life is and how the white man keeping us down. Ain't nobody keeping us down. If you decide to have kids at an early age, you have decided your future already. Because anybody who works for them will put their kids first. Point blank, period. Now, they're going to say, oh, you're conservative, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to be white and be a cracker. Let me tell you something about being black in America. I don't give a shit what your political party affiliation is. You're going to be a nigga regardless. Period. Regardless. We the only people in the world who can't blend with nobody else. You can have 25 white friends and you still going to be a nigga. Period. So once y'all stop calling each other Uncle Toms and Coons and shit, open up your eyes. That's what people are telling you. When a person say they're conservative or a person say they're Republican, ask them a little bit about politics and ask them, like, man, how'd you get to this point? What caused you to be that? And they probably gonna say the same thing I'm telling you. So let these motherfucking white people tell you how bad you got it. So let them tell you how oppressed you are. You ain't fucking oppressed. You on your iPhone 10 every goddamn night with all this free Wi-Fi around you. You ain't oppressed. You're lazy. You ain't oppressed. You make excuses. You're not oppressed. Now, I'm not saying all liberals are bad. That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is when you have these libertarian agendas, it hurts the black community because these motherfuckers are getting y'all votes and doing absolutely nothing for you. If you do not believe what I'm telling you, look at these liberals and Democrat ran cities. You want me to run them off to you? Flint, Michigan. Go look and see what City Hall is. Democrats. Detroit, Michigan. Democrats. Chicago, Illinois. Democrats. Baltimore, Maryland. Democrats. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Democrats. If you don't believe what I'm saying, look this shit up. Look at how we live. New Orleans, Louisiana. Look at how we live, y'all. You put these motherfuckers in charge, and guess what? They get your vote, and they don't do shit for the area where they in. Y'all love Maxine Waters. She gets talking all spicy. I'm reclaiming my time. Look at what she's doing in California. Look at it. Look at her district. Y'all in the H, Hunter, we in the H. What's her name? Sheila Jackson. What's her name? Sheila Jackson.
Sheila Jackson Lee. Yeah.
And guess what? She get on the motherfucking podium and tell everybody it's lit and niggas keep voting for her. How many embezzlement cases she done had, Huncho?
Shit, I can't tell you.
Hey, open your fucking eyes, man. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. For anybody who don't understand economics, understand one thing about this whole situation. You got to have social classes. There got to be an upper, there got to be a middle, it got to be a lower. Upper class spend money, middle class benefit from it, middle class spend money, lower class benefit from it. So anybody's Andrew Yang ass motherfuckers telling you they're going to give you $1,000 each week is a fucking lie. Anybody who tell you about reparations, they're fucking lying to you. They are pandering to you to get your money. Because if they're going to tell you, they're going to give you this money, ask them where the money's coming from, and they're going to all freeze up. If they are giving out $1,000, niggas ain't getting out a penny. Because I can prove it to you from history. History repeats itself. We still ain't got shit. The descendants of slaves are all dead now. The actual slaves are all dead now, and they died without a pot to piss in and one to drink out of. Wake up. If you tired of being broke, get your fucking ass, get whatever you got to do, pull yourself about the motherfucking mud, because ain't nobody will come help you. There will be no helping hands for black people. Trust me. That's it for me. I'm out of minutes. I'll fuck with y'all.
Mike, man, as always, great call, man. He just set the phone on fire. I think the den line and melted. I think the den line and motherfucking me melted. You know, I got to call the fire department. I was like, hey, man, got to get it out the mud. And here's my thing, man. Let's talk about black folks, because honestly, it's keywords, man. Because if you really think about it, man, even think about street niggas, man. We relate to street niggas. Niggas who hustling. What are you doing? You getting it out the mud. You know what I'm saying? You creating a business. It'd be a street business. It may be illegal, but it's a street business. You trying to get it out the dirt. You fighting for what's yours. Let me take this call. We'll come back to that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Sean, what's the motherfucking deal? How you doing this evening? No. Well, I'll apologize for that, but you know we always appreciate you joining us. Uh-oh.
First of all, I think we need to understand what politics is all about. And here's what I have to say. I'm going to say it slow. So it can sink in to your brain computer and your vessels. Everyone, not you literally, but just the audience. Politics is about current events, future events, and past events. And it's a collaboration of both. And events and wants, change, and needs are going to change from year to year. All right? So our president, basically, the law says he serves every 4 years. Every 4 years, you're not going to be the same person you was from day one of that 4 year until the end of that fourth year. So if you think of it in that perspective, that's how I believe you should base your politics. Okay? So what that means, what I lean towards is independent. Because I don't know what's going to be ahead. in the future. I can't predict the future. I don't want to totally give my allegiance to a party when my needs may change. And if we want to get all into racial stuff, and this is why we've lost. Listen to it, I'm listening a little bit with the guy before. Because what you did was you totally put your eggs all in one basket, maybe from a racial basis versus a needs basis. And that's why we have a lot of inflamed black people saying that we're not getting what we want. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. But at the end of the day, you have to reverse yourself. You have to rewind, and you have to understand politics. You didn't get anything because you didn't ask for anything. That's number one. And number two, you didn't demand for anything, and you didn't leverage the power of your vote. That's why you get all that frustration, because we don't understand that. So that's why what I would advise for all black people, so they won't depend on you as an automatic. So you ain't nothing but, a turnstile, an automatic vote. No. Register yourself for independent and ask them for what you want and make them deliver. So that is where the frustration comes from, and that came from years and years of experience. You sit up there, you march, and you're doing this. You done marched a damn hole in your shoe, and you ain't got a motherfucking thing.
Really?
Okay? Mm-hmm. So we ain't marching. Look, and let me just tell you this. There is hope, because what I see, maybe y'all don't see, but it's about to be on. Trust me. And at the end of the day, we understand more. We are not as forgiving. We are not as domiciled. We've always been that way, and we've always took care of massa, and we didn't worry about it. We didn't demand anything for ourselves. But that's changing. That's changing so drastically. So there is hope. So I definitely don't call myself a Republican or Democrat. I'm an independent. And if you want my vote, you better earn it. The difference is that I don't believe people had the courage to ask the government, to earn their vote, because they were just so happy and emotional just to be a part of the process. They didn't demand anything. And let me tell you this. Here's what I'm happy about. I am so happy of the Trump presidency. And even if he wins in 2020, I'll be even happier, because we going for the gusto. We not playing games no more. And you done gave us this extreme president that nobody has seen in years. Now, if we don't get it together and say what we want, if this is the kind of shenanigans, the blacks, we don't need to vote at all. If we're not getting what we want, don't vote at all. Let them go through their own shenanigans and all that stuff, because throughout history, it doesn't even matter what the politics were in place. We always find a ways and means to survive. We are soul survivors. So let them play them games, and what we need to do is regroup and get ourselves together on what we're going to do. But I'm happy that Trump is in there, because you've got a lot of people out here that says and has what I say a false mindset that, oh, there's equality. There's no such thing as racism. That we are all equal. We had a black president, so everything is just fine. After 400 years. But lo and behold, here comes Trump. So here's your reminder that everything is not equal, and there is no equality. You know, maybe it was a facade. Everybody got happy with Obama, and don't let me dig into him. Because he didn't necessarily do everything. He was a black man, but it doesn't necessarily mean he did things for blacks. He did nothing for blacks. He sat there and gave the Indians all these millions of dollars. He gave reparations. I'm going to say the word. People act like it's a dirty word when you talk about reparations for blacks. Well, Obama gave reparations to Jews. Google it. Google it. But when we ask for reparations, it's a problem. Okay, so there's a lot of fuddy-duddy stuff going on here. And if we really want to have power, I would be an independent. And Trump, I love him. I love him. Because for two things, he's reminding us that racism is still real. And at the end of the day, it's not about all of that. It's about who is going to, it's called quid pro quo. Current events, future events, past events, and needs. Now, if Trump wants to fulfill our needs, I'm voting for Trump. That's why I'm an independent, and I'm a black person. So I'm not playing the games with him no more. And this is how we have to understand politics. Okay, it doesn't matter. Now, if you say you're going to give me this and give me that on my demand, I mean, that's it for me. So you're going to say, oh, well, he said this. Or I don't care. He is delivering on his promise. Just like he's trying to, and that's what politicians should do, but they don't do for blacks. So that's why I respect him, because he promised the damn wall. Didn't he? And he's fighting for that wall. I got to respect that. Even though the shenanigans, he's a total racist and everything. But he dedicated and committed himself to something, and he is trying to deliver. Versus Democrats promise, they come in, and they're using reparations as bait. That's another thing. Dirty word, reparations. That ain't nothing but bait, okay? First of all, they understand nothing about reparations. And what people need to understand, and this is why Jews and Japanese and everybody can get reparations. This is what I want every black person on this line to understand. It's bait. It's a carrot. Because they don't understand what the word means. The reason why that the United States, Germany, and even Europe could even provide reparations to those that were harmed, and those that were harmed in the past, we were harmed as Africans, right? Jews, and I think we gave it Japanese, Indians, indigenous. But here's the key. This is what you need to look into. You have to have a state that you can call your sovereign nation. Now, when we were enslaved to come here, right? As we're Americans now. We came from Africa, but we were enslaved. Once we went through the process of enslavement, when we landed here in America, now we're slaves. But guess what? Our country never claimed us back. We literally have no country. We know where we are. So reparations is a legal term. Stop playing with this term, and you all do the research. College students, everybody. It's nothing but smoke and mirrors. That's how I know it ain't going to happen, because they're fooling you because you don't understand the legality around it. In addition to that, reparations has criminality attached to it. Okay? It's very complicated. And because the Jews suffered through the Holocaust, but the Jews still have a nation to claim. the Japanese, they lived underground. I don't know if you guys really know that. You know, these people lived under the earth where you walk in the street. The Japanese, they suffered for a period of time. They built our railroad. So they came after us. They was the new niggas, okay? The second niggas. Now the third niggas is now the Mexican. But the thing is, they actually built the railroad in the Industrial Revolution, and they literally lived underground in the sewers, okay? So they got reparations. And it was only for a period of time. The United States paid them. The United States paid the Jews where the United States didn't even participate in the Holocaust. But yet they paid them reparations. They paid reparations to the Japanese, who they made live under the earth in sewers, and they didn't even live here. But yet, when it comes to blacks, they don't want to pay us nothing. And we've been here for 400 years. But back to this reparations thing from the legal point. Because we don't have a nation, the reason why they can get it, because Japanese can go back to Japan. Jews can go back to Israel. Somalia, not Somalia, that's not really a good example. We don't have a sovereign nation. And the nation has not claimed us, and we have not claimed it as a nation. So the way that reparations work, it is not a check. It goes to the government. And then the government, through the governance that's in place within that government, disperses benefits back to the people. So you really pay reparations to the country, and then the country has to take the benefits and put it back to the people. This is what nobody understands. So I really encourage people to really do some serious in-depth history on that. How reparations work, who gets it, how they get it, and why they get it. Because this is nothing but the same damn thing that the previous caller was frustrated about. And Stevie Wonder, I can't even remember that song, but he sang a song about where you don't even see these people till election time. And they give you a few buzzwords that get you out to keep them in power. But yet you get nothing. And this has been our mistake. But we are waking up now. Trust me. That's why it's a lot of people, they not dealing with no damn Democrats. It's a lot of black people. They are open. We are open for Republicans, Democrats, and we're going to take them down. Trust me. Because if you're not giving us what we want, we ain't voting at all. And if you don't got the black vote, you ain't going to win. And see, this is what the average Joe doesn't know. If we remove ourselves from the system, nobody's going to win. Now, let me just forward on the politics.
Sean, I hate to cut you off, but you know.
All right, I'm going to call back.
Okay.
College situation.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to hear about it because I don't want to look like you're calling me saying I'm playing favorites over there because I'm listening to my partner, Miss Sean.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, appreciate the call. All right. I'm trying to get some knowledge over here. Y'all hating, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm trying to find out about this reparation deal. You know, I might have to go find me a sovereign nation real quick while y'all bullshitting. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in on the den line this evening?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. Who we got calling in?
This is Chicago.
All right, Chicago. What do you want to drop on the den line this evening?
Oh, no, for sure, man. No, I appreciate your last caller, man, even though she goddamn talked over an hour and a half, man. No, but what I wanted to drop on the den, man, what I don't understand, I live in a pretty democratic city, but what I don't understand is why the Democrats in general, like, it seems like their biggest fear is white and black people getting along. It seems like their biggest fear is them shaking hands and them getting along and them accomplishing shit, you know? It seems like they want to keep races divided, it seems, more than Republicans.
I think I would expand on that just a little bit. I think they want to keep everybody divided. I think that's why this whole intersectionality thing has kind of popped up. And, you know, I think they're looking for ways to not only divide, you know, the races, but they're dividing the race, then the sex, then the sexuality, and then everything else. And the reason why nobody can get along at all. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of things have gotten worse. I think it's why it's harder to have these political conversations now, because there's so many different angles and avenues that people want to discuss instead of, you know, what's beneficial to the majority of people. People now have made it more personal, and every group feels like they've been oppressed somehow, some way. And I do agree with you that the Democrats try to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, you know, and it seems like if you're white, you get called a racist and a bigot and a Nazi if you watch anything besides, or if you watch like Fox News or something, you're already immediately considered a bigot or a fucking racist or something like that. But if you like watch CNN or MSNBC or like any of the other news channels, like those are the like headlines that you need to watch, and you're not allowed to have another kind of point of view or anything like that, you know. And it doesn't have to be like pro-Trump or like anti-Trump or like politically, but it seems like just for regular people getting along. And if you travel and like go from the north side of the country, from like liberal cities to down south, like people in general get along and everything, but it seems like they really want to push like a racial divide and like make everything seem like people don't get along. And I kind of wanted to segue into the shooting that happened in New Zealand with this just happening yesterday. I saw the video, and it is absolutely like horrific. It's really fucked up. But I also wanted to point out that CNN and the left-wing media is already saying this guy's a Christian, he's a conservative. But I read his manifesto, and I heard what he said. He considers himself anti-Christian and an eco-fascist. So I think it's just going to put more division within religions and everything, and races. So I don't think it's a good thing at all, man.
Yeah, and I've heard about, like I said, well, actually, I just discovered, I want to say, I don't know if it was in this stream or the one prior to with the sports stream where they were talking about that he had recorded the shit live. I had no idea that happened. That's crazy. I have to, you know, I've watched some crazy shit in my day. I've seen some crazy shit in my day. I don't know if that's something I want to even engage in.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really dark. You know, I've seen some dark shit just in general. Like, yeah, I think everybody as a kid, like, thinks that they're young and, you know, they could live forever. So I think young people in general are attracted to like morbid kind of like viewing stuff, like, oh, like say there's like war videos or like the Iraq war, something, watching like death videos. But this guy he live streamed literally murdering like over 50 people. It's unbelievable. It's really sick, and it's really dark stuff. But I don't understand how already like CNN and MSNBC are like already considering this guy a like right-wing Christian guy. You know, when he said he was like an eco-fascist and doesn't believe in like conservatism or capitalism at all. I just don't like how they're trying to push a political agenda and also Second Amendment rights when this didn't even happen in our hemisphere of the world.
Yeah, that's interesting. That you know, people would love to capitalize. Excuse me, capitalize on the opportunities that they can to push an agenda, and that's very wild. That's a whole crazy situation, man. How old was the guy?
I'm guessing like 30s. I'm assuming, but I just want to point out, like, I'm a white 26-year-old. I would consider myself a conservative. And I find that like horrible, and I pray for those families because listen, I do not believe in the ideals of being Muslim. I do not I don't believe in any kind of religion that teaches hate or like killing people or anything like that. But like killing non-combatives and killing innocent people, that is horrible, and I pray for those families that were killed. But still, like. Oh, it's unbelievable, man.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's crazy. That's real wild. Yeah, that's definitely something to discuss and to think about. So what do you think is the solution though? You said, that people are getting divided by the left. Do you think that more people should open their eyes who are kind of involved in those different intersections, if you will? Should more black people consider looking at conservative ideals? What do you think is a solution to, get away from some of this divisiveness?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing I would say for sure is the media. I mean, the media is like will push an agenda no matter how unfavorable it is. But I would say, I mean, I'm not black, so I mean, I live on the south side of Chicago. I live very close to fucking Inglewood and to the ghettos, and it's been like that for decades, over 30, 40 plus years. There's a racial divide for sure. But it's always been Democrats who've been in charge. So it's up to them to vote them out. I mean, it's up to that community, and they keep voting them in. So no matter how much I could preach or say, hey, look at this way, those people themselves have to open their minds and make a decision. It's nothing I could do personally other than give some advice, but even if I were to, I would probably be looked at say I were to, give advice and everything, and I would become popular in doing that, I would be brought down as a person trying to being divisive or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a bit, man. I think some very interesting things, and we'll kind of probably get more into that New Zealand conversation here in just a little bit. But Chicago, man, as always, I appreciate your call, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ancho, man. Have a good night, bro.
All right, you too, man.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, I don't think, cause I'm just sitting here thinking about should I watch the fucking video, but I don't think that's something I want to engage in. The outcome. When I was young, I used to watch motherfuckers get their faces knocked off and shit like that, and some wild shit. But now, I mean, it's just there's no point. If you know the outcome, there's no point in engaging in that type of shit. There's no reason to engage in that type of shit. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
The nigga you hold earlier.
Man, look, I told you I'm gonna do something special.
I don't want to hear that shit. I with that bullshit.
Man, I don't
want no special treatment.
I was late than a motherfucker, and then I ended up still missing what I had to take care of. So that was on me. My timing was bad because I forgot I got jumped off late. But I'm telling you, I got something for you. We gonna make sure Professor Dizzle gets heard, man. But what would you like to drop in the den this evening, Professor Dizzle?
Oh my God. First and foremost,
all right.
The dude Mike, was it like Baltimore Mike, the one that was like 2-3 callers ago?
No, I think from H-Town.
I don't know who he was. The one that was a Republican. He said he was a full-fledged Republican or whatever.
Yeah. I think Mike from the city.
Hey, bro, I normally don't agree with everything the Republicans say because everything that nigga said was factual.
Yeah.
I couldn't argue with none of the logic he came out with. So salute to that dude. Straight like that. But everybody after that, this last little dude, what was his name?
Chicago? When it just called right before you? Okay, yeah.
Yes. Okay, little Chicago, let me educate you. Okay? Here's the thing, dude. You get, whatever, offended, or however words you want to choose it, when one fucking sports, Jesus Christ. One news network says that this dude he had believed in this or believed in that, and you was like, no, actually, in his manifesto, he believed it. Who gives a fuck what he believed in? The motherfucker was crazy. I don't care. I could care less what his thought process was. The motherfucker he obviously had something wrong with him. Why does that even matter? What the fuck he believed in? It don't matter. He was crazy. They got crazy motherfuckers on both sides, dude. Crazy motherfuckers believe in all kind of crazy shit. Why is that even a thing? First of all, why would they even say that? Second of all, why would that offend you? Or why would you have to go behind it and fact check it just to make sure that it don't align with what you believe in? Just because he believed in it and he did this shit don't mean that you in the same category. It's hard for you to get familiarize yourself with what it is that they talking about. Because since it's fucking Friday, I'm going to give you my fucking Friday. Fuck every complete person that's a Republican and every person that's completely a Democrat. Fuck you and nobody else but you. Because you don't have the mental capacity to get away from your fucking party. It's like what you said. They're more concerned about the party's politics than their personal politics. Here's the deal. Here's the issue. He was talking about the people in Chicago. Look, the Republicans want people to go out and get your own, handle your business, and to reap all the benefits from it. The Democrats want the people that's doing that to help the other people that's down to help them come up. Why in the fuck do you think the people in Chicago keep voting for Democrats? That's why, because they ain't got shit. Number one, they don't have the drive to go out and get it themselves. So that is their personal problem. I understand that. But that's the logic that you're missing in the first place. These people aren't right-minded to be Republicans or to think like a Republican thinks. They just don't have that mindset. Now, you could agree with it or disagree with it all you want to because of your personal beliefs and upbringing. I get that. So I don't knock either way you believe, but you just have to understand the psyche of these people. It's not correct, in my opinion, but it is what it is. That's why that cycle just keeps on going and going and going. So if you don't understand that, there you go. Now, the political party shit, it's just always a mixed bag. It just really is, because it depends on where you at in life. Honcho, when you ain't have shit, you was looking for a little help. Now that you figured out that you can go get it yourself, you don't think that other people need help. You just don't, because you see it that they don't want to help themselves. So what it is you grew from one mind state to the other, but you learn. A lot of people don't never learn that lesson, Honcho, and that's the real sad, unfortunate truth. It really, really is. So I'm neither Democrat or Republican. I say both of them could go get fucked, because neither one of them got the best interest in this country. Neither one of them. Whoever's running shit, they don't never fix the shit that needs fixing. They'll put a Band-Aid over certain little things, and then as soon as the other side get in, they'll erase the progress that they made, and then they'll start doing their own Band-Aid. And then once the other, it's just vice versa, back and forth. It's the same shit over and over again. Nobody ever just says, well, you know what, that was actually working. Even though it's credited to the other party, we'll just let it go because it's actually benefit. They don't give a shit about that. They only give a shit about the party beliefs, and that's the problem I have. It's a serious issue because nobody has the fucking country's best fucking interest at heart. They don't. Neither fucking side. So I agree with some of what they do, and then I don't agree with some of what, it's a mixed bag, man. We need somebody that's more toward the middle. I understand why they voted Trump in. They got tired of all the fucking politicians coming in there and lying to them and not doing shit. So they get this man who come up here and he make all these promises, and he's loud and boastful and braggadocious. So they just like, well, you know what? This is something different. So fuck it, we just gonna push him in because he seemed to have my best interest at heart when none of them other motherfuckers didn't give a fuck about me. You know what I'm saying? So of course they voted for him. So I understand how he got in office. Now whether you believe the man is racist or not, that's up to your own personal opinion. If you don't feel he's racist, understand that that's your personal opinion. Other people are more sensitive than you. So stop telling them that you don't have no facts that he's racist. Of course, it's hard to have a fucking fact that somebody's racist without them generally coming out and saying, yes, I am a racist. People do racist shit. People say racist shit. So this is what it is. So some people say when you do and say racist shit that you're a racist. So you just have to understand that. He has done and said racist shit. So I understand why people can see him as racist in their eyes. But to me, what he did to me, I don't see it as that big a fucking deal. He was just calling it like he see it from his point of view. He don't see it from your point of view because he's never been you, and that's why he don't understand you. Okay? But he did know how to take advantage of you when he had the opportunity. So he did, and he monopolized on it. That's all the man did. So I can't really get mad at him for it. But a lot of the people that's starting to see what the country really, really looks like. Now we get to see how we look to the rest of the world. I said this before. So I think Donald Trump was a damn good thing to happen to the country. We know where we at. We know exactly where we at. We can't agree on a damn thing. And the first thing we do is we so quick to talk big and brag and be braggadocious about this fucking country, or we the best thing ever, or this, and we really not. We're better than a lot of other countries, absolutely. We are, but we're not the best, and we damn sure can get a lot better. We damn sure can get a lot better, but how we go about doing that, that's the whole argument right then and there. How are we going to make it better to where everybody agrees? But here's the problem. Everybody ain't going to agree. That's the deal. So we just going to steadily be going back and forth instead of advancing together. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. And neither one of those parties are interested in doing anything together. Neither one of them. So if you try to say that or try to come up with examples, cool. You can come up with an example here or there. But you tell me where them two motherfuckers actually came together and put something for the country when it wasn't an outside source coming in and having an impact on us. Something that we decided to do just amongst ourselves to do. And if you don't really understand it, look at the fucking Civil War. The North and the South couldn't agree on the shit. So them motherfuckers fought and killed each other. We have had a long-standing history of this bullshit to where we can't agree on a damn thing. Because what one person sees as something bad, the other person sees something as something prosperous. So they're going to fight for their right to make the money, and the other people saying, well, that's not morally right. There's the Democrat and Republican right the fuck there. So we're going to always have this battle until we get somebody with some fresh new ideas and some tangible shit and then put this fucking party bullshit away. Let's just do what's in the interest of the country. We'll get a whole lot, we'll get ahead a whole lot faster, and we'll get there, we'll get a whole lot further ahead, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So I got a question, man, because you said something real interesting. If we find somebody who has, you know, the best ideas. Now, say some of these ideas kind of teeter back and forth along, you know, party lines, a little bit of it kind of a liberal idea, a little bit of a little conservative ideas. Do you think people are really accepted, or, you know, the day and age that we live in, do you think people are going to attack all the stuff that they don't agree with, even though it make more sense than, you know, to agree than disagree?
You just answered your own damn question.
Okay.
People are going to be too busy trying to cut it down because they want to align with one side or the other, instead of being saying, well, you know what, I see that this part benefits people in my position and that part benefits people in a different position, but it's helping both of us. It's not, nobody's not really losing in the situation. So yeah, we should go ahead and push forward. People are only concerned about them, which is your prerogative. It is your prerogative, but we need to do what's better for the country as a whole. Because if we just keep getting further and further separated, we're never going to get anything done. Nothing is ever going to change. It's constantly going to remain the same. And it's going to be the same cycle of bullshit. And the only thing that's going to keep happening is these motherfuckers that's trying to get into office are just going to keep up with new schemes and new creative ways to get voted in. That's all that's going to happen. That's it. So unless we get somebody like maybe a Republican and a Democrat or a president, vice president, or somebody that's willing to listen to each other and work together. Put the party bullshit aside, but just have two different points of views, but able to see somewhere down the middle. We'll get a hell of a lot further, man. We just will.
Okay.
But it's got to take somebody that's willing to step into the middle of the aisle. You don't have to go all the way across. Just step into the middle. And somebody else will step from the other side and have a conversation that ain't got nothing to do with your feelings, just about facts. And talk about what's beneficial to the whole country, all of it. The people the immigrants that's coming in, and the people that are already been here. Not just trying to segregate somebody else out. Something that could possibly help everybody. Now, understanding not everything is going to be perfect. I get that, but we just got to do the best we can, and we can do way better than what we're doing now. There ain't no reason that we should be as bad off as we are. There's no reason. Other countries are way far ahead on a whole bunch of different aspects and levels than we are, and we don't have no excuse for that. We just don't.
Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. That's a very interesting premise. I wonder how something like that will work, but that's definitely a very interesting one, man. Hey, I don't know. I want to see what the folks got to say about that one. Jay Dizzle, man, as always, a very good call, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all.
Already.
All right.
Interesting. What's the likelihood of that ever happening? And would they have to go in as a third party, a Democrat and a Republican? What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Prepaid back again. Need 5 minutes when they bought me some more minutes. Jay Dizzle, salute to you, bro. Before I say what I have to say, man, people like Jay Dizzle is people who I respect. Live in your truth, man. You don't have to be Republican, Democrat, and agree with all that shit. You don't have to. Prime example, I'm a Republican. Do I believe that we need to, strengthen our borders? Yeah, of course. You need to keep, we Americans, have pride in being American. You ain't going no fucking where else. Niggas, stop telling people you're going to Africa. You don't want to go there, trust me. You ain't gonna never make it back. Especially light-skinned niggas. What you think this is? Fuck wrong with you? But the reality of it is that, man, living your truth. I believe that we need to strengthen our borders. Keep motherfuckers out the country who committing these crimes and shit. Do I believe in building a wall that's gonna cost $8.6 billion? Fuck no. If I'm from Texas, man, I'm from Houston. It's called Mexicans. MESSICAN. Mexicans. That's our Mexican partners. Mexican, what we call them. Yeah. For a reason. It ain't Mexican. If you think they gonna pay for some shit like that, man, listen. What? They was gonna build. They're gonna pay for the wall. Come on, man. Trump was pandering to people's emotions on that shit, bro. If you ever had any Mexican partners, you know, motherfucking well, they ain't paying for that shit. And here's the harsh reality. I don't give a fuck what wall you build. Whatever you put up to keep them coming from this country, they still gonna get in this motherfucker. I seen a Mexican build a house with 2 motherfucking things of mortar and 6 2x4s. Built a whole house with that shit. So trust me, it's Mexican. They gonna get in this motherfucker. Period. Now that we got that out the way, let me put y'all on game about something. How I view Democrat versus Republican. Okay. For a lot of y'all, like me, y'all gonna understand this analogy real easy. When you were 16 years old, you wanted a vehicle. Well, nobody gonna give you a car. You wanted a car. You wanted something nice. You realize you ain't having the money to get something nice. What y'all could tell you? Man, save you some money, man. Go buy $2,000-$3,000. Go get you a car, bro. Something to get you from point A to point B. And you like, shit, that's a good idea. You know, something just, you know what I'm saying? Don't get no car notes, some shit you can't afford. You know what I'm saying? Now, at that time, at the age, you make a pretty good amount of money depending on where you work at. You got a little bread to yourself, okay? So what you do, Honcho, you run out there and you get that car. It'd be a limit. You know what I'm saying? If y'all know the limit, it's a bucket. You buy some shit, you spend $2,000-$3,000 in it, and before you know it, the motherfucker done been broke down so much you done sunk another 10 G's in the transmission, the alternator, and the starter, okay? That's what being a Democrat is. A motherfucker told you that shit, it sounded good. But when you did the math on, you're like, damn, if I paid $3,000 for the car, I sang 10 bands in it, that's $13,000. I could have went and put $5,000 down on something and had me something nice and dependable that I can get from point A to point B. They in the shop every other week. That's what the Republican mind did to me. I started to think for myself. That way of thinking don't make no fucking sense. No. If every time you get your tax return, for niggas in the hood who get $7,000 to $10,000, every time they get their tax return, they run out and get a new car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, every fucking time. Here's how tax return is supposed to work. As a Democrat, you run out there and get your new whip. Shit, got my tax, got me a new ride, baby. Got some new rims for the new dog. You're supposed to take the car you already have, get your taxes, and take care of bills you've already established. That's the Republican mind of thinking. You have to find this way of thinking on your own. This comes from experience. Now, let me run down some of y'all reasons about why I don't fuck with Democrats in any form of fashion. They do something called identity politics. Is anybody familiar with that? If y'all in the chat, tell me yes or no. Let me run this to you. Identity politics. You're not running on a campaign basis. You're running on who you are as a person, who you identify with. Let me give you a prime example. Now, y'all was just making fun of Chicago. He's a white man, 26 years old, 27 years old. He's still on the south side of Chicago. He got more street cred than Cory Booker. If you don't believe what I'm telling you, Google the shit. Cory Booker is the son of 2 IBM executives. IBM computers executives. His parents have a job that I didn't think niggas could even acquire. He went to Stanford, Yale, and Oxford. He has 0 student loan debt. You ain't met a nigga in this world who got them 3 educations and don't have a student loan debt. You ain't met a nigga who went to all 3 of them schools. He's been going to private institution his whole life. He's a 1%er, but because he's light-skinned black man, say he dating no girl from Drumline, they gonna say he a black man. Give me your vote. I'm a black man, been through the struggle. This nigga ain't never struggled a day in his life. He ain't never. If you took Cory Booker to Houston and brought him Timmy Chance, he might throw up in there.
Man, what about his partner T-Bone though, man?
Okay, let's keep it rolling. Let's get to his partner Kamala Harris. Okay, yeah. Let me explain to y'all. Kamala Harris is not black. Okay, black people are African American or those who are descent of Africa, if you want to consider them. Like, for example, if your parents are from Nigeria, you came to America when you were 12. You've been here for the last 25 years. African American. You're Nigerian, but you African American. Kamala Harris' dad is Jamaican. Her mother's Canadian. A Jamaican and Canadian don't make a fucking black person. Is she a person of color? Yes, she is. She ain't fucking black. So when she decides to run for office, all of a sudden, she's talking about Howard University, smoking dope, all this bullshit. She parenting to you. She ain't even a motherfucking Democrat. She's a Republican. Go look at her policies. Go look at her policies. So now all of a sudden, she's fist pumping, and here she is for reparations. Her father, 2 weeks ago, said that his father, a Jamaican man, owned slaves. How in the fuck is she going to get reparations when her damn grandfather owned slaves? Think about what these people are telling you, man. This shit don't make no sense. Now let's go to the next Democratic person. Beto. Beto's the man. Beto's the man. You mean Robert O'Rourke? Robert Francis? Who the fuck is Beto? You know when he became Beto? When he started pandering to niggas and had LeBron James wearing his hat. When they had Travis Scott telling you to go vote for Beto. Listen, open up. He ain't never been this person. Now all of a sudden he's Beto? Listen, bro. Oh, here's the better one. Give me your last example. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders telling you how you oppress and how we don't need any more billionaires. Bernie Sanders is $30 million away from being a billionaire. A rich motherfucker telling you we don't need more rich people. Well, I'll be damn. And this is what I'm talking about. Black people, we're smarter than this. We're smarter than this. Trump is a very rich businessman. He told y'all, black people, y'all been voting Democrat last 65 years. Try something different, because you got to figure this shit out. Look at the neighborhoods you live in. Look at how we live. Y'all took that as racist. The nigga was giving you a reality check. Truth be told, I'll go to war with Trump over Cory Booker. Trump's hit more black holes than Cory Booker. Trump will smoke more dope than Cory Booker. Trump, I'm just keeping it real with y'all. And for everybody talking about he racist, why he wasn't racist before he ran for president? When he was in Trump Towers with Kanye and Snoop Dogg and Young Jeezy. Why everybody in the hood wanted to be Donald Trump until he became the president? Come on, man, stop that shit. They use racism to scare black people. They tell y'all about oppression to scare you. They want to scare you. If Donald Trump is racist, tell me what he did that was racist. Well, I mean, I guess told him grab by the pussy. You don't nigga grab some pussy before? You ain't been to a strip club? Huncho, I know your fingers will smell like that thing numerous times.
I'm just saying, shit, that shit started way back in junior high. But anyway.
I'm just saying, smell my fingers. Smell my finger, nigga. It is what it is. But, bro, listen to me. And, to the female caller, I salute you. She had a lot of great points. But let me tell you something. Black people's eyes ain't open because we're the only people in the world who vote 9% to a party. And I'm being generous because the number is really around 94%. Black people vote Democrat 94%. They ain't got to work for that motherfucker. They ain't got to work for it. That's why they don't do shit for you. Period. All right. I'm going to give you a prime example. 10 niggas walk into a barber shop. They got 4 barbers. That's 14 people. One nigga walk in there and say Michael Jordan the greatest of all time. At least 3 to 5 people going to say, no, LeBron James the greatest of all time. 2 niggas going to say Kobe the greatest of all time. An old nigga in the back going to say, shit, Wilt Chamberlain the greatest of all time. And your barber going to probably say Kareem the greatest of all time. Now, you got different percentages for about 30% of votes on who the greatest of all time. But every nigga vote Democrat? Think about that. Something wrong with that picture. If I tell you the Jordan Retro 11 is the greatest Jordan of all time, at least 5 of them niggas going to tell you, no, the Retro 14 is the greatest. The Retro 1 is the greatest, the original. But everybody voting Democrat? Open up your mind. Something's wrong with that. Nigga can't even agree on who the best Jackson was. But you mean to we all Democrats? Wake up. Start thinking for yourself. Do your own research. Stop letting Cory Booker tell you he black and he down for the cause. What fucking cause? You went to Oxford. Half the niggas in the den ain't even know where Oxford located. Google it. It's not in America. This way when they got an education from. Wake up, y'all.
Man, say, Mike, when you running, man?
Never.
You got my vote. If you ever decide
too many skeletons in my closet. I got partners like R. Kelly and shit. Okay. I still ride for them. They been scumbags my whole life, and I still fuck with them.
It'd be like that sometime, man.
Loyalty over royalty, man. I fuck with your boy. I'm out.
I really appreciate it. Hey, man. I can't lie. That basketball analogy was platinum, Whew. That's a tough one right there, babe. That's a tough one. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Man, it's your boy Roman.
Roman. What's the motherfucking deal, Roman? What you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Man, I'm about to bring some niggas to a history lesson, bro. This is about to be the Reading Rainbow. You about to get some history lessons. So hold up. Let me get you real quick, Honcho. Let me find something real quick and break you down what I just learned. So, all right, let's go back to September 19th, 1769. Hell yeah, I'm bringing it back. Okay. George Washington, our first ever president of the United States. Mm-hmm. He was retiring. Here's his farewell address, right? 32-page farewell address. He proclaimed three things. He said for America to not create a two-party system, to not engage in foreign affairs, and to not have long-lasting alliances with foreign affairs. Then, and now think about that, Honcho. The main one that sticks out is do not create a two-party system. Washington believed this. He believed that America will grow better as one nation, as we think the same, as we move the same. Now, yes, I get how that way of thinking has flaws, because you have people, everybody thinks differently. Not everybody's going to agree with one party. Then you got slaves. Blacks, eventually, okay, not count blacks, because blacks at the time weren't free. Not everybody's going to think the same. You have immigrants coming into America rapidly, especially at that time. So not everybody's going to think the same. But this is why I respect that, because it drives a rift with America. You got to think about it, man. We can all agree on basic human rights. We all want good housing. We all want equality for jobs. We all want equal pay. We all want the same shit, to treat equally, not because our color, race, skin, sexual orientation. That's all we want, and I feel like that's all Washington would say. Now, coming in from Washington's mouth is bullshit, because, the nigga owned slaves. But I'm taking it, what he said wasn't wrong, but I'm saying the idea of it makes sense. But then, when you have John Adams when we had John Adams, then you had Thomas Jefferson, then you had Anthony Hamilton. They came in and it created a whole rift. And that's where John Adams was basically today's Republican Party, while Thomas Jefferson was basically today's Democratic Party. And I bring this back. I know everybody think, well, damn, I'm going to a whole history lesson. But this the thing is, man, I'm saying how, when it comes to me, man, I feel like, I agree with Jay just said, ain't nobody is fully Republican, ain't nobody fully Democrat. Everybody is in the middle. I can't respect a person who's fully Democrat. I can't respect a person who's fully Republican. I feel like it's that right in the middle. And when you have to realize about Democrats and Republicans, both of them, in my opinion, is not best for your interest. You know what they want, Honcho? They don't care about how you living. They don't care about how you making your meals, how you feeding your family, how you getting what you getting. Are you going to vote? Are you going to go and vote for me? That's all I care. I am going to persuade you. I am going to trickle you down. I am going to get in your brain. I'm going to pick you alive for you to vote for me. And once I finally got your fucking vote, I got you. I don't care about you after that. I feel like that's what Republicans and Democrats. I feel like people get on Democrats a lot of times and liberals, and I'm not saying they're perfect, but let's don't be honest and say Republicans is in the best mind for you either, because they're not. They don't care about you just as much as Democrats don't care about you. They pin on facade that, you know what, less government, I'll give you more freedom. Come on, man. They still keeping black people down because they still making you live in the poor and they get richer. While Democrats promote, I'm going to give you all this, and Democrats keep you down just the same way. Like I say, I agree with both. Sometimes I agree with Democrats, or sometimes I agree with Republicans, man. So it's all about perspective. It's all about how they do it. Now, there's one more thing I want to talk about, man, but I'm about to hit my 5 minutes, man. So I'll call back in later, man, and save my second part.
Okay, that's a bit, Roman. Well, I appreciate the call, man.
Anytime.
Already. Very interesting things going on this evening. Very, very interesting calls going on this evening. If you're enjoying the conversation, if you're enjoying the den, Go ahead, slide by that streamlabs.com/The Den Show. We have a goal that we're trying to reach. Okay. Because like I enjoy what we got here in the Den. Like again, I'm off topic just a little bit. I enjoy what we have in the Den. But if I could just show y'all the vision and how much better this can be. Because when I listen to these calls, when I hear these, I enjoy it. I love it. And I just love the fact that we can all have these conversations where people who may not even know each other, the community that we build, because the Den is a community. I don't look at it so much as a channel. When I say the Den folk, you know, I think I like the Den folk. Den Generous is cool. Friends of the Den is cool. Denizens is cool. But I think Den folk, because we it's like that, it gives that sense of relation, even though we're not related, because it's a lot of things we may agree or disagree on, but we come together as a community and we have these conversations. And I love it, man. I really, truly do love it. And I just want to say, just take the second out to say thank y'all for being a part of the Den. I just want to say thank y'all for coming to the Den and just participating in these conversations. I appreciate everybody's opinion. We ain't talking about them Texans, man. Look, them Texans just had me fired up, man. I'm trying to get my Twitter clout up. But let's continue this conversation. We got a call coming in. Already, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening?
Hey, what's going on?
Howdy. Who's this? Red?
This is Danielle.
No, Danielle. Oh, look, I'd call you wrong now. Uh-oh. You ever do that with me, man? Look, how many y'all ever done that with a lady for you? She's going to hang up on you. Nigga, what the fuck? All right, but I'm sorry about that. Danny, how you doing? I'm glad you could call in and join us this evening. What would you like to drop in the Den this evening?
Well, I wanted to talk about a couple of things. Number one, like I hear people calling in and saying, oh, well, I don't agree with this person. I don't agree with that person or that group or this group. Like, I mean, isn't that the way it's supposed to be? You're not supposed to just agree. You're supposed to look at the facts. And based on the facts, you build your, what you believe in. You don't look at other people. You look at the facts, period, point blank. If it goes more toward the Democratic side or the more liberal side or libertarian, whatever. It goes wherever you want to go. You know what I mean? So I don't understand about this, like agreeing with people and all this. No, it's not about that. You look at the information, period. Then it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And another thing is everybody's saying, oh, well, we live in a messed up, things are so messed up. Where are you guys living? I live in America. I go out every day. I shop. I go drop off stuff. I don't have any problems. No problems. I don't have people trying to beat me up because I'm black. I don't have people saying any crazy shit to me. Nothing. It's fine. It's fine. The only time I have a problem is when I turn on the news and I hear shit's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I understand if you're living in like a ghetto neighborhood, things are bad, but like regular people, we're not doing terrible. You know what I mean? A lot of people didn't graduate from college and they still have jobs. They're still making it. Their kids have cell phones. They're eating. This isn't a terrible country. We're not victims here. And another thing that's interesting to me is now reparations, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do know, you guys, that there are people that are black here that had white family members during slavery, right? That they're just a few generations black. That's a thing. You know what I mean? We've been here long enough. And on top of that, we all have ancestors that were slave owners. And no, I don't want to continue with the status quo. I want things are constantly changing and moving. That's how it's supposed to be. And no, I'm not biracial. I'm black. I'm biracial because of the way I sound. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the comments. I'm biracial. Why? I grew up with a black mom and a black neighborhood, black uncles, black grandma, all that. But I'm not a victim, and I'm tired of the victim. I'm tired of people telling me that the world is bad, but when I walk outside, it's sunny. You know what I mean? Life is what you make it at the end of the day. People are born blind. People are born without legs, and they make it. I saw a guy with no arms and legs that's a fucking millionaire and married. And you telling me I'm black, so I can't go get voter ID? I'm black, so I can't do this, I can't do that? It's ridiculous, and I'm just sick of it.
I agree.
I'm sorry. I know I'm going on a rant, but I'm just like, damn, I hear all this sad stuff, and I'm like, where is it? I don't see it like that, you know?
Yeah, no,
I don't understand.
Express your feelings. That's what it's ultimately all about. I think I've seen that same dude. Is he like the guy normally like a speaker or something like that?
Yeah, he's a inspirational speaker, and I'm like, damn, like if you can make it, like why can't we make it, you know? And I've talked before about Madam C.J. Walker, black lady in the 1900s, a millionaire. She became a millionaire in the 1900s.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And that's what I'm saying.
That's an amazing thing.
And so why don't? And this is what bothers me, especially as black people, you know. And this is my problem. And I know it's going more into a racial conversation than a political thing. But why don't you think that we as black people study those who had successes in the most oppressive times? But we we love to glorify the ones who, like I say, the Rosa Parks, the Martin Luther Kings, the people who felt, you know, the oppression, and they made change for, you know, groups of people. But why don't we admire the people who, you know, even with all those circumstances against them, actual circumstances against them, laws that prevented them from doing certain things? What about those people who found success in those hard times? Why don't you think we give them more credit?
I think it's conditioning. I think that, first of all, we were meant to tear each other down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure I could picture it, you know, on a slaves keeping each other on a plantation, you know, like the fact that black people calling each other all kind of coons and bad wenches, using the same language as those racist assholes beating people and raping children into them, using the same language. And you had audacity to call me a coon? Like, that's insane. It's insane. It's stuff like that. It's mentality. It's conditioning. I think that people wear their victimhood like a cape. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, there's some comfort in that. You know, it's easier to say, oh, we're oppressed, than it is to say, you know what, if this person can do it, I can. And you'll notice that it's always the most successful black people, celebrities, telling us that we can't make it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And that's great. That's
another thing I wanted to say that's controversial. I really believe that Obama is not culturally black at all. I really believe if Obama married a white woman, he would be the first mixed president. Because he married Michelle, he's the first black president.
I mean, I look at him as the first mixed president.
Because he wasn't raised by black people. He was raised by his white family. Yeah. He wasn't raised by white people. He was barely raised in America.
I agree.
Like, you know what I mean? So the guy's talking about Cory Booker. I say the same with Obama. You know what I mean? So to prove he's black, what he got to have Beyonce in the White House every day, a basketball court just to show how black he is. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
I agree, man. And that's.
But he's not culturally black. He didn't grow up. I'm sure he didn't watch what is it? What's the movie? The 5 Heartbeats, like, you know, all the man, Last Dragon. Obama wasn't watching Last Dragon.
They prepped him for all that. You know, they was ahead of the game. You know, they prepped him for all that good stuff before he got in there. Look, you gotta know the black protocol, Obama. So we're gonna give you this rundown of the most popular black movies and music. So when they ask you, you know, they train him for all that shit.
You know, with his white grandma, he wasn't watching Last Dragon. Like, he wasn't having cookouts. You know what I mean? I don't know if he has, like, I don't know how many Southern people are in here, but that black Southern church experience where you just singing in the church, the choir singing, it takes you somewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that black people are more conservative because, I mean, most black people, like, are religious, believe in God. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're not into crazy shit, you know?
Yeah. This is true.
All this transgender stuff that's going on. I have nothing against transgender people or any of that. But, like, stop giving your kids hormones and saying your 2-year-old is transgender and all. It's just all crazy. I don't know what's going on with that. But I think that moderate people are the majority. Yeah. That's what I think. I think that the media is very liberal. And then I think it's very liberal. So that's what we hear. We hear all this bad stuff about how oppressed we are and it's just to divide us. That's what I believe. I think we all have more in common than we believe. You know, I've met so many different people in my life, some good, some bad, and all races. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't trust somebody just because they're black. Hell no. I don't know you. My circle My circle is the people. Is what I created. It's the people that I love and respect. You know what I mean? It's not some random asshole on the street just because you're black. No.
Straight up. Well, I can agree with that. Man, Miss Danny. I definitely.
I know. I'm definitely ranting because I was like listening to all these calls and I'm like, what world do I live in?
You all good. It's all
good. Why am I living so? And then another thing, the woman called in before and said that her mixed kids are judged and all this. What the hell? I don't live in that world. Like I have mixed. I know mixed people, and people think they're gorgeous. Let me touch your hair, and and they don't mean it in a racist way either all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know, but I have dealt with racist people too. I told you that. So it's not like I've come from La La world. I've been called the N-word. I don't use that word. I was in Mississippi once, right? Me and my aunt, we were at a gas station. We were driving. She had a speaking engagement, and it was I was in the bathroom. And this white lady came out, and she was like, "Hey, where you from?" And I was like, "I'm from Florida." And she was like, "Oh, you from Florida? Do you know Sean?" That's what she told me. Do you know Sean?
The lady that you was talking
to. I'm like, no, I don't know Sean. I don't know Sean. And then I come out of the bathroom, right? I'm looking at magazines. She goes up to my aunt, and she was like, "How old is she?" Referring to me. She tells her my age, and she said, "She sure is 30." And I'm like, uncomfortable. And so we leave, and my aunt's like, "Damn, you better be lucky it's not slave days. She would have bought your ass." She would have bought you. How old is she? It's country as hell in Mississippi. So, you know what I mean? So I've been around racist people. I had my cat killed. I had, all that. And I'm still not racist. I still realize that people are individuals. Like, it's time to stop grouping people up. It's stupid. And it's stupid. It's so dumb. You meet people on a person-by-person basis. Period. That's all there is. That's reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I dig it.
That's reality. We're not all one group. We don't all think the same. You know what I mean? There's people, like, I believe, too, that, like, just because you're mixed, that doesn't mean that you're black. I don't believe mixed people are black at all. I don't hate Asians. I just think a lot of Asians are racist towards black people. I don't know if you've ever been to a black hair shop, but...
Oh, man, you know like what? There was just a story in Houston about that. A chick who got fired from an Asian restaurant, and the Asian, he had forgot he put her in a group text. She was working there for a while, and she would talk about how they were saying nigger a lot. And she would tell them that they were uncomfortable about it. And then when they fired her, I guess he was sending a text to the group text to somebody else, and he was calling the nigga all in the fucking text and shit. So he ended up resigning and shit. So he ended up giving up his thing. But it
happens. So like I'm not trying to be rude. I don't hate Asian people, but hey, I gotta be like talk about white people. But I don't know, Asian people, they don't mess around with it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They like to keep it pure. Like, you ever see a genetic test with like a Chinese person? They always like 99% Chinese. You know what I mean?
I'm over here starting trouble.
Not black people. Well, I'm just saying. No, and then the whole people one drop rule. Okay, so you want me, somebody that can think critically, to go by a rule that a slave owner made so he doesn't have to take care of the products of his fucking rape? Really? That's what you want me to believe? Okay. All right.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna go by science. I'm gonna stick to science. Thank you very much. Okay. And I believe that a white person can be Angela? I think you can be she's as black as Obama or Cory Booker, like, for sure. A hell of a lot more. You know what I mean? It depends on where you come. So at the end of the day, it's all about race. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't see it.
It's all good. Well, Miss Danny, I appreciate your calling. You got to call in more. I enjoy hearing your views. Very interesting. A breath of fresh air.
I will. I know. I will not listen to this. I do not want to listen to myself over this weekend. I don't see how you do this.
What you mean?
That's why I don't like to call in, because I don't like the idea that my voice is recorded somewhere.
No, you'll be all right. But ain't nobody gonna get you. Don't nobody watch the damn.
All right, but
Sorry.
all the cool people. No, seriously, I really since I found the den, to me, and I think I wrote this on a comment to you before. It's one of the most genuine places that I have found online, and I'm old as fuck. You know what I mean? I remember dial-up. So, it's just a genuine place. I feel like that we can all talk, and everybody has their opinions, and I think it's something, very special. And, I'm happy to support the den, and I'll continue to support the den, and that's all I want to say.
All right, I appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate it.
All right, guys.
All right. Thank you, Miss Danny. You have a good evening.
You too.
All right. So, first, I got to read that donation love from Jay Dizzle. And hold on, let me I'll answer this call. We go, hold on one sec. All right. Now I know we got a call on the line. I'm gonna put you on hold just 1 second. I got to read something. Then we gonna get into this conversation. Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
All right, bye. Y'all ain't know I had that hold feature, huh? Hold up. Jay motherfucking Dizzle showing that love for the den says, fuck Democrats and Republicans. Y'all need to get down with your boy, Gorilla Pimpin', Heidi, T'Challa, Red, and Danny. Come on now. Get your ass in this Cadillac. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Jay Dizzle, man. And I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate everybody who's been fucking with the den. I mean, I appreciate all of y'all. Now, let's get this nice lady off hold, and let's see what she has to say. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in to the den this evening?
Well, shit, I got called out, so Miss motherfucking Angela, lady, whichever one you want to use, but as Danny know me, Angela.
All right. So Miss Lady Angela, what would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Lord have mercy. I'm gonna drop this because she already made me drop my motherfucking weed and shit. I'm trying to roll up. I'm with her and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about I'm agreeing. I'm like, okay, this chick's okay, cool. But as soon as she says something about mixed kids don't experience racism because they caught talking about they beautiful, yeah, on the sunny side, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't lie about something like that. And then on top of which, you know what I'm saying, then to say that mixed kids ain't black. No. Then what are they? Are they white? Or are they mixed? You know what I'm saying? Which means both. You know what I'm saying? My kids going to know black history. You know what I'm saying? They going to know everything that they daddy teach them, you know what I'm saying, about being black. And then they know my side of the family, and that's just what the hell it is. But to say that they're not black, that's kind of funny. I mean, they some black, I guess. I mean, what the hell? I'm confused on that one. That goddamn, man.
Well, you know.
But I was with you, Danny. But I don't understand that shit. I mean, you gonna have to clarify that shit because that shit kind of pissed me off. Because you gonna say that they don't experience racism? Yes, the fuck they do. And I hate that my kids go through that. You know what I'm saying? I hate that. And then, like I said, they get it from both sides. It ain't just, you know what I'm saying, whites. It ain't just the black. They get it from both sides. And I'm talking about it ain't really, you know what I'm saying, I don't believe it's like truly racism. You know, it's more of a hater thing. You know what I'm saying? Because, yes, I do believe, you know, but everybody says that about their kids. But I do believe my kids are very beautiful. Like I told you before, Honcho, I was attracted to, you know what I'm saying, the color. I ain't going to lie about that. You know what I'm saying? My kids, that beautiful caramel color, oh, yes. Let a man or a woman walk by, you know what I'm saying, light-skinned caramel or, you know what I'm saying, hey, yeah, motherfucker, you fine. Shit. I don't give a damn. It is what it is. That's what I'm attracted to. But that don't mean that they not going to experience it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could be the finest motherfucker on earth. It don't matter what your race is, but you probably done experienced some shit like this before, you know, some kind of racism or hatred. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's always something. Somebody always got something to fucking say. You know what I'm saying? As we just seen. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna defend mine. Fuck that. You're not gonna sit here and call me a liar about the situation. Like, I'm gonna need you to clarify that shit, Danny. But I was with you on everything else. So but that right there kind of, ooh.
Here's my thing.
Like I said, lady got my weed. I'm sorry.
First, pick the weed up. You know, pick your herb up. You know what I'm saying? Go finish rolling that up, and then once you light that up, hit it 2 times for your boy. But
you know what I'm saying? I got it.
But here's the thing, and so I wanna get your opinion on it because you kind of have the experience, or you have the knowledge. Your children are going through it. Now, this is something I've looked at, and this is something that I've kind of started thinking about recently too, because I looked at the mixed situation, and I feel like mixed kids have a different experience, and I think I wonder why the majority, they tend to associate more with the black side. But I feel like overall they have a different experience than maybe an all black child or an all white child. And I think that they have to, and I don't think most parents do, but I think they have to appreciate both sides to understand where, their origins come from. So I do look at it a little differently. I don't look at it like they're all black or they're all white. I do feel like mixed should be appreciated for being mixed. Hey, I'm special, I'm biracial, or whatever you want to call it. And you should know all of your background. I don't think that you should be limited to one side or the other. That's just my personal opinion.
So what does that make them, an outcast? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it makes them an outcast. I just think it makes them either.
It's nothing to you at all. But I'm talking about this is where I say the hatred and the racism comes in at. You know what I'm saying? Because the black people, you know what I'm saying, they don't look at them as black. You know what I'm saying? The whites don't look at them as white. They always going to look at them the opposite of which they are. You know what I'm saying? Even though they're both. I mean, it's both. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? They got a black ass daddy. They got a white ass mama. And that's just that. They are both. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to explain it, but that's where I say the hatred comes in at, because like I said, they get bounced from both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, you ain't black, I don't want to hang with you. Or why you acting black, you not black. Or, oh, why you act so white, because you're not white, you're black. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. That's fucked up on them. That leaves my kids, you know what I'm saying, kind of confused. So I try to teach them the best that I can from both sides, so they do know what their history is, as far as, you know what I'm saying, my German heritage, and then, you know what I'm saying, from their daddy, so, I mean, that's the best I can do, and just tell them, you know what I'm saying, to love yourself for who you are, no matter what anybody says. You know what I'm saying? Because nowadays, that's what you got to do regardless, no matter what color you are.
Yeah. And so my thing is, and that's the thing, and I think you just have to, that's what it has to be, is that they need to learn their full history. Because let's be honest, I know some chicks who didn't, what do you young folks call it these days? The swirl, that were down with the swirl, They got down with the Oreo shake, whatever you call it. And, and some of them, have been like single mothers and stuff like that, but then they only raise their kids as black. They disavow almost any knowledge. And a lot of it comes from, some of them coming from families that may not accept them or whatever else it may be. And so maybe they get treated a certain way. But, I find it kind of funny, again, like that you ignore one side. Like, I feel like both sides should be understood and appreciated, and how you were created, and you just kind of got, a different background. I don't think that it should be, looking at it as you're being outcasted from either community, but you belong to a different community, or however you want to look at it,
You know what I'm saying? But then that's why, too, you know what I'm saying? I thank God that, you know what I'm saying, my family, our family is so neutral, you know what I'm saying, that they accept, both races and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, because I wouldn't even know what to do if, one of my family members, well, yes, I would. They wouldn't even exist to me, you know what I'm saying, point blank, period. But that shit would really suck, you know what I'm saying, if one of my family members didn't want to interact with my kids or my husband just because of the color of their skin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that would hurt my feelings, but then at the same time, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Just point blank, period.
Okay. Like I said, I mean, you know, it is what it is. And then again, it's ultimately you are their parents, and y'all have to decide what y'all feel is best. You know, we just some outsiders with opinions. But I don't think, you know, I don't think you should take any of it too personally. You know, I think your job as somebody who may not be familiar with a situation, or instead of us taking things emotionally, responding emotionally or personally or whatever, I think our job is to try to educate others who may not be in that same position.
Look, Honto, the den to me is like family. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might say something that they don't like somebody didn't like what I said. You know what I'm saying? They comment on me, whatever, but we can get along the next day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I like the damn folk. That's why I love y'all. I'm not mad at Danny. You know what I'm saying? I was just speaking on something that she said, you know what I'm saying? Maybe for her to get an understanding, and that was it. Just like Sean, she put that understanding on me yesterday. She shut my motherfucking mouth. I was like, okay, baby, apologize, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. It's all good. It's a fucking learning experience, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? As long as we can come back together, shoot the shit, and everything's good. I don't mean no harm towards nobody. I will never stay mad. Especially not online, but like I said, it's like a family thing. It is what it is.
Okay.
I might have sounded like a second, but I ain't mad.
Well, I'm glad you view it that way.
I was mad. Okay, that's what I was.
Okay. I understand how that goes. You know, sometimes, hey, look, are you on tile or carpet?
Man, on carpet, yo. You know what? I seen that little trick, so I might do that shit. But I still got some in my bag, so I'm all right. It wasn't my last.
Allegedly, I don't know nothing about that. Look, I don't know the laws out there in Carolina.
Put a stocking cap over that shit and pick the weed up like that. I was like, oh, that. I wish I would have thought about this shit like a couple of months ago.
Well, now I know. Look, whenever I get back on that train, I know the way to go. That's a bet. Well, Miss Lady, like I said, I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you, informing folks, expressing your opinion. I'm gonna still hit you up for that pizza. The pizza by proxy of my partner, so I'm gonna make sure we make that happen. But I definitely appreciate. I definitely appreciate you.
You know the area code. When you come around, I got you.
All right, that's a BET.
Yeah, all right.
Shout out to Miss Lady Liz. Calling. It was something else I meant to ask. Okay, well, we get a couple of calls. I meant to ask, because I saw her comment saying that Obama was better than Trump, and I wanted to find out why she said that. I definitely wanted to find out why. Voodoo Child, what's the motherfucking deal? What's going down, Voodoo Child? Always good to see you. So, we're getting back to it, because we've covered a lot of things, we've covered a lot of opinions, and I wanted to get back to what Danny was saying, and I was talking about that. And even like Mike was saying that, but blacks are 94% Democrat. But in reality, when I say this is so strange, because I was talking about hood niggas earlier, and then some calls came in, so I didn't get to finish it. But think about a hood nigga, especially if you come up selling dope or whatever the fuck it is. You come up, you're an independent businessman. You don't want motherfuckers taking you don't want motherfuckers taking out of your profits to give to others. You get to a certain point, you put other little niggas on so they can build their own little empire. You got them working for you. However that works, allegedly. Okay. But the thing about that is business. And if you can do that, you can do that in a legal fashion. And if that's the case, 9 times out of 10, or I'm not gonna say 9 times out of 10, but more times than not, you're leaning in a more conservative view. If you're managing your money right and you're doing, what you do, and you're making the proper investments so that you can upgrade, whatever. I'm not gonna get into the details of that. This is not that kind of show. But my thing is, most blacks, in the neighborhood or whatever, they have a negative opinion of the whole gay or transgender or whatever thing. You hear most motherfuckers talk negatively on that. I mean, think about rap music and how that term is used. But for some reason, when you see it on TV and the media, the black agenda and the gay agenda always get intertwined. You know what I'm saying? And not to be dismissive of anybody who's gay, not to be dismissive of LGBT, LMNOP. I don't know the letters. I can't figure it out. It changed every time I think I learned it. There's some new letters getting added. But I'm joking. But seriously, we're gonna take this call. But more blacks don't look at it like that, and I wonder why. We lean in that other direction. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Mess.
Giant Mess, what's the motherfucking deal? What would you like to drop in the den this evening, Giant Mess?
Well, I was just thinking about this conservative and liberal debate, and I was thinking, you know, I most like I said before, I'm a centrist, and like I'll look at things like on the left, and I'll look at things on the right, and I'll decide, you know, who's the lesser moron that I can vote for, you know. So it's just kind of like what appeals to me. I may be able to give up some things, but there's some things that might appeal to me in one way or another, and I have to just basically go that route, maybe. Whether it be, you know, even if I know that they'll lose, I'll vote independent because that's what's in my heart at the time. So I was just thinking about that, and I was thinking about the whole racism aspect, the way the table is right now, and I was thinking, you know, between the 12th century and the 16th century, I mean, like, you had like black merchants going to like different countries and things like that, and we're totally fine. And compared to, you know, what happened, you know, between the 17, 16, 17, and 1800s. And I was thinking about that, and I was going, it was funny that in like the Dark Ages, we were a lot more accepting of like, say, like gay people and different cultures coming in. Whereas, you know, maybe some weren't. You know, certain cultures wanted to just throw you under the bus and just, you know, put you on a spike somewhere. But I think, I mean, like, look at how big, like, say the gay thing was between, like, white people basically trying to sell themselves for a better life with rich politicians and, you know, things like that back in those days. And I think about the way things are now, and I hear all the, you know, the hate for different groups and things like that, and I was thinking, you know, it's kind of weird that we went that route, and it's like most of the time we won't see it. You know, I think like I say, like I'm not against gay relationships or gay marriage or anything like that. I am against, you know, if I said, like, say I was healthy and attractive. I don't want, you know, if I say, yeah, well, I don't swing that way, go away. I don't expect them to keep trying to push the button because eventually I'm going to get up and, you know, punch somebody. And it's like, I'll do that anyway with just anybody. You know, you cross a certain line, there's a certain, you know, certain line in the sand with things, so I don't know how to really go about it that way. Or rather, the way I grew up, I don't know how to go about it any other way. I also want to think about, you know, the way the liberals have really changed the tune with the Coon and Uncle Tom thing. And I was thinking about this, and I wrote it in the chat, and I said, here's the thing. They use the terms, you know, those terms to say, oh, well, you're doing what your white overlords have said to do. And it's like, well, you guys listen to white politicians all the time about how racist the right is, so, and you want to say, oh, well, punch a Nazi, or any of that kind of shit. It's like, do you not seeing you're doing the exact same thing? You're doing what is expected of you. So, you know, I really don't know anymore. It's like I got like nephews and nieces and cousins who are black or mixed and whatnot, and it's like some of the younger ones, I don't want them growing up to grow up to say, oh, voter laws are racist. And the reason why is because they had some black woman on MTV telling them that it was racist because black people, A, can't figure out how to get a voter ID and can't use the internet to figure it out. Because that's what they did in 2016. That's what that whole video was about. So it was just it's a weird time.
That's a very strange time. I definitely agree. Man, you just made a comment that made me think of something I'm going to speak on in just a second, talking about MTV and some of the shit that goes on with that. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, John Mess, as always, I appreciate it, man. And you made some very good points, especially about the merchant thing. And I'm going to speak on that here, too, in just a second.
All right.
All right. Appreciate your call.
Yep.
All right, hold on. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Danny again. I had to call back after that. I know. What was that? Heidi was asking why I feel like I have to defend myself. First of all, I want to say to Angela, I did not call you a liar. Period. I'm saying my experience is different from yours. Period. And when I brought up your name, it was about Obama and the black thing. I know you have mixed kids, but it wasn't about you or your kids. All right? It's about my experience being different than yours. My experience, I don't see a lot of people like cursing out mixed kids. I don't have that experience, period. I don't know where you live. I don't know what's going on over there. But like, no, that's not where I am in my life. And I'm a black woman. Okay? That's what I would say. But I'm not calling you a liar. I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
All right? But you know what I mean? I just wanted to make that clear. And I just wanted to say that I'm not saying that mixed people weren't discriminated against, or people are discriminated against every day for different reasons. Whether you're white, you're black, you're short, you're tall, you're skinny, you're fat. There's always something somebody's going to have a problem with, period. And what I say is, like at the end of the day, about all this stuff, about who people look at them as black, or they look at this person as that. Like, what's more important? How people see you or what you are? Huh? Like, what you are is what you are. It doesn't matter how people see you. I don't care how people see me. I'm a black woman. They can assume, oh, she's this, she's that. It doesn't matter, because when they talk to me, they're going to find out who I am, period. So who cares? It's all judgment and speculation until you shake a hand. That's how it is. You know, you have, that's my experience. I'm black. I'm not mixed. And no, I don't think the mixed experience is the same as a black person's experience, period. It's just not. It's not. It isn't the same. There's a reason why they had house niggers, right? And it wasn't my black ass. You know what I mean? So like, let's not get it twisted. Period. You know what I mean? Like that's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in and confirming that, Miss Danny.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah. So I'm not saying people don't get discriminated against. I'm saying hell yeah they do, for different reasons too. Some race, some not. So that's it. I'm done for the day. I'm done ranting. I'm done arguing. And another thing for Angela, like, listen, like I'm not angry. I'm not mad at anybody here. Like, if your first instinct is anger, there's something wrong. It should always be questioned. If you would have typed to me, hey, like, why are you saying that about my kids? I would have been happy to say, it wasn't about your kids. You know what I mean? Question. If your first instinct is anger, the second would be to ask yourself, why do I feel angry? Why can a random person on the internet make you angry? It should not happen. It shouldn't happen. That's what I'll say to you. All right? And I wish you the best. I think you guys are great. But I just want to say that because it upset me a little bit. I'm going to be honest, because to say, oh, she's calling me a liar, saying this about my kids. No, that's not how it is at all. There's no judgment from me for anybody here. We all have different opinions. All right? But I definitely don't think. Why are you so, like the joke that I hate Asians? I don't hate Asians. I don't have Asian. If I could be any other race, and this might sound racist, I would be an Asian person with a Fu Manchu. I'd have like one of those little Fu Manchus.
So
like if I could be any other race.
Would you also take up a martial art if that was the case?
Oh hell yeah! I could not have to do it. Have to do some martial arts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh yeah. I'm not mad, Angela. Not mad, Angela. And I wanted to say one other thing. I wanted to talk about how gun control is racist. There was never a question of gun control until like the slaves were going to be freed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, I don't know if a lot of people know, black people were not allowed to fence.
Really?
We weren't allowed to fence. Like, it was all kind of crazy shit around here. Like, so gun control started around, like, us, around black people being freed. So anybody that's saying, oh, gun control, like, I just view it as racist all the way because that's how it started. Like, there was no question of that shit until the slaves were going to be freed. So I think that's something I would like to talk about with you guys one day.
Okay. We'll take note of that.
All right.
All right, Miss Danny, I appreciate it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Y'all, wow. I fucks with y'all. All y'all cool in the fan. We got some things we got to discuss. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Oh, man, it's part 2 of the history lesson, so get your books out, man.
Substitute teacher Roman in the house. What's the motherfucking deal, man?
Let's go, bro. Let me tell you about, this is my second part I meant to talk to you about, Honcho. So,
all right, what you got?
This is we're going back in time again. We got time machine. This is in 1974, right?
Okay.
Black Panther Party was going around. Starting to die off. Jacob Hoover had a lot of influence. This is just after Fred Hampton died. And Bobby Seale, one of the original founders of the Black Panther Party, ran for mayor. So I watched the PBS thing about the documentary about the Black Panther Party. It was real well done documentary. I loved it, man. It was a great documentary, man. And one thing I respect about Bobby Seale, he ran as a Democrat, but he did some I feel like other Democrats haven't seen before. He talks about going into these neighborhoods and really working and improving and helping people. And this is what I want from any candidate. I don't care if you're a Democrat, I don't care if you're a Republican, Green Party, Purple Party. I want you to work for the people because at the end of the day, it's for the people. He went in there. I've never seen a politician ever do this. He went on a city bus, paid for a city bus, and said a whole speech on a city bus talking to people to get his message across. He would literally walk the streets, go past newspapers to people. He just didn't just do the big conferences and the big rallies. No. He went to the streets. He went in these people's houses, house by house by house, feeding them food. Hundreds of thousands of bags. That's a politician. That's a person I feel like is real. Now, he didn't win. He did not win to become the mayor. It makes sense. I mean, he was one of the leaders of the Black Panther Party. It makes sense. But I'm just saying, that is what a politician, I feel like its core foundation should be. It's for the people, Honcho. Stop because of the vote. I feel like these politicians always, let me push my message on the people and not be for the people. Be for the people. Because at the end of the day, we elect you to represent us. All you do is want us to push agenda for you. You get what I mean? And I don't like that because you are meant to represent us. And that goes for Democrats and Republicans. Like I say, I would say I sway more Democratic views, but it's some things I sway Republican. When it comes to a border situation, I'm not on board, but I do feel like we have to secure it. We do have to secure it. We do have to make sure who's coming in and out. We can't just let anybody in. I do agree with that. When it comes to abortion, man, I don't know. I don't want to go too long, but you know what I mean. And that's all I'm saying, man. I'm saying is that I feel like that should be a course of a politician, man. And that's why I'm not big on parties. That's why I would say Democrat, but I might even say myself independent. Now, one last thing, man. When it comes to this mixed people, I feel like this is getting talked about. That's how I feel, man. I feel like when you're walking down the street, right, and the cop pull you over, and it's a light-skinned nigga, dark-skinned nigga, and it's a mixed nigga. Which one's a nigga?
They all niggas, goddamn.
There we go. So I don't want to hear, he's not black. No. At the end of the day, when you stay in a cop's face, a cop's going to say, all y'all some niggas. And all y'all niggas might get shot. And that's how it is, man. at the end of the day, we all black and we all should love each other, bro. That's how I feel, man. So
I'm a slightly disagree with your take on that. And again, like I say, from an outside perspective, you know, some people have a difficulty if you're not familiar with particular cultures and things. And generally, when you have the mixed kids, they do tend to have more African features. This I do understand. But what I'm saying in this whole thing is, regardless of how you're perceived, it's not about the outside perception. It's kind of tying in with what Danny said. It's about you knowing who you are. And that's kind of my take on that. And you should know, if you are a mixed person or you have, you know, mixed heritage, that you should be familiar with both sides, because that's how you got here. You know, you shouldn't only know the black side, because that's not the only way you got here. And so I think that you have to bring in both sides. So that's my thing. What somebody else perceives you as doesn't determine, you know, what you are. Because there's some Indian folks out here, some Arabs or whatever you want to call them. Them motherfuckers darker than me, goddamn. You know, you wouldn't even know, you know. So, but my thing is, so I think it's more about discovering who they are, because I think, you know, everybody has issues, you know, especially when you say black people and we don't know our heritage from Africa or whatever. That's a whole different story. But if you have a person who's mixed, they should know both ends of it.
I get what you mean, Hot Show. I'm just saying, when you are in the world, man, let's be honest, and you're mixed, you are going to predominantly be perceived as black. You've got to face that. I 100% agree when you're talking about you have to learn both sides of history, because you are. You're not fully one. I'm just saying, when you are in the world, that's what you're projected by. You can be the richest mixed person in the world, but you know what? When white people look at you, they look at you and they see a nigga. And that's all you need to know, bro. That's all I'm saying. But I 100% agree with you, Honcho. So the substitute, he leaves for the day, bro. He'll be back later, though.
All right. Well, that's a bit. Well, I appreciate your call, man.
Anytime.
All right. Y'all give me just, I know some folks trying to call in. Give me a brief second. I'm going to put the line on pause for a second. I got to take a short break. We'll be right back. This is a very interesting conversation. There's a couple of things I wanted to speak on, too, and I know some other calls coming in, so we'll make sure we get those. Give me just, fuck it. We'll take this call real quick, goddamn. Oh, hold on. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Jay Dizzle again, goddammit.
All right, what you got, Jay Dizzle?
First of all, Danny, yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad at some shit you did. You damn right I am. What I need to know is why you ain't got your ass in this Cadillac yet. That's what I need to know. Goddamn, you need to get on down to Gorilla Pimpin'. Stop bullshit. Now, when you get your ass in here, I'm going to need you to tone all that racist shit down, because I got to go pick up my Chinese bitch in about 45 minutes. So I need you to chill out with all that shit. Now, we going to go and ride this thing on out and going to handle our goddamn business. And Roman, not bad, Roman. Not bad. I can say I'm proud of you, brother. Keep doing your thing.
Okay. All right. So we're going to pause for just a second. I'm going to run, take a short break. I'll be back in 2 shakes of, I'll be back in a jiffy. Y'all just give me a goddamn second. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get back to this conversation. There's a couple of things that I said I wanted to address. A couple of things I wanted to speak on. And we'll try to get as much of that in as we, be in between calls and things. I spoke on, basically, why I think more black people really are conservative, but when you don't pay attention to what's getting pushed, you just automatically lean Democrat because they talking about giving you this, or the motherfuckers in the hood on welfare or whatever, and they spend the rest of their money on dope. So if you're a drug dealer, you might want motherfuckers to continue to lean that way. I don't know. But I mean, you're a businessman. It is what it is. We talked about that. Now, John Messick called in. He was talking about something on MTV about the voter right things. But I seen this little clip floating around on Twitter. And this is this liberal mindset for you. And this is what I'm saying. And again, not that I hate the left-wing things or anything like that. It's just this mindset that permeates. That's where you get the participation trophy mindset. Everybody's a winner mindset. That kind of shit going on. And I can't stand that shit. That shit bothers the fuck out of me. Okay. I find that what's that magic word? Problematic. That's what I'm looking for. Give me what I need. And so the thing about that is, I saw them and they were talking about this chick on here talking about, I hate that we always got to talk about black excellence. Now, one, this is some shit that I'm sure black liberals then came up with, black excellence, this term. It's always got to, because it just makes us feel like we always have to be excellent. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you want to feel like? Like, why wouldn't you want to strive for? Why can't we talk about black mediocrity and black okay? Like, what the fuck kind of dumbass thinking is this? Like, that's what the problem is. That's what we fucking suffering from. And so, suffering, succotash, but that's what we're fucking suffering. Like, why don't we show more of that? There's plenty of that. Go look at the motherfuckers fighting each other in every goddamn hood. Go look at the motherfuckers who, when that fucking hair store closed down and they threw all the weave away and the motherfuckers was jumping in the fucking dumpsters pulling weave and shit up out that bitch. Like, why that ain't mediocre enough for you? I mean, there's plenty of that black mediocre shit. There's plenty of that black basic bullshit all over the internet. And so the fact is, why can't we celebrate, just being black okay? Like, who the fuck wants to celebrate anything okay? Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, we got to get out of this mindset, because then it's always, because we just celebrate okay white people. No, the fuck we don't. Where do they do that? Where are we celebrating okay anything? People want to see something exceptional. People want to see something interesting, amazing, outstanding, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But it's like all this shit that motherfuckers find a reason to cry about. And the shit makes no fucking sense to me. Like, you really gonna cry about, well, why do we only focus on black excellence? Now, if you didn't do that, because one, they don't, but if you didn't do that and you only showed black people being okay, mediocre, whatever the fuck, then you would cry about that. We never show black people doing anything great. And this is why I get frustrated with a lot of the shit that we put forth, a lot of the motherfuckers we put out there. I don't know who she is. I'm sure she was somebody famous. I don't ever know, because it was on one of them fucking shows. It was on something on MTV or Complex or one of them fucking stupid ass shows that motherfuckers watch. Like I said, I don't really know. I just saw the clip and fucking, I was like, what the fuck is this stupid shit? What's today? Today is technically Saturday. Let me fix this because the thing might be off. Let me, okay, it's still working. It's still good. Let me fix it here in a second anyway. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's the motherfucking deal, Honcho?
What's the deal? Who we got calling in?
DeMarcus, man.
Already, DeMarcus, man. What you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
I just want to say one thing.
All right.
To get off my chest.
All right. What you got?
Jay Dizzle, what the fuck is a gorilla pimping, my nigga? That shit is lame as fuck, nigga. You talking to the max. What you mean? Wait, man, it's my gorilla pimping. Nigga, I got hoes in Detroit, Miami, of course in the H. The fuck is a gorilla pimping, nigga? I want you to call back and explain that shit. Fuck, nigga.
Uh-oh. Pimp beef. We got some pimp beef going on. God damn it.
Yeah. All right, Huncho.
Man, appreciate the call, DeMarcus, back.
All right.
Already. Oh, look, I don't want to get stabbed. You know, everybody who be pimping, they carry knives and shit. I don't look. I fuck around and I might get poked. I ain't trying to look. Don't, keep your blade sharp. But hey. Let's see. Hold on one second. Hold on. I done dropped the call screen. Hold on. Uh-oh. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
You already know.
So I guess you're here to explain to put him on game, huh?
I guess I got to explain it to this nigga, man. I guess you ain't listening to Pimp C enough. I'm talking about, look here. You can be a Mac all you want to. This is what a Mac is. A Mac is a nigga that like to fuck for free. But a pimp want that money. You know what I'm talking about? So, look here. Gorilla pimping is something where the bitch don't get a choice. I'll tell her what it is and the way it is. Like Danny S., you mine. Ain't no question about it. So it don't matter how you feel or what you got to say. Don't matter. You my bitch. So that's how we gonna run that. That's called gorilla pimping, and it's not gorilla like a motherfucking primate, motherfucker. It's gorilla, Guerilla, which means I'm taking it by force. Know what I'm talking about? So you niggas need to get y'all motherfucking nouns and fucking nouns. Jesus Christ, your verse. I can't even hold it, man. I'm laughing to goddamn. But anyway, y'all get the goddamn point. Yeah. I can't even get it out. I'm laughing at myself. So, fuck you, nigga. Talking all that shit. Gonna call me a hoe-ass nigga. Oh, what the fuck? Call me a hoe-ass nigga. I got your hoe-ass nigga. I let my bitches take care of mine. I'm talking about, and the nigga, if you want to be by something, nigga, come on down to PA and see about me. Head down to the end of 287, 69, and 96. You hit any one of them highways and head south, it's gonna run you straight to PA. So come fuck with me, bitch-ass nigga. Talking all that bullshit. No motherfucking Max around here. It's about this pimping, bitch.
Straight up. Shout out to Jay Dizzle, man. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, man. That's why I fucks with y'all, man. Y'all keep this thing live and very interesting. But yeah, man. The whole black excellence thing, and again, hold on, what we go? Hold on, man. Hold on. What's really going down? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Man, this lady.
You pimping too?
Jay Dizzle need to stop that shit. That nigga is a caveman pimper. That motherfucker is a caveman pimp, okay? He knocking chicks out with a motherfucking club, big ass club and shit, and pulling them into his Cadillac. So
that sounds like violation.
I'm joking. Hey, Hanso,
yes.
I'm telling you. I was trying to tell it to you on the thing, but you act like you don't hear me.
All right, what you got?
Man, DeMarcus talking shit about you on the slick.
Tell me more.
Yeah, DeMarcus, I'm tattling. I'm straight tattling. I'm high too. Yeah, I'm tattling. Okay, so he said that you look like a squirrel in German. He trying to be funny. At first I thought he said unicorn, but he said squirrel. You an asshole for that. Hanso, you don't look like no squirrel. Don't listen, man. But I just thought I'd tell you that he was talking shit about you.
No, I ain't tripping out there. So you don't look. They gonna hate, but you can't stop me from being great. You know what I'm talking about? They ain't taking nothing off my plate. You know
say it again.
About? So, but I got a question for you. I'm glad you called back though. No, but I'm definitely glad you called back because I wanted to ask you about something you said earlier. You were saying that Obama was better than Trump, and I wanted to ask you why you felt that way.
Man, look, I'm not really a politics type person or anything like that. I'm really not about the government and shit like that. But Donald Trump's stupid. Okay. He just stupid. He gets on my motherfucking nerves. I cannot believe that he gets away with so much shit that he's getting away with. And it's fucking crazy because he might be good in a business sense, but I'm talking about for real, like, he doing some dumb ass shit. He wasting our fucking money. This shit is crazy. I mean, come on.
Okay, so what did you like?
I know half of the motherfuckers that voted for him fucking regret that shit.
Right. So
anybody better than him. But Obama did a lot of shit, and that's why he retracting a lot of Obama shit, because Obama was trying. I ain't gonna say everything was the greatest that Obama did, but he was trying. But you know, for a president for what he was, not, you know, anything else, you know, but fuck that.
So, I mean, what,
I
like,
can't stand it.
is there anything specific for either one? Is there anything like specific that Obama did that you like, or something specific that Trump has done that you dislike?
Well, listen, I just said Obama because everybody else said Obama. I didn't have a problem with Obama, okay? But anybody, okay, y'all not hearing me, anybody is better than Trump. Like, I even hate to say it, I would have rather had Hillary. I'm talking about down to the two, this is your choice. Who would you have? I would have rather had Hillary than Trump, dumbass. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, for real, because he gonna put us in the motherfucking war anyway. It's so much. I've never heard so much shit, like, about him, the stupid crap that he's doing, shit that he should be in jail for, shit that he should have been impeached for already. And he just getting away with it. Like, it's so crazy. I didn't like Bush either. These motherfuckers voted for Bush again. I would have rather had Al Gore. I don't know what the hell everybody else was thinking, but you know, I pay attention to some things. I don't be all in it, but like I said, anybody better than Trump. I cannot stand him. I can't even stand him for a personal reason. Every time this motherfucker open his mouth with his duck lip shaped mouth, I don't know, like, it just irks me. And then this whole wall shit, this is such a waste. It's such a waste.
So you ain't fucking with the wall?
No. Hell no. You ain't gonna find nobody else to do half of the shit that the Mexicans are doing. Why kick them out? I mean, yes, I feel like they should go through the process, you know, of being legal, you know what I'm saying, do the right thing because it's the law, you know, but as far as trying to set shit, Berlin and shit like that, you know what that motherfucking wall was about, and they just signed, well, not just, it was a couple of years, but they got that wall down, and it meant so much, you know what I'm saying? And here it is, we over here trying to build a wall to separate for what? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy. I don't understand. I don't, and I don't agree with it. It's going to take so much money. And then have you heard how he talks about it? I mean, he talks like I would. If I'm not dumb, but I'm just saying I'm not a very, you know, like Danny and Sean, you know what I'm saying? They're more precise with their words and meanings and everything like that than I am, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sophisticated like them in speaking. So I feel like, you know, that's how I would be out there trying to explain something. This is our president.
So wouldn't that make it more relatable though? I mean, wouldn't that
Fuck no. I still don't understand. It's still Trump. I cannot compare this man to me like that. Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. No, hell no. Hell no. He's stupid, and he ain't thinking about nobody but himself. Period. He ain't thinking about us. He ain't thinking about nobody else. That's why he building a fucking wall using our tax money and all this and that. Shuts the fucking government down just to put his point across. Like, that's some childish, dumbass shit to me.
Is it childish or is it some gangster shit? I mean, if he
no.
wanted to shut it all down to get his way, you know, he look, fuck all y'all, fuck y'all jobs and y'all money. Look, I got something I'm trying to accomplish. You don't think that's no gangster shit?
No, hell no. He need to be impeached. I don't understand why he's still in there.
Okay, so here's the deal.
And I swear to God, I would be so surprised. I swear I thought it was a joke. I was like, really? Donald Trump is running for president? Hell no. You know what I'm saying? I was, what?
So what do you
and
think
then
about,
this motherfucker won.
Yeah, well, what do you think about Mike Pence then? Because, you know, if Donald out, then Pence is up next. So how do you feel about Mike Pence?
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even listen to all of that. I ain't even listen to all of that. I told you, I'm really not a news person. Like I said, when he comes on the TV, I change the channel. Like, for real. I can't stand him. He really irks me. I hate to say it like that, but this is a motherfucker. You know how motherfuckers you just get around. Like, some people, you know, you could be kind of cool with. You know, another person, you be like, oh yeah, I click with that person. But you've got that one specific person that you don't know why the fuck you don't like them, but you know you don't like them, like in the bottom of your fucking soul type shit. That's how I feel about Donald Trump. I can't stand him.
Okay.
I can't.
I don't know, man. I think you know, I don't think it's so bad, but everybody's entitled to their
Do
own
you
opinion.
really, Huncho? Or are you just saying that?
really
Or
think
do
so,
you
man.
like
Look.
seriously agree with Donald Trump?
Look, I don't agree, 100% with anybody, but I think he was better than Hillary.
Oh, okay.
And I think that, it was a wake-up call. Like a lot of callers have said, Donald Trump is definitely a wake-up call. He told black folks what they needed to hear. They didn't want to hear it. They still don't want to hear it. And it's like, hey, look, you've been voting for these same motherfuckers all this time since you didn't have the right to vote, and they ain't doing shit for you. Shit, why not give me a chance? What's the worst that could happen? Because there ain't shit happening for you anyway. And again, so we may be looking at it from different perspectives, but
But what has he really done that's been great?
But what has
Nothing.
What has he done to harm anybody? Because everybody acts like there were people who committed suicide because he became president. Because what I think is going on really with Donald Trump is there's more stigma than actual. What's the word I'm looking for? There's more stigma around him than the actual negativity that he's done. Has he been getting away with some other shit? Cool. Hey, motherfuckers, look, here's what kills me. Motherfuckers be loving mob bosses and motherfuckers love famous drug dealers who beat cases and doing all that shit. Hey, the president do it. Hey, I ain't mad at him. Look, niggas be talking about all kind of shit about hoes and this, that, and the third. He talking about shit, let me grab him by the pussy. And niggas mad at him for that, but these niggas doing the same shit when they in the fucking club. They grabbing up on bitches they don't know. But Donald Trump, he said grab him by the pussy. Nigga, I just seen you grab a stranger.
You know what? Let me tell you. No, I totally disagree. You know what makes me mad about this shit? You know what I'm saying? That if somebody like fucking Donald Trump could be president, that should be a motherfucking wake-up call. You know what I'm saying? That should be like, goddamn, Danny, Sean, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, yeah, I'm hollering for the women. Goddamn, y'all could be president. And I guarantee you damn sure be motherfucking better than Trump. And I'm talking about if he can motherfucking do it, you best believe you can do it, boo. Hey, fuck, that's what you should be mad about. Like, why am I not president? You know what I'm saying? Why can't I be up there and change the motherfucking world? Well, goddamn. This motherfucker right here can do it. You can goddamn do it.
Shit, I be saying some of the same shit he fucking said. He be trying to get my ass up out of there. No, god damn it. You're not saying what we want you to say, Honcho. You got to get the fuck. That's not what we voted for. No, I be saying some of the same shit.
Oh, hell no. I think it opened your eyes because he was like, I can't believe this motherfucker really became president. I think that's what that was. That was like a shock. Like,
I didn't think it was
really?
going to happen. I thought that, like everybody thought that fucking, I was just like, man, these motherfuckers finna default to Hillary. Because here's my deal, okay? You said you would have went for Hillary. And, I know a lot of motherfuckers, know a lot of black people who would have went for Hillary. Everybody's saying Trump is racist. But Hillary was the one with the fucking super predators comment. Hillary was the one that actually got laws enacted that have still been harming black people to this day. And she ain't say shit about that shit until she had a chance to become president. When she was going against Obama and she didn't beat out Obama, she ain't never say nothing about that shit. When these chicks, these young girls came, and confronted her about that shit, I'd be happy to speak on it. Security. And she went and got these motherfuckers to run them up out of it. Like, I don't see how motherfuckers was in the Hillary camp. Like, she actually did shit. The rest of that shit around Trump was rhetoric. The fact that he said, only black people
I'm not
like
saying Hillary was any better. I swear to God, I'm not saying that.
But then you only had two
like
choices.
That ass. But between the two, like for real, like just between the two, it would have rather been Hillary to me.
So then you saying she better. That's what you saying. So you saying you're not saying that Hillary was better, but if it was between the two, you'd have picked
hell
Hillary.
no. I wouldn't even want to. Okay, I wouldn't even vote. If it was for real, for real, I wouldn't even vote then. And then it'd be like, still.
I'm just saying.
That's crazy.
I'm just saying, man. Hillary would have answered the conversation.
Well, you're right. But that do make you think, though.
But that's what I'm saying. My thing is, man,
I don't
know.
You gotta, we fucked either way.
But yeah, this is what you got to. This is what you got to do. You got to take a look into Hillary, because Hillary is a pit bull. Like, motherfuckers talk shit about Trump, but there's just this stigma of, motherfuckers might have been cool with Bill or something, so they think, Hillary was his wife, she let that nigga get his dick sucked, she got to be cool. Hillary was a motherfucking pit bull. It wasn't Bill out there trying to hush these bitches up. Hillary was out there sending hit squads on these motherfuckers to shut these bitches up. She was the one organized. Like, this is a known thing. Like, Hillary is a cold-blooded motherfucker. We talk about what's up with that Clinton organization? What happened to all the money they raised? Did they have some houses in Haiti they were supposed to build? Maybe built half a house? We need to call him Mike, ask him to get his Mexican partner with the 2x4s and the fucking shit to go build them houses. They'd have had more houses built than the fucking the Clinton Foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like, these motherfuckers are scum. Like, and so this is my thing is like, you looking at the two. Either you can have the shit you already had, the motherfuckers who actually did dirt, or fuck it, might as well get this new nigga a chance. He know how to run a cup, or at least he know how to, finagle shit to get it done. So shit, fuck it, let him have a shot. I'd rather him have a shot and speak his mind and fake that shit.
Then who would you choose if it was motherfucking Trump and motherfucking Bill Clinton? Who would you choose?
Trump.
For real? Oh wow.
What was so great about Bill? What was so great about Bill?
I don't know, but ain't nobody really talk about him until he had to motherfucking apologize to the whole motherfucking nation because he got his dick sucked.
That's the only reason niggas like fucking. And I'm not saying I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm saying out of the two, only reason niggas like Bill is because Bill got his dick sucked. He played the saxophone and he said he smoked weed. Oh, that's a nigga right there. And that was it. That was it. Bill, along with Hillary, allowed these fucking laws to get implemented. But that's what I'm saying. That ain't quality country running. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. If that's the case, I just hang with some niggas from around the way. We trying to fuck with some hoes and smoke some weed and shit. You have a jam session. Look, that ain't nothing. I can listen to some music with my partners. That shit when I was a kid, a teenager or some shit. Here's my deal. Here's my deal. And my thing is, I don't give a fuck about none of these politicians really, because I think they all scum. I think they all, you got to do dirt to get what you're trying to get. I mean, that's just the role of a fucking politician, and they're all trash in some sense. But if you got to pick some fucking between the two trash, the trash with just a bunch of paper in it, or the trash with the fucking baby shit in it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck it, take the paper trash, the fucking office trash instead of the household trash, man, and fucking make that shit shake. Because here's the deal, exactly. Bill, along with Hillary, put niggas in jail. They enacted laws that put niggas in jail that's in jail still to this day. Trump, along with, some other little shit, he's getting motherfuckers out of jail. He's actually had laws that have been put in place for prison reform. So, we got to stop listening to one side. I know it feels good. They tell us the shit that we want to feel, but you got to listen to both sides and seeing what's really going on, and then do some independent research. You know what I mean? Like, don't let them motherfuckers persuade you, because they'll do a great job at it. They have motherfuckers who are professionally trained to impact your psychology, to impact your way of thinking, to persuade you into a certain belief. And that's why you got to stop letting the TV or wherever you get it, or even if you don't pay attention at all, then you got to look into it for yourself. But and I'm not the most politically adept motherfucker. I just
can't even listen to what he say.
Man, but you got to.
I can't get into nothing that he say, because everything just sound retarded.
You got to get over
that. Man, that just sound like the Peanuts teacher and shit. Wah, 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 wah. I can't do it.
You got to listen to
I guess not. I told you I'm not that type anyway. But I'm talking about, you make your points, but I just, no. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is this.
No, sir, I don't like him.
All I'm saying is this. Look, you got to really look at what's really going on. Like I say, the motherfucker smile in your face and stab you behind your back. I'd rather a motherfucker be blunt with me straight up and tell me like it is, and then me formulate my plan from there, as opposed to motherfucker, oh yeah, man, nigga, I got you, man. Yeah, don't even worry about it. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as I turn around, this motherfucker kick me off a cliff and say, fuck you, because that's what they doing on one side. And then the other side is like, hey, look, man, you're going to have to get it on your own. They going to tell you straight up, this is how you could go do it, or you go get it, or you can, you can lose, or you can do whatever you choose. But I'd rather be a motherfucker be blunt with me, as opposed to try to sell me some wolf tickets. I show up to the motherfucking concert, can't get in the door. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how I feel about it. So it is what it is. But I mean, you're entitled to your own beliefs. I'm not here to persuade you. You have your reasons, and I have mine. So,
I hear you. You make a good point, though. You got to get the gab over there. I hear you.
You smoked that blunt already?
Yeah.
Did you hit it twice for your boy?
Yeah, I got you. I had to put it out, though. I ain't smoke like that.
Yeah, you ain't hit it twice for your boy. But that's all right. Listen, like I say, I appreciate it, though. Again, like I say, you're entitled to your opinion, but I appreciate the call, though.
All right, all right, y'all.
Already. Okay. This ain't the Kush dead. It will be so. But what y'all in there talking about? Cut the ringer off. You know what I'm saying? All right. Hold on. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, what's up, Honcho? It's Chicago Mike.
Chicago Mike. What's the man? Where you been at, Chicago Mike, man? We didn't put an APB out on you. We ain't seen you in a while, man. We was making sure you was all right.
No, man, I've been just shadow watching the channel for the last couple of days. I couldn't jump in because it was a little bit heated. The topics you picked were a little too provocative for me, so I had to back off of it. You got fucking stereotypes, interracial dating, and I was like, fuck all that. I'm gonna blow up the den if I fucking get too crazy like Jay Dizzle.
Man, that's what we need.
I can't handle everything I'm gonna bring, man.
That's what we need, though, man.
Not for real. So I've been watching that, and it was a little too much for me. But today I gotta say first, almost every call has been on point. Roman's points, Danny's points, Jay Dizzle, DeMarcus, they all seem to be vibing back and forth on some of the things you've been talking about. The original reason I came in, so it's really encouraging to see that. It's taken effect, it's taken hold, and you guys are talking about, but not repeating the same points. You guys still have a lot of things to sort of work out. Not everything's 100% smooth, but the main fundamental point seems to be getting there, and that's actually to your topic tonight, the whole Republican and Democrat thing. I think this whole conversation you have in the den is precisely what the Democrats don't want. And they're not stupid. I think they're evil, but I don't think they're stupid. They can definitely see that black people specifically, are sort of coming out of their grips, right? They're coming off of their chain. And the chain that Democrats want to keep on the black community is that you need them, right? The only way you can get out of the poverty and the crime is if you give them the votes. They will give you whatever it is they say they're going to give you. But as multiple of your callers, not just today, since I've been calling in 2 weeks ago, have pointed out, just go to any democratically run city and you will see that they have not fulfilled their promises. They have not implemented what they said. So to that point, I think the reason we're seeing why the media is pushing stuff so far to the left, extreme left, is because I think they're seeing that their bread and butter is no longer with just the black community, right? They're diversifying their interests and they're going after, sometimes the gays, but even gays are homosexual gays, whatever. They're not really needing that kind of aid anymore. They're not the out group anymore. I mean, we all have gay homies, we have gay family members, there's gay shows, there's gay politicians, there's gay businesses, there's gay areas, right? So they're kind of seeing now that they don't need to rely on government intervention. The Democrats are constantly giving them stuff. So now they're pushing it to the left, and now the group that they want to appease is the trans people, right? And that's why they're making them feel like, oh, the only way you're going to get quote unquote equality is if you get the trans vote now. And so that's why I think they're becoming more extreme. They're becoming more radical because the centrists, the moderates, the people like this entire room, race notwithstanding, we see that that's not the way to go, right? Like, I think it was Danny F that said, it's like, if you go outside your house and go about your life and go back to work and come back, like 99% of the time, unless you run into some racist Asians, they're generally pretty cool people. Like, you can get through your day and like, it's not that bad, It's not like you're just running into all kinds of problems like the media says. Yeah. So, to that point, I think I think what you're doing for your, local community right here is precisely what they don't want anyone to do, but most focused on the black vote, because that's what historically has been how they've been into power. And to take it back to historical sense, everyone I'm sure has already done it, but if you just do a little bit research, you can just find the information about LBJ, and you'll know the inception of the Democrat plantation mentality, right? And that's the one thing you actually started off the whole video today about was your mentality. I actually definitely agree with that, man. I think that, again, Democrats are not stupid. They're evil, right? Not all of them, but like the party, they see that black people are truly becoming woke. The whole hashtag walk away thing. They see that like, hey, we can't keep them under control with fear and poverty. Like, there's too many that are bringing themselves up. I mean, hell, there's a lot of solid, black businesses here in Chicago, on the South Side even. I don't fuck with Englewood. I don't like Chicago Bear there. I'm not that tough. But like, if you come to the South Side, like, there's black people that are woke, and they are not Democrat votes any longer. I don't think they ever will be again, to be honest with you. But let me ask you something, Honcho. You mentioned that you had a chance to get into some of Coleman Hughes. Can you break down exactly what you heard and what your opinion on that was real quick?
Oh, man. He was talking about, I think it was the one you recommended about the wealth gap or the wealth spending habits or something of that nature. It was the one I saw. He was on spending. He was on the show
spending and wealth
with a little chick. I think it was a white chick. He was just sitting there. There was just the two of them. Like I said, I only caught a couple of his videos, but they were interesting because, again, similar to Sal a little bit to me. And like I said, it was cool to see a young dude, thinking like that. And he just broke down, he was talking about how, there have been situations where it didn't necessarily favor blacks at that time, but even when the opportunity did, become more even, that we don't take advantage of it now, and like I said, it was a small clip that I caught of, but like just kind of the things he was speaking, because I was doing some work in the background too. But like I said, I did like what he was talking about. I did like some of the things that he was speaking of, but I can't give you just a whole shit ton of details, but I just remember, that I did agree with a lot of what he was saying. But he was speaking on, I want to say, after the war and some of the war credits, and he was just talking about how, you could pass these things down and all this other stuff, but, then once black people did get those opportunities, or maybe they may have been a little bit behind, but now we have every opportunity in the world, and we still don't take advantage of it. It's more so complaining and things like that. But I did find him very interesting.
Yeah, he's the one that sort of turned me on to some other sources, and I don't take anyone's information as fact until I can check it out, to think about it for myself and digest it. And the things he was spitting were absolutely correct. Like, there was peak black employment, black literacy, cohesive family, a total inversion of the single parenthood rates, fatherless homes. All of that was prior to the Democrats taking over through the Civil Rights Act. All that was prior. And so if you went to the black family in like the late 30s, 40s, after the war through the 50s, blacks were much better off as a community. And it just seems like as soon as you got into this whole, what we call victimhood, the identity politics of today, everything went to hell. It really is a straight line. And I couldn't believe it. I was hoping to find some nuance in there, but man, he was spitting facts. And I confirmed it for myself, the same way that when Danny F. presented that question about the middle passage, who had it off worse, and I thought I knew everything, and I did my, it was only for a day, but I did my fair research and found out, my God, I was actually pretty much on point with everything I knew. Blacks did have a hand in enslaving their own population. There was a well-established market thousands of years before white men became involved. Now, they certainly have a role in America, but anyway, all those facts seem to line up. So Coleman Hughes definitely is someone who's he's only 22 years old, man. You want to talk about feeling jealous? This young brother makes everyone feel jealous, and he plays the trombone and he looks the way he looks. Get the fuck out of here! But yeah, man. So he really is. I encourage you to read more when you get a chance. I know you're very busy. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm trying to respect the new, you got a new 5-minute rule now. So I did want to touch on the college admission scandal. That's the current event. Yeah, that shit's out of control, man. And I don't know how that's going to impact the Harvard anti-Asian bias case or any other Ivy League school. But I mean, that's all mixed in together, man. It's all shenanigans. And that's something that I'm not sure how many of the Den or you have been really thinking about that. I asked you about that before through the chat last time. Did you get a degree in radio, AV production, something like that? You're like, hell no, man. I got a degree in fucking art or something like that. But coming from my culture, it's been a big part of our family and our culture, right? And we knew that from a long time ago. We knew that there was, thumb on the scale against us, and I don't want to say we, but I thought it was in favor of other groups, specifically blacks. And I used to get really mad about that, man. And you know, because I felt like I had to work harder or I deserved more. But I'm just going to tell the truth, from the heart truth. You know, I don't get mad about that anymore. I actually kind of feel sorry, because I get it now that the Democrats do that not because they like y'all more. They know you will take, not you, but the black community at large will take the bait, right? You're an easy target, or at least someone they've picked out to be a target, if not easy and growing harder. But I know now as a more mature man, yeah, they didn't target us because they hate us more, they like you more. They just don't think it's worth the time. It's too difficult. But if we go to the affirmative action, the welfare, the housing, the reparations bait route, these people will lap it up. Jussie Smollett, Rachel Dolezal, Talcum X, Al Sharpton, all of them, they're all part of that, man. They all know that shit. So I'm just saying, like, they see that there's this group out there. Someone pointed out, like, if you go out to the, you know, Just Free Jussie Smollett thing right now, it's exactly true, man. They're still trying to play that same tune, hoping, that Chicago blacks will vote for that side. So that's how I feel about the college admission scandal. Like, it's not surprising. It's a little surprising that it went that deep and there's that much money being thrown at it. But, you know, we've known that it was stacked against us specifically for a long time. And now it's just kind of come to light. So I'm actually real curious to see how people will feel about that. And I'm wondering how the black community will feel about that as well. How do you haven't talked about it tonight. I know you had a couple of requests about it. Maybe you'll address it before the end of the night, but it's getting pretty late. What do you feel about the shooting in New Zealand, and how does that relate to us as Americans and the media?
Man, I think that's pretty wild. Like I said, I've only paid a little bit of attention. I kind of caught it last night, I think, briefly after it happened. And at first, I'm gonna be honest, like, cause I forgot where I was. It might have been on Google or something. I would think I might have been in the house and on the phone, and I saw Christchurch and mosque, and I was telling my old lady, I'm like, Christchurch and then a mosque. I don't think Muslims believe in Christ. I didn't realize that was the name of the city at the time. And then as I kind of looked into it a little bit more, kind of found out what was going on. And I think that's pretty wild. And I think that's sick. But again, like I say, like the caller called in earlier, Chicago was saying that, that he saw a lot of the news. Like I said, I mean, I'm really not a person that watches very much news from any of the major outlets, because I feel like they have, each of them have an agenda. And so, saying that, that I guess the CNNs or whatever were trying to paint it as a Second Amendment issue or tying it into America or something like that. But I'm sure that, there'll be plenty of people who use that as a foundation to try to push that agenda. I mean, whatever leverage that they can, I'm sure they'll find a way to tie it into to some other political situation when it just needs to be addressed for what it is, which is just a tragedy. And, we need to be more concerned with, I guess, I don't want to say thoughts and prayers. We hear about that all the time, but, what legitimate ways can you handle that situation? I don't think, taking all the guns is the issue. You should have the right to protect yourself, because, I mean, that's the American way. But I don't know. Like I said, I think
it was Danny that mentioned that, which she's absolutely right. Gun control as a concept, not the intricacies of the law and how it's applied today, but the inception of gun control as a concept was immediately from the freedom of slaves. Everyone had the right to bear arms, and it was unchecked, and you could protect yourself. But as soon as black people became freedmen, then they implemented gun control, because you can't have a bunch of niggas running around with muskets and weapons, right? You can't have that. So the entire concept of gun control, again, in the inception of it, was a racist concept. It was directed at black people. Today, it's obviously for all citizens, and there's definitely a question of, does your neighbor need to have an automatic rifle and M60s and hell like that? That's different. But as a person of color, but not your color, I am a staunch Second Amendment rights holder, because I'm not Korean, but Korean Americans know that if you don't own guns yourself and you rely on the police, they can decide what neighborhoods not to protect. There's an excellent, we all remember it. It was during the LA riots after Rodney King. their whole neighborhoods burned down, and it was because the police pulled out protection from those areas. Just those areas, not the rich upstate areas or the Pasadena and Glendale, nothing like that. But it's Koreatown that got burned down, mostly by blacks and Mexicans. But the point is, the police were not there to protect them. So the call for gun rights control will definitely be on the agenda as a result of the New Zealand shooting. And, I feel very bad for any innocent people of any religion and race who are murdered. That's probably not right in many moral sense. We don't have to obviously get into that. But I think the evil agenda of the Democrats will be to spin this in that way. They're not going to let a good, disaster, good crisis go to waste. They're going to spin this to come after tighter gun controls. So y'all be warned about that. And the one thing I do want to correct for the record is I appreciate Sean's passion, but her facts are a little bit off. The Japanese did not build the Trans-Pacific Railroad. It was the Chinese. The reparations were paid to Japanese Americans for the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II as a result of Pearl Harbor. So that's it. I'm going to give up the mic, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the callers. Thanks, Sancho.
All right, appreciate the call there, Mike. That's funny. I'm laughing because I knew y'all was going to react. So again, like I say, provided a lot of facts, a lot of very interesting stuff there. Hold on, we got a call coming in. Hold on. Y'all activated. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling into the den this evening?
This is Beyond the Funny Man.
Beyond, what's the motherfucking deal? I can't help but start laughing when you call in, man. What you want to drop in the den this evening, babe?
So we just gonna speed past that shit that he just said. Like he is very fortunate that we're all friends in the den. Because if he would have said that shit on the street, he would have most likely been shot the fuck up. But my point is, on the caller before him, the female, she was making points saying, since Trump is doing all this easy shit, why can't she be president? And that's the thing. She can't be president because she's not making fucking sense. She kind of epitomizes the ego of black people. And that's the thing when it comes to Obama. The thing when it comes to black people is if you ask a black person, oh, who's your favorite president? They're going to say, oh, Obama. You ask them why. They're not going to have no fucking reason just because he's black. That's the main reason they're going to say that for. And the thing is, if a black person give you $20, they'll tell you, they'll get on you about that $20 for the rest of your life. And this is the thing that they did. They gave us Obama, so now black people, we're going to talk about that for the rest of our damn life. And when it comes to Trump, people don't like Trump. Well, black people don't like Trump because he's a nigga with money, and black people hate on people with money. And my point in that is Trump, he was already a fucking billionaire before he even got up in the White House. And that's the thing. Black people can't tolerate a nigga that have money, and when they ain't shit, like, they always want somebody that's gonna do something for them. But Trump, he not really trying to, identify with what's going on in the hood. He's just, he's just up there for himself, and that's the problem. If black people, they don't give a fuck. They just like, oh, if he not gonna help me, fuck that nigga. Fuck his money too. And I had took some notes on shit because I have a guy I was trying to get in for the longest, but I think that's about it. But yeah, last caller, don't say that shit no more, man, because that boy. But all right, that's all I got to say.
All right, Beyond, that's a bit, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right.
Man, I'll tell y'all why I laugh every time Beyond call in, because of the call when he talk about that motherfucker was sounding like the Harris County, one of them Harris County collect calls. And so every time he call in, I think about that shit and I die laughing, man. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling in the den this evening?
Man, it's prepaid. I had to call. Oh, lady. Lady. What? Nigga. What? Baby girl, listen. Instead of you wasting 6 minutes of your life, just call Trump a stupid head and move on. Just call him a stupid head, because What? Nigga, where you find them answers at? And listen, I know you say you had smoke, lady. You need to quit smoking. You're killing your brain cells. You smoke crack, don't you jump? And for you young niggas, man, that's from lean old me when he told Sam to jump. You know, the clerk told nigga to jump. Killing your brain cells. Listen, man. Roman, look, if you're a person who, for people who hate Trump, well, the good he does ain't gonna matter to you. I can tell you the policies put in place to help out black people. It won't matter to you. Y'all are saying, what are Trump for black people who's starving? Nigga, what president has done anything for anybody who's starving? No president is going to help poor people. That includes niggas and white people. Anybody who's poor. America ain't built on that shit. No country is, especially not America. We ain't saving nobody who poor. You gotta figure that shit out yourself. That hunger in your stomach's supposed to make you feel a certain type of way. And when you get past that feeling, you're supposed to never go back to that shit. Now, Hunter, before we got off basis, you asking the question, why is black excellence not celebrated? Why you have these fucking liberals asking shit like, why is black mediocrity not celebrated? And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Black excellence not celebrated because it's too many black people who will never see themselves in said light. Which is why when Kanye West went on fucking TMZ and was asking the question, why every time I mention slavery, y'all get so fucking passionate. Y'all got all these scenarios and answers and shit, but when I ask you about how Mac Johnson made that $2 billion, nobody knows. Because we don't think that way. We don't view ourselves as one day being billionaires. We don't see ourselves that way. So you got a motherfucking liberal who's bitching and crying about how come we don't celebrate black mediocrity. Bitch, listen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cuss. I don't mean to call a bitch, but that bitch need to be punched in the face. Somebody Falcon punch that bitch. Listen, if we start celebrating black mediocrity, we ain't gonna never have shit. Exactly. We ain't gonna never have shit. And ain't nobody celebrating no white mediocrity neither. Shit, if you think white people celebrate mediocrity, look at the motherfucking college scandal. They paying to get motherfuckers into these schools that they can't get into. They paying. And for whoever, I don't know who was in the chat that said that we knew these white people had a leg up and they should all go to jail for it. May I remind all y'all about a year and a half ago, the story broke of the black kids, I believe they were in Louisiana, where their guidance counselor had them writing letters of recommendation to schools. And in their letter to get into said college, they were lying about coming from households where they were orphans and stuff to get into school. That's the same fucking scandal. Let me tell y'all something, for those of y'all who are so hell-bent on, these crackers is cheating, we knew it. If you go to a public school, University of Texas, the acceptance rate is 30% of the top of the class. I think they accept 30% of top of the class, top 10%. If you are black and you don't have top 10% GPA in high school or SAT and ACT scores, they're going to accept you. Do you know why? Because they receive public funding. The University of Michigan has a 27% admissions rate. There's plenty of niggas walking around Michigan who were not in the top 10% of their class. You know why they got in? Because of their GPAs. They need niggas for state funding. This is how this shit works. It's across the board. So while y'all sit up here and make it seem like them white people are the worst people in America, man, look here, bro. If you willing to pay $500,000 for your kid to get in school, man, I commend you. Because I got 2 kids. And for $500,000, bitch, y'all need to be going to heaven. I mean that shit. And as y'all know, my educational background, I got 4 degrees. I ain't $500,000. Shit, not on my watch. USC, shit, not on my watch. But let's talk about it, Huncho. Yeah. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes of what the problem is and why we as people can't get over that hump for us. Why, as we as a people, why do we have the lady thinking of the world? You know, how you ask her a question of like why she felt like Obama was better than Trump. I'm going to tell you the answer why. Black people, we are still stuck in representation. Obama was a nigga who looked good in a suit. That's all it took for us. That's enough for us. Representation matters. We need somebody to look like us. Well, okay, good. A lot of niggas look like us. Cory Booker look like me. I'm light skinned. He light skinned. We ain't the same type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If I can look at my refrigerator, I got some hot sauce in there, a pack of noodles, 1 slice of cheese, some motherfucking garlic powder. Hey, Huncho, what I been telling you what I'm finna go in here and make, you know what the fuck I'm finna eat. Now you put that same spread of ingredients, and Cory Booker gonna starve to death. You know what I'm saying? Sooner or later, black people, y'all got to get past the representation bullshit. Hold a motherfucker feet to the fire. A motherfucker will do something for your community and he ain't doing it, hold their feet to the fire. Sheila Jackson in Houston right now, scamming and stealing all kind of money. But she look like us, so nigga keep voting for her. Representation is not enough for the black community. Obama is quote-unquote from the south side of Chicago. That's what y'all said. I ain't had to do with that. Y'all said that shit. That nigga ain't did nothing for the south side. Nigga, Trump is trying to meet with black leaders from there. They don't want Trump to come in there.
Exactly.
But y'all don't want to talk about that. That motherfucker putting forth the effort. He's showing you. He went to Baltimore to talk to these people. Nobody want to talk to him. You want to know why? Because these corrupt-ass Democrats want to keep that motherfucker out of there. They don't want him to see the books. They don't want him to see where the money really going. Ain't none of that shit being funneled to our communities. But y'all don't want to talk about that because it's too easy to say that the white man got the man keeping us down. The crackers want us to have nothing. No, them niggas don't want y'all to have nothing, and y'all refuse to admit it. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Ain't nobody infiltrating black communities. There's no white person coming there stealing all the money, stealing all the jobs. Nigga, that's us doing that shit. Y'all better wake the fuck up. All that crying about, oh, what is Trump done for the black community? Nigga, y'all just had a nigga for 8 years. What the nigga do? Not a motherfucking thing. And y'all ain't say shit about it. Smiled and cried. I'm gonna miss you, Obama. He played basketball in the backyard and had a barbecue. I'm gonna miss you. While niggas on the south side living like they motherfucking bulletproof. Man, I'm done. I'm gone.
Already, man. Man. I'm telling you, and that's my thing. Because you have to ask the same questions you asking of Trump, ask about Obama. What did Obama do for black folks? Nothing. What is anybody doing specifically for black folks? Nothing. But what did he do for, he did more rights, he did more things for gay rights than he did for black rights. I was just answering somebody, then cut off. Man, yeah, what was that? What was that in Lamarck where the black folks got the shit shut down? I know in Beaumont they had a whole situation with some black folks running. They was in there fucking scamming money and fucking none of the money was going to the schools. Everybody had their hand in the pot. Like, that's the thing, man. And this is when I started looking at. I got the motherfucker hit me with the okie doke one time. I got hit with the okie doke. You know, I ain't ashamed to say it. I was in the city, got hit with the okie doke for some type of electronic. I forgot what it was. It was a video camera or some shit. And they hit me with the okie doke, and it was a nigga. And after that, I stopped trusting niggas, man. Niggas will scam your motherfucking ass with the quickness. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, what's up, Honcho? I just wanted to get back real quick. I just had to address Beyond the Funny Nigga, right? Yeah. So I'm just by me saying this motherfucker's call handle and his sign-in name, am I not supposed to say that word because that's a double standard that black people have for themselves for all time, right? Regardless of the context, regardless of the nuance. I didn't say it with any malice, nothing like that. So I'm just talking about it. But I said that one word that made that sound with my mouth while I was trying to break off some knowledge, and I'm trying to express some positivity with the community. But if that's not appreciated, fuck that, man. I'm going to tell that nigga I can say what the fuck I want to say, okay? Because you keep saying like this is for everyone to say, and they can express how they feel, don't have to worry about nothing. And it's the fucking internet. I remember you saying about some white boys calling in, telling some racist jokes, and they were all timid about it, like even on the internet. Man, fuck all that. If they can't handle me making a sound with my mouth that says nigger when I'm talking about it, then that boy needs to go to some pair of fucking balls. And I don't care if he wants to meet me up anywhere. He can come to Chicago, bring his crew. I will fucking handle him. I will say the fuck I want. I will tell Sean straight about not knowing the difference between Chinese or Japanese. They got reparations. Bitch, no, we did it. That was Japanese. They fought a war. There's an ocean between them. Get your facts straight. Beyond a nigga, if you want to check me, you call back in too. Peace.
No, we've gotten hostile. We've gotten hostile. Oh, what? Interesting. I gotta determine something here. That's a very intriguing one. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
It's Flu Man.
Is who?
The dude who has flu right now.
Oh, the Flu Man. Okay, that's very unfortunate. Did you get a flu shot?
I did, but shit happens.
No, see, that's why you got the flu, because you went and got the fucking flu shot, goddamn.
But I just want to say, let's calm down, people. This is why we shouldn't talk politics on the den, because everyone has to fight and shit, and let's just relax. Smoke some backwoods and jack off to porn.
Whoa. Now you're banned. Now you've crossed the line. When Ed Man has become the voice of reason, that's when you know we're in a very peculiar spot.
Okay, well, you don't have to do that, but okay. Yeah, I just want to play peacemaker, that's all.
Okay. So now that you have the flu, how many days have you had the flu?
Since Tuesday.
So your spring break has been shit because you've had the flu.
Pretty much. No. Yeah. Okay. I blame you.
You blame me.
You did something. You said a curse on me or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I do. I have a little Ed Man voodoo doll with a little green card in his hand, and so I stab him with thumbtacks from time to time. And then I sneezed on him once, and so now you have the flu.
Yeah. But yeah, just a quick call. I just wanted to leave off with one note though. Tomorrow I'm gonna meet up with this chick at midnight, so wish me luck.
You're gonna be sneezing all over the bitch. You're gonna be coughing on her and shit. She's gonna be all fucked up.
I'm gonna be good by tomorrow. I'm gonna be good by tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
But I'm gonna send y'all the audio so to show y'all that I'm legit.
But I don't want no audio of yours. We'll just take your word for it. It might be a legal crime that you got going on over there. I don't know no ages anybody on this audio tape. We know you like them young. You've been jamming at R. Kelly super tough since you found out about this situation and everything. So we don't know, man. We don't know. But that's a bad man. We wish you luck in your whole endeavor.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Ed Man. Ed Man calling in playing peacemaker when Ed Man is usually the one who upsets the whole conversation. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
It's your boy Roman.
All right, Roman, what do you want to drop in the den this evening?
Man, hold up, man. Now look, Honcho. Okay. We all friends in the den. Mm-hmm. We all care about each other. We all talk about each other, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what that dude, that white boy said before, but I don't play that shit. And I don't think nobody in the den should play that shit because now your ass getting racial. Okay? Ain't nobody brought up that shit. Your ass ain't supposed to be saying that word. We say you ain't supposed to be saying it, don't say it. Why you trying to start something? What the hell is your problem, bro? You trying to start a whole rift between everybody in the den. We all come in talking about politics, relaxing, saying our opinions, blah, 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 blah. Everybody has a disagreement. But don't come on here saying some racist shit like that, bro. You get what I mean, Honcho?
I get you.
I don't think nobody in the den should play that shit. And I definitely don't play that shit. And niggas want to pull up. Like, he could pull up with me. Like, I don't play that shit, bro. Because you talk all that shit on the phone, but come to a nigga house and let's see what's go down. That's how I feel. Nigga, 6219 Simsdale Street, nigga. I just dropped the ad in on your bitch ass. I don't play that shit. Because you want to talk all that shit. Let's see what the fuck you gonna do.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, bro. That's for Beyond Funny, nigga. That's for all the niggas in the chat right now, bro. I don't play that shit, bro. If you want to talk that shit, I'm going to get with that shit, nigga. I want all the smoke. That's how I feel right now, nigga.
Okay. Just one thing that I'm going to say about that. He is Asian.
When nigga Asian nigga can get it too, nigga. I don't care. What, you gonna hit me with some chopsticks?
Man, look, I'm just saying.
Some ramen noodles?
All
Come on.
Asians know martial arts. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it. So, I'm just saying. Y'all know I done said this plenty of times, and I sincerely believe this. Like, no, you cannot convince me that it's not true. I sincerely believe this. But, you know, so you might have to watch a little, you might have to watch some old, you know, kung fu flicks or something to be ready. But
Hey, nigga, don't worry. I got Bruce Lee. I got Bruce Lee on the goddamn TV, bro. I've been looking at some moves, nigga. I'll flip that nigga over. I don't give a damn.
Okay. All right,
Hot Joe, man. I just had to say that, man. I know my nigga, Beyond the Funny nigga, probably about to come on here and talk some hot shit, but I just want to say nobody want to play that shit because everybody's peaceful in the den. Everybody's just talking peaceful. We all, like I said, we're all friends in the den, but if your ass want to act like that, get the fuck out the den. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate the call there, Roman.
Man, anytime, bro.
All right. So my thing is, you know, because I'm a firm believer in free speech. I'm a firm believer in speaking your mind, you know, again. And I'll take this call. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in on the den this evening?
Hey man, let me tell you something, dog. Look, he sound like he white. I don't give a fuck about no motherfucker Chad, no Ty, Billy, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about your coleslaw. I don't give a fuck if you Asian, nigga. Let me tell you something, nigga. Don't come for me, nigga, because you and your motherfucking feelings. If I say you can't say that shit, then bitch ass nigga, you can't say that shit, nigga. Like, nigga, you think that it's a fucking standard just because you ain't white, if you Asian or whatever, nigga. I don't give a fuck. That word should not come out your mouth, period. And you should judge me because I use it and shit. We all fucking use it, but when it come out your motherfucking mouth, nigga, you don't have the right to say that shit coming out your motherfucking mouth, nigga. And if you want to pull up, nigga, I drop my shit, nigga. I stay strapped, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me, nigga. Hey Hunter, what was Roman saying? I couldn't catch what Roman was saying.
No, Roman dropped his address on. He was just saying it was for everybody. He was standing up for your cause. So it's good. No, Roman got your back, man.
Oh, but yo, that old pussy ass Bruce Lee looking motherfucking dude, stop fucking playing with me, dude. You mad as shit because I say you can't say nigga. Like, come on, dog. Out of all the niggas in the world, you mad at me because I said that you can't say a word? Like, dude, it's the internet, buddy. Like, bro, you need to reassess like what's going on in your life, man. Like, I just don't understand.
Okay.
But like I said, man, if you really with that shit, dog, don't fucking play with me, nigga. Like, I will blow your ass back to motherfucking Asia. Stop playing with me, nigga. Like, all right, bro, I'm trying to hop off this off.
All right, that's a bet. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Guess who? So he's gonna tell me it's the internet, and I can't say what I want to say. Get the motherfucking break, man. Like, if it's the internet, he needs to grow some fucking thicker skin and fucking learn that I can say what the fuck I want, okay? And I didn't bring it up, all right? I was using it to make a point in the story where I was talking about racism towards blacks, but he can't pick up on that because he's a sensitive ass nigger, okay? And he can't take it. So he can do it. He can talk this bullshit. He can be a keyboard warrior, and he can go find the nearest Asian person, Tom Bruce Lee, some old ass fucking stereotypes. The truth is, we own all this shit. Everything wrong with the black community, he can recognize that it's right in the Asian community. Okay, so he's the one with the self-hate and the insecurity. So fuck all that. I'm not trying to disrespect, Honcho. Like, I only call in, and I won't even call in anymore because I don't need all this bullshit. I enjoy calling in and talking with you. I actually try to avoid reading the chat room because it's some ignorant fucking niggers in there, okay? And they don't have to be like that, okay? Because I remember watching on the Ghost, watching you like a couple of days ago. You guys are talking about that word only has power if you let it have power. And that word, you know, racists don't understand that word don't affect proud black, woke black people. Fuck that. I'm going to say nigger to this motherfucker. I'm reading his name, Beyond the Funny Nigga. Beyond the Funny Nigga. I'm reading his name, Beyond the Funny Nigga. And he's going to get fucking mad by me reading his name. Fuck that fucking Toby Kunta Kinte bitch. Okay, I'm not even trying to get it like that, but he's gonna talk about Bruce Lee. I can get there too. Okay, so don't get it twisted. Like all this old ass bullshit. That's as far as black people can take this shit. Because when it comes down to it, we own everything. There's a whole nation of Chinese people, whole nation of Japanese people, whole nation of Korean people that own this shit. Is there a black nation that's solvent that can that produces shit that people want to go to? Hell no. This is the best country that y'all got, and all y'all can do is bitch about that and then fucking type some letters in and threaten me over the internet. This is the internet, beyond a funny nigga. Okay, beyond a funny nigga. This is the internet. You need to grow some thick ass skin and fucking come get me. If you can't get me, go find some other Bruce Lee looking fucking do that, because you ain't gonna get me. All right, I can get under your skin, and you're gonna say if it's getting under my skin, maybe that's true. But I can tell you this. I only let it get under my skin because I act like a nigger, okay? If I didn't, I'd be handling my business, getting up early in the morning, running my business like every other Asian motherfucker I know, okay? To a man, to a woman. They all own businesses. They're all masters, all PhDs. They're all doctors, all engineers, all lawyers. Now, you look around your fucking family and your fucking neighborhood, and you tell me if all black people are like that. And then you talk about insecurity, motherfucker.
Ooh. Well, now. Oh, all this racism is killing me inside. Oh, man. Oh. Only in the den. Only in the den. But here's the deal. Here is the deal. Let's look at this. We're gonna take this call, and I want to point something out from that. There's always a learning experience and everything. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Jay Dizzle.
All right, Jay Dizzle, what you want to drop in the den this evening?
Oh, hell no, bro. All right, look, dude. Yeah, I wasn't tripping until this very last call, bro. Look, y'all both know this, the internet. And beyond, yeah, you reached a little bit. But him saying nigga, okay, whatever. But little daddy, when you called in and said nigger, that changed the whole game up, bro. Look here. You all right. You can say what the fuck you want. I said this just the other day. You can say whatever you want, but you need to be prepared to accept the consequences for the environment that you say it in. Yeah. So now, you even had the chat behind you a little bit, but with this last call, you lost because you went too far. You got a little bit too comfortable with your quote-unquote rights and freedom of speech. Yeah, you got the freedom of speech, but you also got the freedom to get your ass whooped too. So look here. If you want to fight about it, I can oblige you. I just went through Chicago. I can turn around. If you just want to fight a nigga. Or, if you want to fight somebody right now, why don't you go on to the south side and see the first nigga you see and call him that and see what happens to your ass. So don't sit up here and act like this is a new thing, that if you call a black person a nigga and they get offended, you wouldn't do that in person. So why you feel it's cool for you to do it now? Come on, bro. It's common sense. And you're trying to sit up here and act like you don't know. Then you hit us with all this other shit about how black people in your family ain't shit. And just because you Asian, that you got lawyers and doctors in your family. That's cool, bro. Salute out to you and your family. But that don't mean that your family is any better than mine or his or anybody else's, for a matter of fact. Yeah, y'all might be more successful and have more money, but that don't mean that y'all happier than we are. You know what I'm saying? So you can say all that shit you want. Success is just a mind thing, a mind state. So you tripped way out. You went way too far on that one, bro. So, like I said, if you just really feeling some type of way, find the first black person you see and pop that shit off to them, and then see what happens. And then just go ahead and continually do that, and then see what happens. And we'll see how your rights get violated. So, I wish you the best. I don't really wish no harm to come to you. But with that frame of mind and the way that you're thinking and how reckless you are, you're going to get yourself hurt, sir. I'm looking out for your best interest so you can go home to your family at the end of the day. Don't do that. That's not for you to do. I'm not saying that you can't say it, but just be prepared for the consequences. And it is what it is. It don't matter if you like it. The truth don't care what your feelings are. It is what it is. That's the truth. You tell it to a black person in their face, they're going to fuck you up. Period. They don't have to know you. They don't have to know nothing about you. They don't care what you do, who you are, and where you come from. They're going to fuck you up. So just don't. Please stop. Just quit when you're ahead, sir. And everything will be okay. I'm trying to be cool and not be as disrespectful as I really want to be right now because it's not toward me. Yeah. And I'm not really offended. I am agitated, though. Yeah. Okay? Because, again, this is the internet, and I know how this works. But I'm just telling you, if you get too overconfident and you fuck around and do that in the wrong place, don't be surprised. Jay Dizzle out.
I really appreciate the call, Jay Dizzle. I'm going to be honest, like one of the calmer Jay Dizzle calls that we've heard. Honestly. I mean, that definitely. Sorry about y'all's ears on that one. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling into the den this evening? Hello, hello.
Yo, you can hear me, bro?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, man, this is Hoorah, bro.
Really? What's the motherfucking deal?
All right, man, look. So this nigga over here, bro, if he got a problem, nigga, call me. You know what I'm saying? If this nigga got a problem, he can go ahead and give me a call, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So if this nigga really want to pop off on some bullshit, he want to come over here and start talking this bullshit, tell that nigga to give me a call at the line, 210-852-5392. Tell that nigga if he really about that bullshit that he trying to talk on the little fucking keyboard and shit, nigga. I'm over here fucking high, drunk, nigga. I had a long day at the motherfucking studio, bro. I ain't trying to deal with no bullshit. So tell this nigga if you got a problem, give me a motherfucking call. 852-5392, my nigga. For sure.
Already. I think that's the first time Hoorah called in, man. Y'all done got that bad amp. So what I see is that let's take this call. Just got a call coming in. Yeah, look, I got the energy is got amplified. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is T'Challa. Okay, that nigga sounded like, yes, nigga. No, I'm using the A. Can I use the A, nigga? You're not going to time me out. I'm saying nigga with an A.
You sound like what was the white dude on Boondocks? That's what you sound like that dude.
With that last dude, I had to call in because that shit was funny. He sounded like Suge Knight. And then it also reminded me of that internet commercial, remember, for the chat line? You want to talk some shit? Remember that shit?
Oh, I see that shit. Oh, man, that shit's a funny fucking commercial. Hell yeah.
That shit is funny. But you know what, though? About this topic, okay, one thing I do have to say, I'm sorry. I'm a little all over the place because I'm trying to multitask. But first of all, why are you letting these little kids call in here and curse on this phone?
Hey, look,
I know. Ron about 15 years old.
Hey, that ain't my problem. That's
talking about he gonna give out his mama address. He gonna give out his mama address to a person in the chat. Roman, don't give out your mama address over some internet shit.
Oh man,
what kind of shit is that? Got these people calling in here beefing.
I didn't do none of it. You know, hey, this is the den. We have to let these things out. We must vent. We must, have these honest conversations. Sometimes honest conversations are uncomfortable, to put it in a nice way, and so definitely something that has to be discussed.
But anyway, I didn't even get to do my fucking Friday. Did you have a fucking Friday session?
A couple of people had some fucking Fridays. I mean, we didn't carry it on, but we can still do it. We originated in Friday, so yeah, go ahead. If you got a fucking Friday, go ahead and drop a fucking Friday.
Yeah, so I want to do my fucking Friday to the fag in the hair salon that pulled my lock jury out when he was washing my hair today. That fag, he pulled my lock jury out, and it tugged my lock really hard. I thought he almost pulled it out, but it was still intact at the root. But he pulled my lock jury out, and it was, intertwined into my lock, so it really hurt. And that was one of my favorite ones, and he pulled it out. So fuck the fag that did that.
Wow.
And that's all, so that's all I have for fucking Friday.
All right. Well, I appreciate you.
Thanks.
Sharing
Thanks,
that
Hassan. You're the best. Bye bye.
You have a good evening. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Sean. I'm gonna make this quick.
Okay.
For this dude named Mike from Chicago. First of all, this is a classic example. He tried to correct me he corrected me in the chat about this reparations. The Japanese, I said Chinese. I may have said Chinese. I'm not sure, but the point was they got reparations. Okay. So if he wants to sit on this chat line and talk about he owns everything and blacks don't do nothing, you done got your goddamn reparations. That's why you own every motherfucking thing. You done got your benefits. On top of that, you riding our backs off of civil rights and all of the things that we fought for and laws that we got in place to protect you. So I don't want to hear that motherfucking shit. And he's getting too goddamn sensitive. But I wanted to correct him on that. And, I said Chinese versus Japanese. What the fuck difference does it make? You got your reparations, so why shouldn't we get off? That's why you own everything. And the second thing, why do you continue to control everything? You continue to control everything, and I got to beat up on my own people because we sit up there and give them all motherfucking money. So Mike from Chicago can kiss my motherfucking ass because black people probably put 2 or 3 generations of you, your sister, your mother's sister, your auntie, and your uncles, sisters and brothers and kids through college because we giving them all our money like dumbass. So if anything, you should be thanking the black people. But he's sitting up there. He's got some under-hitting, and I've been watching him over time. He got some he like a little dry snitch. He like one of these backdoor motherfuckers. And I look, and you can kind of tune in to people by what they type in. I say, it's like he just holding some shit up, just waiting to fucking explode. And that's why he explode like that, because he just looking. And, and every time he just gets all irate, the black, because he's really got some innate shit all up in him. You need to go and air that. I'm glad you're airing it out in the den, but the den gonna air your ass out too. So you need to go and think about that shit. You need to go and fucking reflect, get yourself a drink, take a smoke, a toke, or whatever you need to do. But the bottom line is I don't want to hear a motherfucking thing again about what the fucking Japanese, Asians, or whoever fucking control what, because they got reparations. That's why we fighting for ours, and we coming for it. We coming for it. And there's nothing in my mind that's going to say that we ain't going to get it. We also said that we didn't going to have a black president. Don't sleep on us. We coming for ours. Because y'all done rolled our back. Everybody done rolled our motherfucking back. We was the first here. First was the Indians were the first here. We were the second here. I ain't even trying to take this shit back. And that's another thing. He just kind of got me a little bit out of order. But what I really wanted to talk about was current events in these schools and all this kind of stuff. And I don't really like to take things all the way back because I could bring it to the present for your ass if you want to. And bringing it to the present is like these white folks spending up all this money, buying degrees, cheating on SATs, and these are the same motherfuckers you see on your job, and you be looking at them like, how the fuck they get to they dumb as a motherfucker. And you sitting up here busting your ass no more that they do. Everybody can relate to that on the job. And we sitting up here fucking twiddling our thumbs. How the fuck did they become the supervisor or the this? Because them bitches been cheating and lying all day fucking for history. That's why we always got to take it back to history, because there is a connection. Okay, so don't play with me. Mike from Chicago, your mama and your daddy probably bought their Yale and Harvard degree for you to get a goddamn
own your own business and control. Don't fuck with me. You ain't smart. And half of that, I've been on this in the corporate world. I'm 30 years. I just fucking retired. I've been 32 years, and I'm ex-military. So I'm giving a little bit too much motherfucking information. But I done work with y'all motherfuckers, and you ain't motherfucking smart. That's a stereotype. That was the other fucking conversation about 3 issues ago or 3 episodes ago. I work with y'all. Y'all ain't got no motherfucking common sense. So don't play with me and go to fucking sleep, take a sleeping pill, reflect and relax, and we see you tomorrow. And if we don't see you tomorrow, we won't even give a motherfucker. Good night.
Good night, Miss Sunshine. So here's my thing. And what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is T'Challa.
All right,
okay.
T'Challa.
The shit that she was saying on this previous call was just all wrong. All wrong and all bad.
Okay.
First of all, it is not Asian people's fault that black people sold their businesses. Now, I can only speak for the community that I grew up in. Okay, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. When I was coming up, most of the businesses around my community were owned by black people. The corner stores, the beauty supplies, majority of them places were black owned. There was only very few Asians here and there. But now when I go back, they own them all. So what does that mean? They sold them. And nobody come in there and take those businesses from people. A lot of them didn't recover from the riots, which blacks got out there and burned their shit up. Ain't nobody made them do that. A lot of them didn't recover from that. And the ones that did, either they sold it themselves, or when the children got a hold to it, they sold it or let the business die. Nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault that black women love the fuck out of some weave. And love it. Can't live without it. We'll have this goddamn hair molding and stinking wearing that shit. And buy from them. It's called supply and demand. It's a smart move. It's nobody's fault. They're not controlling anything. Shit. They making that money. This is a country that is about making business, doing business, supply and demand. It's a smart move. Nothing wrong with that. Asians are not smart. That's not true. A lot of them work very, very, very hard for what they got. Work hard, study hard, sacrifice because their parents instilled that in them. Sit down, supplement their education, sit down, read with them, do their homework with them, make sure their children know how to read and instill those values into them about business, about education. A lot of black parents don't do that. I mean, I can just tell you from my own, I'm just talk about myself and my family, okay? Because I don't want to generalize it to everyone. But my parents didn't instill that shit in me. I had to do it myself. A lot of my siblings didn't. I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but it's true. And a lot of my siblings are not successful because of it. Don't have shit going on for themselves. In and out of jail, still live with mama sleeping on the floor and shit. And it's a lot. It has to do with my parents' fault. I just happen to be the one that just went for it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit is talking about what the fuck is up with black people wanting reparations and shit? What the fuck is up with that? I don't understand. Why are you not willing to work for what do you feel like you're owed? You have opportunity to get whatever the fuck you willing to work for. This is the greatest country in the motherfucking world. That's why motherfuckers want to flock over here by the millions. You can get whatever you're willing to work for. So why the fuck do you want somebody to hand you something and give it to you? I don't understand that. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's that type of mentality as to why people are where they are now. It's not because somebody's stopping them or holding them down. Not because somebody doing this or that. It's just because you're not willing to work for what you want. You want to hand it to you. Lazy. All right.
Got a question though, T'Challa, before you get out of there.
Yeah.
So go ahead and tell the truth to the den. that you're dating an Asian man?
No, Asian men have tiny dicks. Everybody knows that.
Well, wasn't expecting that, but we know T'Challa's going to keep it. Well, there's that. Well, we appreciate your call, T'Challa.
All right, bye.
Oh, shit. Good grief. Good motherfucking grief. Was not expecting that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Yeah, it's Lee calling back.
Lee, what's the motherfucking deal, Lee? What you want to drop in the den tonight, man?
I'm sorry, everybody from Chicago and everybody that keeps flocking to around the Midwest keep acting a fucking donkey. But that last broad, she asshole backwards. And, you know, I got Asians in my family, and I'm going to tell you straight up, Asians from Korea, they got fucking money to sell all of these broads airweave. They got grants to move out to Cali and shit. Them dudes didn't work for nothing. They sleep on mats on the floor with roaches and rats just like everybody else and shit by the rice paddies. But they got grants to come out. They didn't work for shit. They got grants from Uncle Sam. The same one Ice Cube was talking about and shit. So I don't know why the hell everybody getting it twisted and shit. Like, why the hell niggas lazy because some Chinese folks and shit be selling your O'Henry bars? Like, they think they some magic candy bars and shit. They got magic gas stations and corner stores and bodegas. It's magic. Came out of nowhere. They just flew out of nowhere. Just like black folks popped up out of nowhere and shit. There was no passages coming from one place to another and shit. They didn't season you. You know they used to call it seasoning when they whoop everybody's ass and shit in the Caribbean before they bring them to America.
I don't like that.
Everybody lists all their part, their seasoning and stuff. You know what seasoning was? They whoop your ass and rape everybody in front of everybody and do crazy shit. Everybody saw all type of the ugly. All type of the ugly. It's all coming back now, though. It's all coming back now, though.
What you burning over there, man? You smoking something good over there?
No, I'm smoking a cigarette. I'm just smoking a nasty, old, dirty, regular-ass, janky cigarette.
Okay, now don't hit that twice for you, boy. If you smoke some herb, though, hit that twice for you, boy. If you just smoke a cigarette, you enjoy that.
No, I can't smoke herb. I can't.
Okay.
I can't smoke herb.
Okay.
Not for the moment.
Okay.
Not till it's legalized and shit. But I feel bad. I got a white homegirl from down in New Orleans. She told me she got locked up for years and years and years. She told me they threw her ass under the jail.
Oh yeah.
Over weed. And she was so pissed off when she found out they was gonna legalize it and shit. I never heard nobody as angry in my life until I heard a white woman that got arrested for weed down south. Talking about they's gonna legalize it. She's like, they ruined my life. I'm scared to move because I got a good job, because my record is all fucked up. They're gonna legalize it. She didn't appreciate it very too much. Oh man. That's some fucked up shit. Like, everybody don't realize about the 3 strikes law. They love Hillary and shit, but they don't think about 3 strikes.
Exactly. I got a question for you, Lee. So what is your opinion on Trump?
What's my opinion on Trump?
Yeah.
Like, he's not the perfectest person in the world, but nobody perfect. But I know this much. I'm a Tupac fan. And I know this. I know the same people that set Tupac up was the same damn people that set up Mike Tyson. And when Mike Tyson got set up, Trump got on TV, and you can look that up on YouTube. Everybody on YouTube. He got on TV way back before anybody gave a fuck, and he was the only person stuck up for Mike Tyson and said that Mike Tyson got screwed by his lawyers. You know? So I know that much.
So Trump stuck up for Mike Tyson.
If he was racist, how more black could Mike Tyson be?
And shit, Mike fought at didn't he fight at the Trump Towers or Trump Hotel or something like that a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken.
Can you repeat that?
So if I'm not mistaken, I know Mike fought at the Trump Towers or one of the Trump hotels or something like that a couple of times.
Yeah, you know, but that would be just making money off of them. You wouldn't have to stick up for somebody and stuff like you know what I mean? A person could make money off you. Don King didn't stick up for him and shit when he got like screwed over. And didn't Don King take money from him? And that was a brother. You know what I mean?
Oh,
he might have broke bread with him and stuff, you know. But I don't think that the breaking bread might not weigh into like somebody sticking up for you, because you know how like when the chips is down, you know, Tupac even had songs about that. Like, everybody used to be my homie. I don't got no homies now. I'm going to jail and shit. He said that on a couple of them tracks and shit, brother. I think everybody was listening to How Do You Want It more than they was listening to all of the Thug Life records and shit.
Yeah.
But outtakes, you know. But shit, like if you think about it and stuff, there's a lot of different people that got screwed over and didn't know why they was getting screwed over. You know? But all of that's coming to light now. All of that's coming to light now. Hey, let's talk about that damn New Zealand thing.
All right, what's on your mind? Let's talk about it.
You don't think that's kind of funny that a dude popped up out there a week before that incident, and they mentioned that one girl that was hanging out with Kanye in a bad light?
No,
You didn't hear about that?
No. What happened now? Somebody was hanging out with Kanye, and what happened now?
The girl, what's her name? Kamala Harris.
She was hanging out with Kanye.
Yeah, she's hanging out with Kanye. Yeah, you know that she went up to TMZ with Kanye when he made that little Fuchs pod talking about slavery was a choice. Because his EMI record deal.
Oh, you talking about Kanye?
You hear about Kanye's record deal.
I don't know nothing about that. Are you talking about Candace Owens or Kamala?
I don't know what her name is and stuff. Whatever. Mix them both up. They the same broad. They both gone down. They like, but the one chick, she say she goes too, for them mentioning her name up in the mix and stuff or whatever. I might have got it mixed up. Is Kamala Harris the one that was backing Jussie, the one that was scared about, like she was trying to pass the anti-lynching law?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is the one
didn't understand the difference between Guantanamo Bay. That don't mean somebody's gonna throw a rope over a tree and hang you. If you go to Guantanamo Bay, you're going to get hung. That's a military tribunal. That's not the same as you getting a lynching over there. But I think, like, maybe I did mix the two chicks' names up and shit. But there was a little chick that was hanging out with Kanye when he did that TMZ thing and stuff. Her name started with a C, too, right? Which one of them is which one?
I know it's Candace Owens. I think that's the one he was talking about that he was cool with. He liked, what she was saying. And then Kamala Harris is the politician.
Yeah, but both of them trying to play like they some type of politicians and stuff, though, both. Right? But the one got mentioned by the dude from New Zealand. That dude that wrote that little manifesto.
Yeah. So what happened with that? So which one did he mention? So he was talking about Candace Owens in the manifesto, or he was talking about Kamala Harris in the manifesto?
I don't know. Maybe I mixed their names up both so I could talk about the both of them broads. I'm sorry, but they both need to be talked about. But anyways, and stuff like, here's the thing. With the one chick, her name get brought up, and the dude was, like, lying in the letter talking about, like, she was worse than anything. I don't think she said too much craziness and stuff. Did she tell people to attack anybody, anything? It don't seem like she did that. Because why would they be inviting her to colleges?
Yeah, no, I don't
That's
think she...
slander if somebody was sitting up there saying that she was saying for people to do something violent when she didn't.
Yeah. I don't recall her telling anybody anything crazy like that. So it's not that I can recall.
But you know what's weird? They said a week before that happened, one of the guys who was drawn as a There's a witness picture. Like somebody said that a little girl was missing out in the UK. Some little girl came up missing. She might have came up dead even. But they were saying that the two people that might have grabbed the girl looked just like Podesta and his brother. And they drew pictures, and the pictures looked just like them, and they said that they was out there like a week before that. How them dudes mysteriously popped up out there back in the UK, and then they mysteriously pop up out there in New Zealand a week before that incident happened? That's like a bad wake of destruction and stuff. How the hell everywhere you go, something crazy happen after you leave, and so that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look at all, man. That's that's a bad situation to be in, man. If they got a trail of tears following behind them, I guess let me not use that because that might offend somebody. If they got a trail of problems following behind them,
you can use it because you want to know what's messed up about the Trail of Tears. You know, I had a conversation about that with one of the natives from the Ho-Chunk community. Yeah, he thought he was trying to be a hitman, trying to scare somebody whose daddy got murdered by some Aryan Brotherhood member he was connected with. You know, a lot of the natives think that they Aryan Brotherhood members and stuff, too.
Really?
Yeah. For some reason, Aryan Brotherhood tell a lot of them natives, because you ever heard of a $5 native?
No, I don't think
Back in the days, a white dude could pay $5 and they could get all of the same type of government benefits that a native would get. They just pay $5 to the shady chief, you know, and then he go get him a bottle of tequila or whatever the hell he want to get, and that person will be able to get government benefits, lying, saying that they're a native. Have you ever met a German native, like a guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, and run around telling I'm Apache? Yeah, okay. You Apache, I believe you.
Interesting. No, I ain't never heard that one.
No, but it's a term. You can look it up, a $5 native and stuff. That's something. Okay. You know what's messed up? Trump mentioned something about some of them natives with some of them casinos and stuff and everything else. Because, like, you know, old girl, she was mentioning about reparations and whatnot. And the cold-blooded thing about it is natives got money, but they chose to be participating in the human trafficking that's plaguing our country right now. And I know that for a fact because I got a scar on my face because of it. On the left side of my face, on my eye is all messed up. And I had a native following me and this girl around before her daddy ended up getting murdered. And I remember the native was talking to me, and I was telling him something. He's like, ain't you that security guard? You the security guard that made all of them enemies. And I'm like, what the hell? He's like, you might have jumped on somebody that did something they wasn't supposed to do. No. Anytime I did security, nobody ever got hurt. One time I did security for Slipknot and Korn. Nobody got hurt. There was 20,000 people there. And the lady who had the guy passed tried to sacrifice there, but I didn't let nobody get hurt. You know what I ended up telling that dude? I ended up telling him about the Trail of Tears, like what you mentioned and stuff. And he's like, a lot of people forgot that. A lot of them forgot that. But they still side with the people that hurt every damn body and stuff. You know what's weird?
What's that?
I ended up being one of his relatives. One of his relatives, a guy named Christopher Decora. And the funny thing is, there's a cop in the Chicago Police Department named John Decora that hangs with the damn Latin counts. Does that sound like something that a police officer is supposed to do? Should a police officer be hanging with the Latin counts?
I don't know, man. You know, maybe he undercover. I don't even know.
No, he ain't undercover. He ain't undercover. He ain't undercover. You ever heard of Officer Pac-Man?
No, I can't say I heard of Officer Pac-Man.
Officer Pac-Man used to shake down kids in the Midwest. He used to rob kids in the Midwest.
That's a terrible thing.
He got busted. But he used to side with the Mexican kids because the Mexican kids, he could shake them down and get them to get dope, bringing it back and forth, which could coincide with the border wall.
Okay. Well, this deal, Lee, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to get ready to wrap it up not too shortly here. But we gonna have to talk about it because I still want, because I know you was mentioning that I think the Jay Prince thing the other day. We still ain't talked about that, so that might be the topic tomorrow because I did say I was gonna talk about it. We never really got on.
Yeah, that thing right there. You notice it's heating up too.
Yeah. I've seen there's been some more stuff that's came out with it. But definitely, you know what I'm saying. We gonna have to speak on that. But I appreciate your call there, man.
Yeah, remember I told you, like, I knew some different people from New York and whatnot? You know, the crazy thing, people from the camp that I was quote-unquote associated with, they was about to stomp the crap out of Kanye, too. Like, that dude, Uncle Nick on YouTube, he's associated with the camp of some of the people that made beats for me.
Yeah.
Like Uncle Nick from the Bronx and them or whatever from out in not California, New York. We talking about New York right now. I'm so sorry. So you got to forgive me. I just had a shot of some vodka right quick. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of vodka you over there drinking, man?
But like the cold-blooded thing is, like a lot of them talking crap. Like I said that some of them fools were some hypocrites and stuff because I do know something about that, so maybe I should call in and stuff. Let me get off your line right quick, because I want to see what the heck the next call is gonna be. Maybe I'll have another angry person call or talking shit or something stuff. So, you know what I'm saying?
Really, but I appreciate your call, though, Lee.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I just scared anybody talk about any of this stuff, because like I know some people do not want to hear some of the truth about what the hell is going on and stuff and everything else, but a lot of people got sealed indictments and shit for doing crazy shit that everybody don't want to let go of them. Like, you know, everybody was scared when they found out about Bill Cosby, but damn, did anybody expect to be hearing that the broads from fucking off of Family Matters or what was that TV show, Full House or some shit? One of them broads got arrested too and shit like this. The girl from Smallville, everybody getting busted.
Yeah, they got jailed. That's a bet.
All our childhood gonna be messed up. They even try to dig up Mike, they gonna dig up Mike Jackson's bones.
Oh man, no, we ain't gonna do that. But that's a bet, Lee, man. We gonna call it a wrap. But if you call back in a little bit, man.
I'm just playing.
All right, that's a BET, mate.
Larry C and his damn.
All right, shout out to Lee, man. Appreciate the love there, T'Challa. I mean, showing some super den love there. That's hey yo, man, the den on fire. Tonight has been a very intriguing night. I mean, across the board, a lot of interesting stuff going on. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what kind of vodka. I ain't never heard what kind of vodka. Let's see what we got going on. Hold on. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
God damn. Man, look here. Man, you know, I be wanting to call in a whole lot more, but, you know, I got time limits and shit. I'm trying not to disturb the wife. She sleep. I'm hiding in my damn closet after getting out the shower trying to call in and shit. And this nigga here, god damn. Boy, hey, don't give that nigga another subject to discuss no more. God damn. Nah, I'm just fucking with you, Lee, man. Call back anytime. Oh, man. Here's what I want to talk about. Hell, I don't got most of the shit I want to talk about, but here's what I really want to get on.
Right.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Mike in Chicago.
Right.
And, you know, hey, look here, I understand everybody's passion and whatnot when it comes to the word nigga and when it comes to the word nigger. You know, look here, man, I get it. You know, like I said the last time I called in, I'm 40 years old. I've been black all my damn life. You know, I know what the word means and all this and that. But again, I gotta keep stressing this. Stop being so damn emotional. Stop letting words affect your damn life and offend you. If you offended by what the hell Mike said, Chicago Mike, whatever, then he talking to you. If you're not offended, he ain't talking to you. I was not offended because he wasn't talking to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Stop getting so goddamn emotional about everything somebody say. You know what? That's half of what's holding black people back today, because we too doggone emotional, and most of the shit we're emotional about is something that somebody say about us. You know what I mean? Even down to the point where, you know, we get so damn emotional about what the next black man say or think about us, and we let that shit hold us back, you know. Just like we got a lot of this doggone, you know, chat going back and forth in the chat and all of that. Man, come on, man. You know, we all cool in the den and everything. Chill out with all that bullshit, man. Stop getting so doggone over emotionally invested in this shit. Don't worry about what the hell somebody think about you. Don't worry about what the hell somebody say about you. Live your doggone life, go on about your business. Stop giving that shit energy. If you don't give it no damn energy, it can't grow. That's it. You know. And let me give a shout out to T'Challa, man. She dropped some real good points there on her last call, but man, my girl, Lady Licious. Oh Lord. Lady Licious. We all friends in the den. I got much love for you. Keep calling in. Keep coming to the den and chatting. But please, if you gonna jump into this political conversation, in this political arena, have something of more substance than, I just don't like him. What kind of shit is that? Come on, man. You know, I love you, I respect you, but that's just my advice to you. If you gonna call in on some real shit, I could see if we was talking a bullshit topic, whatever. But if you gonna call in on some real shit, have some real shit to say, you know. And that's all I got, Huncho.
Hey, brother, appreciate it as always, man.
All right.
Already. Shout out to Mr. Brooks there, man. And that's my thing, man, because I saw some folks talking about, man, you know, Huncho, why you not, you know, energized or reacting to the wordage or whatever. And the reason why I took, because I know how it affects people. You know what I'm saying? And I just, look, the deal is like I say, you know, one, it's the internet. We're going to take this call and I'll get back to it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in on the den line this evening?
This is Jay Dizzle of motherfucking Game.
All right, Jay Dizzle, what you want to drop on the den line, man?
Broderick. Oh, my nigga. I've been waiting to have a little conversation right along with you for a while now. Now that you finally decide to put your voice on here and have it recorded. Now, you know what? I'm going to spare you just for a second. T'Challa, I'm going to deal with you first. T'Challa is the only motherfucker I know that can call in and can complain about a nigga pulling out. Telling you something. It's the kind of chick I need on my team, man. He's going to get in his Cadillac, T'Challa. Go on get in his Cadillac. Now, what you was saying on your second call, I can't disagree with none of that. But at the end of it, you go hit it with the, well, they got all that shit going on, but they got little dicks. That was fucking funny. Like, come on, man. Damn. You just couldn't let them make it. You gave them all this positive, but you just had to go and just take it from them. Like, yeah, okay, y'all got all that cool, but I can't fuck with it because they dick too small. But she was keeping it real. Now, Broderick, Mr. Broderick, ain't nothing wrong with you commending the T'Challa about what she said, and ain't nothing wrong with you, you know what I'm saying, condemning a little bit to what the other one said. But the fact about you can't let motherfuckers control you and all this old shit. Look here, bro. I get it. You will turn the other cheek ass nigga. I'm not. I'm going to tell your motherfucking head off ass nigga. So, look, you just got to understand that other people just not wired the way you are. And I get it too. But you can't sit up here and tell them that that's not the way to go. So if nobody decides to stand up for anybody, then who the fuck? It's just gonna be chaos, bro. Motherfuckers just gonna be running over people, taking. Everybody can't have that mentality. Because if everybody had that mentality, we wouldn't have no soldiers, bro. Nobody's gonna go out there and fight the good fight. And you ain't gonna have nobody on the front line. I'm a front line nigga. That's just what I am, and I know that's what I am. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. And I don't think anybody else should apologize for that. So if that's how motherfuckers feel, you let them feel that way. Why is you feeling like some kind of way because they feel some kind of way? Just let them be them. You know what I'm saying? If that's not you, and then how you get down, cool. But just let them be them. So you got to understand that. Now I'm not saying that it can't be funny, because hell yeah, it could be funny. I'm a laugh. You know what I'm talking about? But come on, bro, you just gotta let sleeping dogs lie sometimes. Now I'm gonna go back to the conversation we was having the other day. Okay. When you was talking all this shit, and I missed your call, and I'm so sad that I missed it, but I caught it on the rebound. Now, Broderick, you came up with some good points, and I'm going to admit, it's going to be hard. Well, actually, it's impossible for me to argue anything you said the other day, because a lot of it was based on your faith. I can't argue your faith, bro. I can't. I can only argue facts. That's all I can argue. Now, you did hit with some facts and everything, and that's cool. But what you have to realize is when you go down to this is just what I believe in, how am I supposed to counter that? I'm supposed to tell you that what you believing in is bullshit? You're not going to take that in a tangible light. You're not going to learn nothing from anything I say after that. You're not. So if you come on here with facts, we can go with facts all day long. But if you come on here with feelings, I ain't got nothing for you, bro. All I can tell you is you got every right to feel whatever way you want to feel. Now, I may disagree, and I may feel a different way, but that don't mean that you don't have the right to feel the way you feel. Now, I'm not saying that that's not what you said, but what I'm telling you is that's kind of how it came off of what you just did. All right? So, ain't nothing big, ain't nothing major. But anyway, and look, everybody's entitled to their opinion on how you want to use the N-word, because even black people can't even agree on the shit. We can't. I'm not supposed to just let that shit be okay. I'm not doing it because, and I said this the other day, the way he used it to in a disrespectful manner. He meant it to be disrespectful. Now, when he first said it the first time with just the regular A, he didn't use it to be disrespectful. That's why I'm saying it wasn't nothing. Yeah. And then somebody took offense to it. Now, I can't control that man, even though he do got it in his fucking screen name. Look, bro, I mean, you kind of, because, and I can admit to this too. And everybody, I know Honcho, you too. You done been on the job, right? Where you work around a bunch of white folks. And you always got this one young nigga who just start talking a little too cool for school. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, and you be like, hey, bro, you got to chill out with that shit. And I'm like, what you mean, bro? I was like, yeah, but not around these white folks, my nigga. Like, you need to chill. Remember where you at. You on the job, bro. You can't talk like that, because what's going to happen is they're going to think that it's okay. And then they're going to say something out of pocket, thinking that it's cool because you get to say it, they get to say it too because we at work. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't fly on the job. You can't tell them that they can't say whatever shit. It don't work that way. So if you don't even bring that shit up or push it to the forefront, everything is going to be peaceful and all right. So beyond the funny nigga, since you do have it in your fucking screen name, you were supposed to just let that go, bro. And all of this confrontation shit could have been avoided. So I'm just saying, bro, I'm not saying that what he said was wrong after that, because hell no, it wasn't. But what he said the first time, he did have a point. And you did get a little sensitive. Now, I'm not saying that you reacted badly. You can react whatever fucking way you want to. That's between you and him. But all I'm saying is I can see both sides of it at the beginning. Then you overstepped. Then he overstepped, and then it just escalated from there. So if we could just stop with the overstepping, everything would be cool. We all cool. It ain't that serious. And T. Charlie and Sean, y'all both y'all ass gonna be in the Cadillac. Y'all cut this shit out. Tell you that shit right now. Sean, you be driving. T. Charlie, you be in the back. Goddamn it. You know what I'm talking about? So y'all need to chill with all the foolishness. All my black folks, we need to stick together and get what we need to get. All this arguing and fight between each other ain't gonna get us nowhere. So let's get some progression going. Jay Dizzle out.
I really appreciate the call, Jay Dizzle. And that's my deal, you know. And I'm gonna tell y'all, and I try to be as 100 with y'all as I possibly motherfucking can. All right. And here we take this call. I ain't gonna never get to tell y'all shit, goddamn it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Hunter? This is your boy Man Up, man. I know I'm late, but I just heard Jay Dizzle call, and I had to call in to respond to him.
Really, what's the motherfucking deal? What you want to drop in the den this evening, Man Up?
Man, you know what, man? Me and Jay Dizzle don't always see eye to eye. We have our difference of opinion a lot, and that's what makes this world go around. Mm-hmm. But there's something I do want to say. I agree with everything he just said. Yeah. Everybody's going to have their own opinions on stuff. I know me and you was talking the other day when we did the stream about the N-word. Mm-hmm. Me, myself, personally, I really don't use it. I mean, that word rarely, super rarely comes out of my mouth, and I'm a black person. Well, y'all see me. Y'all know who I am. Anyway, but that's just me. And I know Jay Dizzle said, well, one day, you know, somebody called him that disrespectfully, he going to knock the fuck out of him. Mm-hmm. His opinion. That's what he do. That's fine. Mm-hmm. I'm never telling no man what to do or what not to do. I just give my opinion, just like he just did. And that's the way it goes. You know, that's life. So, with that being said, I agree with almost everything that he said. Now, the last part, I don't know what he was talking about, so I can't comment on that.
No, yeah, it was a lot of velocity going down in the. It was some things that were happening. It was probably one of the most tense, we use that word, dens that we've ever had. But I think we all straight now. So it was just some things, some oversteppings, and some people had to air their feelings out. But yeah.
Yeah, because I came into the show and I saw T'Challa and Sean going at it. I was like, y'all calm down. I mean, but I ended up shutting it up because I don't know what was said or nothing like that. So I can't tell them to calm down because I don't know what was going on. But anyway, so I left it alone. But then right before I called in, I did leave a comment in the chat. I don't know if you saw it or anybody else saw it. I was talking about I can't let that word, bring me down because I have too much going on in my life. Yeah. So, and I know a lot of people don't feel that way, and that's fine. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just sitting here saying, hey, this is just how I look at it. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one, but this is just how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? I can't let somebody else dictate my emotions, my feelings, my freedom, you know what I'm saying, my livelihood, whatever the case is. But I got to agree with Jay Dizzle, man. You know, you speak from how you feel, and that's fine. Because we all humans, and how we feel a lot of times is not wrong. It's a matter of opinions. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, he'll slap shit out somebody there, you know what I'm saying, they call him that. That's how he feel. You know what I'm saying? That he feel disrespected, he going, you know what I'm saying, how he is, and that's fine. You know, if you call me that, guess what? I got to look at it from a different picture. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, I have a wife and kids. I can't just go and slap shit out of you. Because like I said, in this country, we have freedom of speech. And being offensive is not really, you know what I'm saying, against the law. Unless you threatening my life or something, then that's against the law. But just call me the N-word when I slap the shit out of you, that's going to fuck my life up. You know what I'm saying? And I can't have that with, you know what I'm saying, got my kids, you know what I'm saying, looking up to me. So I got to look at it from a different perspective. So that's just me. I mean, even when I was younger, I really didn't let that word get to me. Nowadays, I definitely don't let it get to me. But like he was just saying, though, with, having some coworkers using that word, I had a coworker, still got that coworker, I should say, using that word a lot. And I had to tell him, I said, hey, man, you keep that up, man, you're going to be out of a job because people going to find that offensive. Even if you ain't talking to, you know what I'm saying, some non-black people, you know, even if you're just talking to black people and that's just how you talk or whatever, people going to find that shit offensive. You're going to be out of a job, and how you going to, feed your family. Oh, fuck that shit. I do what I want to do. I said, okay, that's you. That's your business. I walked off. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I ain't going to go down because I'm thinking about, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm looking at things from a different perspective. So, hey, you do you. That's your business. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what not to do. Just, giving a little bit of advice. Or, you know what I'm saying? Try to get you to see things in a different light, you know what I'm saying? Because maybe, you know what I'm saying, sometimes people need someone else to just say, hey, you know, check this out, blah, blah, blah. And that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? To, you know, do whatever. And some, you know, whether you take that advice or not. If you didn't want to take it, so I'll say, oh, well, that's you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he still worked with me. You know, nothing happened yet, as far as I know of, but he's still there. I know that. But, you know what I'm saying? But I just had to call in because, you know what I'm saying, Jay Dizzle, you know, said some things that, you know, like he just told Roger, he couldn't disagree. I can't disagree with what Jay Dizzle just said, man. You on point from what I just heard right there, man.
Okay. Man, well, I appreciate you calling, and shout out to Man Up for coming through the den and blessing us with some knowledge. As always, greatly appreciate the call, man.
I appreciate you, man. You have a good one there.
All right, you too, better. But yeah, like I was saying too before that, and I agree with what Man Up was saying, man. Now look, Younger Honcho, look, shit, I slapped the taste out of somebody's mouth one time with some shit. Motherfuckers mad we was playing football. I don't forget what happened. I think I tackled his ass. Motherfucker called me. We was playing with not two hands. We was playing tackle with no pass. I slapped the dog, pissed before he could finish the word. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, yo, Hunter. This is Dylan calling into the den.
All right, Dylan, what you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Well, I don't have anything about, like, I don't have really any comment on the whole conversation before that because I'm not black, so I don't use that word anyway. And so, but what I wanted to talk about, which this might deviate the conversation a bit, was that did you hear about the guy in London that was like doing a rap concert in London, UK or something, and then there's like a stabbing. It was like a hip hop concert, and there's a stabbing, and now they're like, he might be getting banned from London, and they're like blaming the stabbing happening because he was performing and shit like that. And so, and also, surprisingly, also in the UK, I saw a thing about people trying to get women spelled from WOMEN to WOMXN because, like, the word men is, like, offensive or some shit. I don't get it.
Man, motherfuckers have lost their motherfucking, especially over there, man. Like, you know, from the Article 13 to the other shit they just got going on over there. Like, but that's interesting. You wouldn't happen to know which rapper that was, would you?
No, but I can. It was in like a video I was looking at. I can, before I tuned into the den, I can go look at it and drop it in the chat or something.
Okay, it's all good. I mean, you ain't got to trouble yourself. But the thing about the UK, because I've listened to some of the rappers from over there, a couple of guys, and they talk about how hard it is with that scene. Like, they would get shut down a lot. And the thing about UK rap, it's nowhere near as aggressive or as nothing like American rap music. Like, if you were to play a lot of that shit compared to, you'd be like, man, it's soft ass shit. I don't want to hear this bullshit. I'm gonna let my kids listen to some shit like this. I done heard motherfucking Teletubbies or something probably drop harder rap songs, but over there, just the culture and everything associated with it, they don't fuck with that shit. They be trying to shut that shit down all the time. And so I'm not even surprised by hearing that, man. It's the fact that something happened and they blaming it on the rapper for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it like kind of has to do with like just like the culture, I guess you could say, that's associated like with like hip hop and like just like black people like being like stereotyping as like aggressive and violence and shit like that, and say like, oh well, if we don't have any more hip hop concerts, then that type of shit won't happen anymore. And yet you had that Ariana Grande concert the other, like, I don't know how long ago that was. And then with the terrorist attack, and she didn't get any blame for that. She's probably being asked to come back.
That's crazy. That's super crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna speak on that women's situation. That's fucking weird. And it like, and again, that's that we're talking politics, but that's that liberal identity politics type shit, that mind framing. Yeah. This is why motherfuckers are leaving the left in droves. And like, you know, a few callers have said earlier, that's why they got to start offering out bonuses and shit. Like, you know, when you get a credit card, you get some extra bonus miles and shit. That's what they trying to give you, little bonus packages for being a Democrat these days. Yeah. You know, they well, here, you stay here, we're gonna give you this, or they're gonna promise you some shit that they never gonna give you, or we're gonna give you $1,000 a month, or we're gonna do this, or we're gonna do that. We're gonna entice you to vote. We're basically trying to buy your fucking vote. But again, this is why motherfuckers aren't fucking with it, because of these types of stories, this type of shit, the fucking 70 pronoun, all that shit. And again, nobody has time for that. People trying to survive and feed their families, man. Don't nobody care about that other stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. It's because, like, I think they just don't understand that, like, people who are more conservative, like, especially, like, moderate leftists, I feel like are really more, like, on the financial issues rather than like the social issue aspect of it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think ultimately most people are in that moderate area, moderate to right, or centrist or whatever you want to call it. But it's those extremes, like I say, those people far off in the corners that are making the most noise, that are pushing these radical ideologies. And so that's what you hear about most, because one side wants to identify the entire group with, the far left. The other side wants to identify the entire group with the far right. And they paint these fucking negative pictures when a lot of it isn't true. And when you don't get to know those kind of people for what they really are, then you just automatically assume. And it's a lot of it is ignorance. A lot of it is media hype. Again, it's just it's a lot of crazy shit, man. So, yeah, I definitely agree, though.
Oh, and Honcho, I was just wondering, do you play League of Legends? Because that's like where all those names are coming from, right? Like the type.
Oh, man.
And you get like 6 pistachios.
Oh, man, look, I have no idea. I don't play League of Legends. It just on the chat bot that I use, it just automatically had a bunch of words and names that came with it. So I just used the default little list that had it. And so, because I saw you saying that we're all League, I'm like, who, people in the chat had League of Legends name? I didn't know what you meant, so I had no idea where none of those names come from. I thought
yeah,
that was
they're
weird
like
myself.
champions in the game, and I was like playing it before. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, I had no idea what that was. But that's the BET, man. Dylan, I appreciate the call, though, man.
Okay, see ya. All
right, have a good
one. Yeah,
bye. All right, ready. Man, Mark, appreciate the love. Shout out to Ra earlier, too, man. I appreciate the love. Ivanka 2040. I saw that shit. That shit was fucking hilarious, man. That shit had me laughing and shit. I'm gonna pass from what? You want a black card, you say, huh? Your black pass. I don't know, man. I don't know. I gotta think about it. I got to think about that. So here is the deal. So y'all talking about all this good stuff, man. Look, I hate all of you, but it's all good. I got to put in more work so we can reach these goals. And like I say, goddamn, my fault for your ears. Once we reach these goals, I'm telling y'all, it's going to be Saturday nights. That's going to be the night we fire up, and it's going to be old school den night. It's going to be Kush Den nights on Saturday night. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, it's Rashida. How you doing?
How are you, Rashida? I'm doing excellent now that you've called in and blessed the den this evening. What would you like to speak on, Miss Rashida?
Well, first of all, I just came to bring my holy water, throw it on the den tonight, because it's just been a lot of devils up in there tonight. Lord Jesus. Ooh, I got to pray for a lot of people tonight.
Oh, man. Is it that bad? Has it really been that bad?
Lord, have mercy. Jesus.
Hey, we're going to have to fix that. All right.
But you know what? I'm actually glad that I tuned in, because, this is not really my thing, talking about politics, so I really wasn't going to tune in. Mm-hmm. But this been off the chain tonight.
Yeah.
Lord.
Politics brings out the best in people.
Mm-hmm. But the funny thing, but you know what? I kind of knew eventually they was going to get him, but I didn't think it was going to be for the N-word, for him using the N-word. I thought it was going to be for some of the other stupid shit he be saying.
And like what?
Like talking about Chinese people, we own everything in your neighborhood. And then saying, oh, y'all still have slave mentality, all that extra shit he be saying. I thought that's what they was going to beat his ass for.
So, what about you? Do you think that we still have a slave mentality?
No, okay. I don't. Maybe some people do, but I don't.
Okay.
Now, I think what we need to do is start owning more things in our community, though. Definitely, because if you had the people in your community that own the stuff looking down on you and talking shit about you, then you really don't need them in your community. How you gonna come into our community, take our black dollars, and then talk shit about us? I don't like that.
But so now let's discuss something. Let's get into a conversation about this, and for some folks it might get a little uncomfortable, but let's think about it, because this is a thing that I speak on and I discuss. But if you don't have, I don't know about Chicago, but I know here in H-Town, you know, especially when I was getting.
Wait. First of all, let me address the Charlotte right quick. I don't get them shit because I don't shop at the Asian beauty supply. Thank you. Okay. Continue.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask you. I don't know how many black beauty supply stores y'all have out there. I think in my days here in the city, and I've been to a couple places, I've only seen one. And that was a while back, and I want to say that one might have been African owned. And I know, as a matter of fact, I do think I saw a black gentleman who had opened up a couple in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw some on Instagram. But so my thing is, you know, let's be honest. The overwhelming majority of black women have an affinity for wearing weave.
But there's also a movement to go natural, so a lot of women are wearing their own hair too.
Yeah, so it's a lot, but I still think the overwhelming numbers are, because when I go out and I know I look around, I see the overwhelming majority of women are still, you know. And again, trust me, I'm all in with the natural movement. I love that shit. That's look, hey, it don't get no better than that to me. But and I would love to see everyone do it. But with that being said, though, even with that. With the overwhelming majority of black women wearing weave and things like that, and you have, you know, maybe limited options as far as buying black. And if this is a problem, let's be honest, most women are not. Because, I mean, if you look at any kind of little video on the internet, and usually it's some ratchet shit, but you see the long hair usually in multiple colors and all that. But if something happens, say I've seen so many videos of chicks dancing on the floor and the wig come off or the weave come off, they run to the restroom or they go running to hide, and you know, it's just all over the place. I talked about earlier about the video where the store had shut down and this weave was in the dumpster, in the big trash fucking bin, and motherfuckers were coming swarming like fucking roaches or fleas or whatever. And they were it was dozens and dozens of black women in that fucking, and black men too, because they were trying to take it, I guess, to go resell it, but jumping in a fucking dumpster to get weave because it was free or whatever the fuck it was. So with that kind of mentality, how do we get away from that mentality? Because let's be honest, the Asians own the overwhelming majority of beauty stores, hair supply stores, whatever, where you getting the weave from. How do we get away from that? Because otherwise, you know, because most black women who wear weave don't want to go without it. So they're going to continue to spend that dollar. And it's a lot. Last time I checked, weave was like a $9 billion year deal, and that's a lot of fucking money. You can imagine if you kept that money in our neighborhoods and actually used that to fix our own neighborhoods, own our own businesses, things like that. So with that money flowing immediately out of the community, because most black people don't own it, you know, how do we fix that problem?
The only thing I can say is that we should push for some kind of ownership in the hair, more ownership in the hair industry, actually, but it's so hard to do it when the people that are selling you the hair is overseas, and the people here are already connected over there, and then they try to block you out to where you can't really get in. So the only thing we could do really on our end is to try to go more natural and wear less weave. But I don't know how that's going to work out.
Exactly.
Because it's so convenient. I don't know, that mentality is...
But see, that's the problem. And you know, for convenience, for the belief in a certain particular kind of beauty, again, like I say, and you know, some of our black ladies, unfortunately, from young, you know, mama said, like you said, you know, it's convenient, so they start slapping that creamy crack on them, and you know, they burnt them edges up. They burnt them sides off, and you know, so some people they need that, or they feel like they need that, and it's an issue, you know. So how do we get away from that mentality though? Because that's the thing of mine, you know. Again, everybody's entitled to do what they want to do, but the reason why I love natural is not just because of the look, but I feel like there is a mental state that goes with it. because like I said, I talked to a lot of women who've gone natural. They talk about the actual mental transition that they had to go through from wearing weave or from perming their hair or doing anything like that to go natural. And they talk about how a lot of them were scared, how they went through that initial phase of they felt that ugly look, you know, kind of like Pomeranians go through when they puppies and they kind of lose their little underhairs. They be looking a little crazy for a little bit, but they come back. But you know, and this is the thing. Like I said, I've talked to just random women that I've seen, you know, because I like when I do see a woman and she's natural, I say, hey, you know what, you know, it looks nice. I make it a thing to compliment them because I know that it really is a mental issue that goes along with that, or that transition.
More.
And so
we can make natural beautiful. You know what I mean? Like have more images of women natural.
But yeah, but like I say, and this is where I fault black men too, because I had a homegirl. And she was wearing, you know, wigs. She had a lot of her own hair, but you know, she was going natural. And basically, she was talking about her husband wanted her to perm it for his birthday. That's what he wanted. So, where do we think that are black women doing this to attract men? Or are they doing it because their own personal standards of beauty? What do you think is going to? Because that's the only way you're going to get away from it. If an industry is so heavily overrun by one particular group. And it's hard to get in because I've seen the videos where they were taking a lot of black products, and then, you know, when you have connections in China or in Asian place stuff, it's easy to replicate. You have so many manufacturing places. We don't necessarily have. We don't own any manufacturing. We don't own any distribution.
Exactly.
So they have that. So they would take the best selling products that maybe black people had made. They'd replicate it. And then what they would say is, hey, we don't sell this anymore, or they don't sell it anymore, even though it was still available, but they would start pushing their product out. And so basically squeeze a lot of black businesses out. And so, you know, because like I said, I used to look into this stuff very deeply back in the day. But again, it's business, capitalism, all that stuff. It's a cruel game. You know what I'm saying? You got to be informed. If you're not informed, hey, you're getting fucked over. But so my thing with that is, if we owned more, then we wouldn't have those problems, but we don't. So, I mean, how do we
coming so late to the ownership game to where I don't know, because it's like some black women just starting owning their own nail shops and things like that, you know, trying to do beauty supplies, but see, they're competing with people that's able to offer the products cheaper. So even though they are just starting out, you know what I'm saying, their prices, they might not be able to necessarily give you that low price, you know. So some of it have to do with that too. Like, are you willing to pay just a little bit more? Because they might not be able to get those products in at the same price as the other companies that they're competing with. And sometimes you be like, nah, I ain't going there. They charge 10 cents more for their gel or, you know, stuff like that. So.
And so that's the thing. I mean, and ultimately, I'm going to be honest, and I hate to say it, because this is the problem that's going to kill us, and this is the problem that holds us back as far as owning and doing and all that other stuff. It's convenience and commitment, and availability is a thing too. So like you said, you know, the convenience of doing it. Well, if I just go get this hair done, all I got to do is wrap it up at night or whatever, and then, you know, it falls, it comes down like waterfalls or whatever they think is going on with that shit, because they get that shit going, you know, as opposed to the work it takes. But, you know, every time you do that, again, you know, to me, I look at it as an impact on the whole entire black community. So that's why I look at it the way that I do, because once you get that money's flowing immediately out of black communities, either going to, like I say, somewhere of Asian or Indian or whatever descent. And like I say, you know, it's business. If they have that conglomerate, I'm not faulting them for that. You have the choice to spend it or not. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something that has to be considered. So we can't sit here. And again, and I've seen it happen more than 1,000 times. I've had this conversation. Oh, just because I wear weed, that don't mean, you know, this. Okay, well, then say what you want to, but it is a problem, because if you have a large section of the community not paying rent. Have you ever seen that documentary by Chris Rock called Good Hair?
I saw some of it. It was so long, I didn't really.
You got to watch it. It's a great documentary. It's funny. It's got some other stuff going on, but it is not just about weave and all that. But he talks about that. But he talks about like how some of these hair shows and some other stuff, and it's interesting. But again, like I say, it's a lot that's going on, but it's not just the weave and all that. It's other things, like you said, in our community. So we're talking about stores, we're talking about, like say, gas stations, we're talking about restaurants, and you see a lot of black restaurants, you know, but clothing stores, all this stuff that, you know, we're not, you know, taking into our own community, we're not shopping at. And again, so we can't complain if we're not supporting it. We can't complain if we're not creating it. You know, it is what it is. So, you know, I think that, you know, what he said was not wrong. And that's unfortunate because you can't necessarily debate those points because it's true. Because let's be honest, black people in abundance, they go into the local wing spot. It might be a Asian-owned wing spot or whatever little convenience. Like you say, in the gas station, it's usually somebody of Indian descent. I call everybody Indian, so I don't know whatever. But it's always someone who is not like the community you live in. So who do you fault? Did you take fault on somebody who's choosing to take advantage of that economic opportunity, or do you take fault for the people who are spending with that store? I mean, who do you blame for that?
I blame people that spend their money with people that don't give a shit about your people. That's who I take fault with. People, you go into their store and they treat you like shit, I take fault with those people. Because you shouldn't be spending your money anywhere where people treat you like shit, period.
Okay. All right. You say you don't care about black women weaving natural. Okay, but that's the thing. And so that becomes an issue of convenience stores or whatever. So if there's nobody else, or if the only black store is across town, or if you're in a neighborhood that ain't got no car or whatever's going on, it's convenient, you want this thing. So is this an issue ultimately of developing discipline? Or what would you say? Because I mean, you'd have to really be disciplined to not shop those places or to go without if it's not convenient enough for you to get what you want.
Well, I think it's a little harder when you don't have options. Sometimes I think they kind of still go there because they don't have anywhere else to go. So I kind of understand that too.
Okay. All right. So, like I say, I don't know. Again, like I say, it's an interesting situation. And like I say, with all this stuff being said, the thing about it is, it may not feel good, but if it's true, what can you say about it, though? I mean, and that's the thing. And that's why I say that's something that I had to learn when I started kind of changing the way I thought about a lot of stuff. It may not feel good to hear any of these things, but I think...
So you saying the truth hurts?
Yeah, basically, the truth hurts. But the thing about it is, if more niggas, or we want to call them, you know, I don't know if we're using the A's or the ERs this evening. We've been all over the place.
I thought we word in the D no more.
We can't use everybody banned. But here's the deal: if more black folks listen to the truth, let it sink in, let it hurt a little bit, maybe we start operating differently. And instead of we quit,
I think we need to start operating differently.
Yeah. But if you're not hearing it though, if you letting people sugarcoat it to you, or you telling or the people on one side of the aisle wake you up, we gonna fix it for you. Don't even worry about that. When they're really ignoring the real problems that are going on. Oh, we gonna throw you this money, you know, this little $1,000 a month. That shit ain't finna do shit for you. Extra $12,000 a year, it may do a little something, but it ain't changing your life. You know what I mean? Again, it may help you get a little bit better than what you're doing. But here's the thing: if you don't have financial literacy, if you don't have an understanding of money, then what is somebody gonna do? If you give somebody extra $1,000 with no, you know, repercussions with it, they finna go blow it. Niggas gonna take that. Oh shit! I'm gonna keep my paycheck. I'm gonna go spend this at the club tonight. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just it's a lot of crazy shit. And so that's what I think, that we need more truth. We need more education, and we need to speak on the things that don't feel good. We need to speak on the things that are uncomfortable, and then we need to act on them. So, all right, Giant Mess, good night. You know.
Well, I'm glad we spoke on it because I feel a little better now because I was real upset. But after listening to you and listening to some of the other comments, and I don't know. I'm a little more at ease.
Okay. Well, that's good. Like I say, that's the whole point of the den is if we can grow from something. Like I say, we had a little turmoil tonight. But we grow and learn from it, and we look back and say, yeah, it was a little tension there, but you know what? Ultimately, some facts came out, some understanding came out, and they say they can have that $1,000 more, just don't take it out of my paycheck, and that's what I'm saying. But because again, like Mike said, where is the money coming from? They trying to give y'all. That's what people got to think about. But you know, it is what it is. So I think it is. I think it's unfortunate, but. Here's the deal. We finna get ready. Yeah, we done almost done with 5 hours tonight.
But it's been a good one though. I have to say, it's been one of the best dens I've been a part of.
Yeah. We gotta get some more going like this. So I definitely enjoy y'all coming through. But Miss Rashida, is there anything else you'd like to say before we get ready to wrap it up?
Broderick, leave me alone. I wasn't bothering nobody. I just came in here to say a little something. I didn't know I went over 5 minutes. It seemed like about 3 minutes. Okay.
That's what's happening. So real quick before you get out here, so do you identify on either side of the aisle? How do you identify, more liberal or conservative?
I guess I would say liberal, but I always call myself a Democrat.
Okay, more Democratic. Okay, all right. That's what's up.
And it's not just because I'm black that I say Democrat. I do listen to the things the politicians say. For some reason, people think black people just say, oh, that's a Democrat. Let me check that box. No. Like, I don't know why people feel like black people don't have a brain to make intelligent decisions because you say you're a Democrat. That's crazy to me.
Okay. So, okay. And I think,
like I said, that's why I wasn't gonna listen to the show because I don't really get into all that conservative, liberal, all that kind of political stuff. I don't really know that much about all that.
Okay. Well, hopefully, like I say, this evening we came away with something.
And look, Daylin, he ain't got to hang up. If he want to hang up, he can hang up. You come hang my phone up. Because you got so much to say.
Why you always
don't play with me because you don't know me. I've been real nice tonight. Now, don't start no shit with me because you don't want it. Good night.
Why you always beefing with the bees? There's always somebody with a bee.
They make me sick. Always bothering me. This probably gonna be the last call anyway. Shit, it's time to go to sleep. But good night, everybody else.
All right. Appreciate it, Ms. Rashida. Y'all better stop fucking with Rashida, man. She gonna bust one of y'all ass. Y'all worried about Mike. Rashida gonna be the one that bust y'all ass. Look, they both from Chi-Town. Here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. And we're gonna make that. Hold on, what we got going? What's going on? Oh, okay, hold on, player. We gonna end it on this one. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in the den this evening?
This Jay Dillon. I'm gonna end this shit.
Okay.
I'm gonna end this shit right here and now. You know why we got all these goddamn problems, especially with you black women in this goddamn house? Because you motherfuckers don't listen. That's always y'all damn problem. You steady talking and get all this shit in your head and you don't listen. Look here. And Broderick said, if it looks good, if it looks neat, it smells good, and it's just nice, it's fine. You don't have to do all this extra extravagant shit to look good. Y'all be trying to do too fucking much. You don't need all this extra hair. Bitch, you got hair already. Just grow with what you got and rock with that shit. Niggas have been doing it since the beginning of time. Women and men, same fucking difference. You don't need all this extra shit. You just want the extra shit. You want your hair to be long, but you cut your own shit off. I don't understand that. That part just it makes no sense to me. Well, I don't want to have to deal with it. So you go and buy some shit to make your hair long and still have to fucking deal with it. That makes no fucking sense. It just don't make sense to me. I don't understand women. I don't. Especially on certain shit like this. So look, you want to choose to go out and spend all your money on some hair that came off another bitch head? Look, go ahead and do it. But don't sit up here and complain about it. You know what I'm saying? That they making all the money off of it because you the one paying them. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Frank Lucas, he flew his ass all over the wherever the fuck he went and found him a fucking connect with some crack. You bitches can't fly over there and get you some connect with some hair? Fuck out of here with that shit. Come on, man. y'all miss me, man. Got me riled up, Honcho. Our ladies, I love y'all to death. I really, really do. But some of the shit that come out of y'all mouth actually make no sense. And a lot of us brothers ain't willing to tell you nothing because we want some pussy at the end of the day. Me, I don't give a shit. I'm going to give you some pussy regardless. Whether it's from one of y'all or a bitch of another persuasion. Somebody getting this dick straight like that. So, look, I'm going to tell you motherfuckers straight up. Look, if you're tired of it, do something about it. Just that fucking simple. Come on, man.
Straight up. I can't dispute that. Oh, man. I mean, shit. I mean, and that's one thing I've never understood either is the cutting to add more to it, but you want your shit to grow.
Bruh.
Or the protective styles to cover it up. So it's supposed to, how that bitch growing with no sun, no vitamin D, no none of them proper nutrients? Don't that shit need some air and some other shit to, I wonder. You know what I mean?
You would think so. You put fucking glue in your head to attach some other shit to it. Y'all hair look like arts and crafts sometimes, my nigga. Y'all be tripping. Y'all be tripping, and y'all think that shit look beautiful. I don't know who tells y'all that this shit look beautiful. Maybe y'all get it out of these magazines, but where you think these magazines is getting it from? They're getting it from these motherfuckers overseas who don't look nothing like you. You know what I'm talking about? If we just came up with our own shit and just circle it around us, but it's not enough for y'all. Y'all got to do something to set y'all apart from another black woman. It's not about what the men think look good on y'all. It's about what another bitch ain't got. And that's where you're missing the whole point. You're supposed to be... Look, I don't know, Honcho. I'm really at a loss at the thought process of this shit. It just does not make logical sense to me. And on this subject, most of our women don't think logically. And it hurts my heart because to me, just what I prefer, I like a girl with straight hair, flat iron, and just lay it down. I don't need no extra shit because to me what that does, it accentuates your face. Okay? So if you a pretty bitch, you're pretty. If you're an ugly bitch, you're still going to be ugly. Your hair ain't going to really change that much. It's really not. It's not going to add no points to you, especially coming from a guy. We don't say something like, yeah, I fuck with that bitch, but her hair ain't cute. Whenever niggas ever said that shit? Never. Now if your hair stank, that's a whole nother thing.
Man, like, niggas out here fucking them hoes with them little oxtails in the back of their head. So you think they tripping on some shit like that, man? Man, look, niggas ain't tripping, dog.
Exactly. So why are they making a deal out of it? They don't listen to the men. They really don't. Because Project was saying it the other day. He was telling his wife, because she did her hair a certain kind of way, and he's like, no. Why'd you do that? You know I don't like that. So because it makes you, who is you trying to impress? And I hear the excuse that they be like, well, no, I think I look good with it like that. But what's the point? What are you trying to look good for? You trying to look good on the outside, but you can't fucking see it. So you want other people to see you look that way. And the most important person in your life is supposed to be your fucking husband, besides yourself and the Lord. So why can't you please them motherfuckers? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Because you look, and I think it was Wink said it. You let us do our beard or our hair a certain way that you women don't like. We'll never hear the fucking end of that shit. Oh, I don't like when you got your beard that long. Whenever I kiss you, that shit be rubbing out, and they don't like that shit. So what do? We go out and be like, okay, my wife or my girl ain't fucking with it, so I'm gonna do this, keep it like this for her. You know what I'm saying? Keep down the bullshit. But whenever it come to you and your shit, what we say don't matter. And we the ones that love your ass. So we want you to look good. Of course we gonna want you to look good. So why wouldn't you listen to us? That's my question. Why you motherfuckers don't listen? That's a question you really need to sit down and ask yourself. Why am I doing all this for? What does it get me? But in that, most of you motherfuckers can't afford that expensive ass hair anyway.
But that shit, they got like layaway payments on weave.
Bro, I heard about that shit. I'm like, wait, look here. First of all, and look, I'm just gonna keep it funky. Some of you bitches are just ugly. So you can go out and get you a $3,000 weave. It's not gonna raise your point scale none. It's just not. Niggas gonna be like, hey, but she got that $3,000 weed though, bro. Niggas ain't on that shit. We don't even know how much that shit costs until we got to pay for it. And we don't give a fuck how much it costs until it gotta come out of our pocket. And that nail shit too. Let me tell you motherfucking something. I don't know why y'all want to have these motherfucking animalistic nails on the end of your motherfucking finger. But you let your man grow one of his fucking fingernails too goddamn long, you never stop bitching about it. So why you think it's so cool and cute for you to have all this shit digging all in the nigga back and shit, scratching the nigga neck all up, but we just supposed to sit there and take it? No, bitch, you are not a cat. I will declaw and defang your motherfucking ass if you start drawing blood from me, bitch. No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. So, no. God damn it, Honcho. You just had to get me riled up. I was trying to go to sleep, and then I had to hear all this shit, and I got riled up. But anyway, I'm going to let you go and lay it down because I know it's late. It's 4:30 my time, so I'm going to fuck with y'all later. And ladies in the chat, if you feel some type of way, you got nothing but opportunity to call in and refute anything you got to say or voice your opinion.
You hear me?
Come on with it.
That's a bet, Jay Dizzle, babe.
All right.
Already. Man. The world don't know what they missing in the den, man. The world does not know what they are missing in the den. See, for those of y'all who do know and don't know, you know, I do have another channel called Soft Sports, and we talk mainly Houston sports. But it doesn't provide this level of variety in the conversation. It doesn't, you know, you can only, like right now, we can only complain about what the Texans ain't doing. We can only, you know, admire that, you know, James Harden is on another MVP campaign. Probably won't win it, but it is what it is. But you don't get this kind of conversation. You don't get this level of conversation. Uh-oh, Heidi pulling away again. Uh-oh. You don't get this level of conversation because we've covered politics. We briefly spoke on, you know, the situation. We're gonna make that the last call. Briefly spoke on the situation in New Zealand, some of the college admission scams. We had a race war, and then we've gotten back to the hair. You know, the hair, and it's just been all over the place. It's been all over the place, and it's been extremely fucking interesting. You know what I'm saying? And so you gotta love it. But I know Broderick was asking about speaking on some of these calls, but it's been a lot of stuff. And there's actually a couple of points that I never got a chance to address. I'm still laughing about that Ivanka 2040. I wanted to talk about, you know, Trump winning again. I meant to did I put the poll up? Yeah, I think actually 335 was the only one who voted. The hog dude. No, I ain't hear about that. I had not heard about that. And that's the thing. And that's the, like I say, because I'm a firm believer in free speech. I have no problem with it. And again, that's what I say. You can't, and I agree with both Broderick and with Jay Dizzle. You got some niggas that's just not going for none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just something they don't want to hear it. They're not going to approach every situation with sense and logic. And I agree with Man of God. You can't let certain words have a hold on you. And I'll be honest with y'all. Like me personally, because I talk about it, I've had motherfuckers come here trolling and saying all kind of shit. And I have no issue because I know this is the internet. And the thing about the internet is if you give them the power on the internet, they win. All right? And that's my thing. So that's why usually I'm just like, you know, it is what it is. Most of the time, 99.5% of the time it's not. And that'll be occasionally like my thing. The thing that gets me mad is when people try to say I said something that I did not say. That's my beef. You know, all that other shit, you know, don't falsely accuse me of saying some shit. Talking about black excellence. John Mess had made something. He had made a comment about black merchants prior to the slave trade and going to other countries and things like that. Again, this is the problem with black people. The majority of us only go back to the slave days and stop there, regardless of any of the other stuff. You got to realize that you were more than that prior to. You know, you just got to do some history. You got to go find out what was going on during the slave days. You got to go, again, like I said, somebody shot me that interesting fact about Anthony Johnson, the black slave owner during that time. I went and read up on him. I found it to be very interesting. You know what I'm saying? I found it to be very, very interesting. Yeah, Heidi, you know, I ain't never said no shit like that. And some of the facts that I found out. Okay. And it just tells me something. When you hold yourself to a certain accord, a certain level, and you have a certain level of respect for yourself, you carry yourself a certain way, motherfuckers can't help but respond to it. But when you let yourself fall into a particular category and you react and you do these other things, then, you know, you'll go treat it as such and motherfuckers will bait you into it. So that's a very interesting thing. Man, we were all over the place tonight. Let's see. Wow. I say Disney reportedly buying up seats to Captain Marvel to boost box office. Yeah, I saw that. I know I didn't. I'm lying. I didn't see that. Let me explain what I meant by that. I saw that Captain Marvel had it was like supposed to be the 7th, 8th highest box office opening or some shit behind a bunch of other, Marvel movies. And, you know, we're trying to push this narrative, and Hollywood has to push this thing. Hollywood has to tell you that there's support behind these certain beliefs and things like that. You know, from everything that I've seen, the only person that I heard said it was a pretty good movie was, I think Tenny said it was good, or it wasn't as bad as it was, people were making it. But I saw a lot of people saying it was bad. And again, like I said, I try to be unbiased about shit. I know that there's just a category of motherfuckers who are going to go hate it just because it is a woman. Let's be realistic. But if it's a bad movie, it's a bad movie. I don't really want to waste my time to find out. I want to watch Endgame, but I'm not going to go watch everything in between. So my thing about that, though, is were very good points, because didn't Wonder Woman do pretty well? And there was another one. So people were talking about, you know, it's a lot of this backlash that people are trying to say, oh, it's because it's a female character. You know, not quite true. But I think the way that they tried to push it, I think, you know, some of the narratives around the story were the issue. Hey, what's the motherfucking deal, Brian? He had black slaves, and I want to say he had some white indentured servants also. So, say, man, hold on, can't be hating on that issue, man. You know what I'm talking about? But so it'll be interesting to see how that all. Yeah, Battle Angel was the other one. But here's the thing that happens is that the shit that people actually like, critics tend to hate. And so that's why I say, man, fuck a critic. Because the shit that's actually entertaining, they want everything to be artsy fartsy, and a lot of that shit is trash. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, it's a bunch of shit I ain't watched. We've had tonight was a very interesting night. Extremely interesting, man. Substitute Roman came in and taught the class this evening. He dropped some things in. Danny shared some stuff, man. We had a lot of good, I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the most I've written ever in a den. And it's just like, it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on, man. Here's the deal. I would if I could, but I can't, because eventually I got to get up. I got to go play some tri-ball tomorrow. Again, if you're in the area, me and Jared Key will be at the address is 725 Lawrence Street, and you know, so you say bod and cool already. So, you know, I'll be out there playing, getting my athleticals on. You know, we'll see what happens with that whole deal. But so we're gonna be out there. So if you're in that area, you know, follow through, check it out. So you got a new beer release. Okay. Yeah, Cool Water is some OG shit. Cool Water. I still like Cool Water. I don't know what nobody talking about. But again, so it'll be from 12 to 4. We'll be out there. We'll definitely have some den tomorrow, and you know, most likely some sauce, because Texas ain't finna do a goddamn thing. We'll figure it out. We'll complain. But with that being said, hey man, I fucks with all y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Excuse me. And I thank all y'all. Appreciate all the love. Shout out to everybody who donated to the cause. And we go brunch. I appreciate it, man. Like I say, yeah, we went a long time this evening. You know, I'll be trying to tell y'all, but the conversation was so good. The political thing is always very interesting. We had to dedicate some special time to it. But with that being said, man, hey, y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Everybody relax, calm down. Everybody take a big woo-sigh so we can all be friends in the den again tomorrow. But I appreciate y'all, all you den folk, like my kin folk. Y'all ain't got to go home. It's late as hell. Y'all has better been home. But y'all got to get the fuck up out of here. And I'm gone. I said get out. Why y'all still here? Why you still here? This is CAGA country, all right? This is CAGA country, bro. Jesse gonna beat the case.